Renegades! Welcome to our Heroescape reveal stream. My name is Anais, the community coordinator here at Renegade, and I'm joined today by the wonderful Lee Huff, producer for Heroescape. Say hi, Lee.
Hi, everyone. As always, I'm super happy to be here and share what we've been working on. We'll also be talking about some upcoming organized play events and our Heroescape presence at Gen Con, where we'll be hosting the 2025 Heroescape World Championship event.
That's right, we have a lot to cover, so let's get right into it. The next Heroescape arc is called, drumroll, Embers of War.
Da-da-da-da.
The Embers of War burn ever brighter, with fighters large and small from Icaria and Arberus joining the fray. Meanwhile, as the pirates of the Crimson Fleet increase their raids, fierce and unfathomable denizens of Valhalla's depths rise to challenge them. This arc is set to release in October of 2025, this year. Lee, what's our first reveal for Embers of War?
All right, so some of you might have seen this army expansion teased over the past few weeks, and I'm excited to say that the Dreadnots are finally joining the battle. This expansion comes with the Dreadnots of the Caraway Cavern and their fearless captain, the Crimson Widow. The Dreadnots were recruited by the Crimson Widow, and they're fiercely loyal to her. If you've been looking for more pirates, you are totally in luck with this set.
Yeah, I've been seeing a ton of chatter on Discord about wanting more pirates. If you're not a pirate lover, you're definitely gonna be because this set is super cool. Let's check out the army cards for the Dreadnoughts. When playing with this unique squad at the start of the game, you'll choose one unique captain character in your army to control the Dreadnoughts. When they are near their captain, they'll get to roll an extra defense die.
For sure. And another piratey ability they have is Captain's Orders. Before taking a turn with the Dreadnoughts, you can first take a turn with their captain or a pirate hero you control. The more pirates you have in the Dreadnoughts crew, the better. And the final ability for the Dreadnoughts is Mortal Blow. After attacking, you roll one attack die for each wound you inflicted in that attack. So for each additional skull roll, you'll inflict another wound.
Owie. Yeah. They're holding some mean-looking weapons. And there's a lot to talk about pirate captains on this army card. So if it's only fair, we introduce you to one of our favorite captains, the Crimson Widow.
Since every good captain needs a crew, the first ability on this army card is Hire Crew. At the start of the game, you may choose a unique squad from an army, and for that game, that squad becomes pirates, replacing the class listed on their army card.
This is a really cool ability. Imagine making your Frostclaw Paladins or Vord Glide Strikers pirates. They'll need a little pirate hat or an eye patch or something.
Oh my goodness, little pirate hats would be amazing,
Yes.
especially on like the bears,
Maybe we
since
can
players
kit
already use.
bash some stuff
Yes,
together.
yes, yes, little pirate hat accessories, love it. But anyway, back to Crimson Widow. So once Crimson Widow has a squad of pirates to command, she unlocks two other super cool abilities. Using Pirate Commander, while there's an order marker on Crimson Widow, all pirates you control increase their attack value by one when attacking adjacent figures. And with Midnight Raid, if you reveal the X order marker on Crimson Widow's army card, you can choose up to two pirates you control within 6 spaces to move around.
Yeah, if you want to give these pirates a shot, you can pre-order this expansion on our web store using the link in the chat below. The standard unpainted edition is $40 and the premium painted edition is $60. This set will be released in October. I also want to remind everyone that all army cards and character bios for the characters revealed today will be on heroescape.com. So don't worry about rushing to read the card or screenshot or anything. You can head over to the site after the stream to check everything out.
All right, time to move on to the next reveal. The second army expansion coming in October is the Great Bow Archers and Scions of Icaria. The Scions of Icaria are an eclectic bunch of princelings known for their squabbling, and their enemies, the Great Bow Archers, are fighters trained in dragon slaying. This army expansion contains two common squads, a two-figure common squad of archers and a three-figure common squad of scions. Anais, can you walk us through the army card for the Great Bow Archers?
Yeah, I can do that. So these are large figures wielding giant bows. Their ability is simple but really powerful if used strategically. The long shot specialist ability says that when a great bow archer who hasn't moved attacks a figure at range 4 or greater, you add 1 to the attack value. If the target range is 7 or more, you instead gain +2 to the attack value. This squad has a range of 7, which is insane. I think my strategy would be to set them up somewhere high and attack from there. Then I'd hopefully get the height advantage bonus too. What do you think, Lee?
I mean, that's a pretty solid strategy. That's where I like to be when I have ranged figures. But I should probably tell everyone about the dragons that these ladies are hunting, the Scions of Ikaria. So these scions like to rub elbows with the royalty, the elite, and other dragons, as you can see in their Cleave to the Mighty ability. At the start of the game, you choose an archmage, dragon, king, or queen unique hero you control and make them the liege of all scions you control. You can take a turn with the chosen liege right after you assign them to the role. The Draconic Breath special attack lets them target figures within 3 clear sight spaces with range 4 and attack 2. And of course, in true dragon fashion, these little babies can fly.
Awesome. Love that. And you all can pre-order this expansion right now using the link in the chat below. The standard edition includes unpainted minis for $40, and the premium painted edition is $60. So make sure to check out the links that our mods are dropping. But let's move on to the next reveal. Lee, you want to talk about this one?
Oh my goodness, yes. This one's super exciting. So this is another set I know people have been waiting for. I'm excited to announce the Kraken and Gallery Vanguards. This expansion contains a 4-figure common squad and a new common hero. The Gallery Vanguards are the Kiri's aquatic cousins, and after years of non-intervention, they've finally joined the battle with terrifying monsters in tow, like the Krakenling. Let's take a look at the army card for the Gallery. Anais, can you break this squad down for us?
Yeah. So the Gelrai Vanguards are a fierce common squad with some really cool abilities. Their first ability, Title Advance, says that at the start of each round, after placing your order markers, you may move each fierce and unfathomable figure you control up to 1 space each for each order marker on the Gelrai Vanguard. Their next ability is Defend the Deep. You can add 2 to your defense value when a Gelrai Vanguard is on water or when it's defending against a figure that has a height advantage. And as you might have guessed, these fishy folks are natural born swimmers. The Gelrai Vanguards do not have to stop their movement when entering a water space.
Oh my gosh, I love this squad so much. I can't wait to gush about them more, but I should probably tell y'all about their not so little buddy, the Krakenling. The Krakenling is a large common hero, meaning you can have multiple of these buddies in your army. The warp space ability says that instead of moving normally, you may place a Krakenling on an empty space within 4 spaces to pop around the battlefield. And then there's the Eldritch Switch, where after moving normally, a Krakenling may switch spaces with an adjacent single space figure. If you move this way, those figures don't take any leaving engagement attacks. Next, there is the Flailing Tentacles ability. A Krakenling may attack up to 3 times, but you must reduce the number of attacks by 1 for each wound it has. And like the Gelrai Vanguards, these huge buddies have the swim ability, meaning they don't have to stop their movement when entering water.
This expansion is super cool. I'm very excited. Like other army expansions, there will be both a standard and a premium painted edition of this expansion. The standard edition is $40, the premium painted edition is $60, and this is set to be released in October of 2025 this year. And you can pre-order now using the link in the chat below.
We have one more army expansion to reveal before we get to terrain. This is the Heroes of Arberus. Each of the wizards in the set seeks to refine their power in connection to the natural world, but their methods could not be more diverse. While some cultivate groves and are themselves cultivated in return, others exert their arcane might to break the minds of beast and person alike.
This set contains 5 new unique heroes, all with their own awesome abilities. We're going to break each of these heroes down for you now. So let me start by telling you about Marachat, Mind Whisperer. This Dryan wizard can control beasts and control the minds of other heroes. So let's dive into the army card. Command Familiar allows Marachat to take a turn with a small or medium beast you control after revealing an order marker on Marachat. The Staff of Curapirin allows Marachat to add 2 automatic skulls to attack rolls when rolling for a normal attack. And her final ability is Marachat's Whisper. After revealing an order marker on Marachat and before taking a turn with her, you can choose a unique hero within 2 spaces of her and roll to try and control their mind. If you succeed, you can temporarily take control of that hero and take a turn with them.
And the next hero in this set is Holochat, Corruptor of Beasts. Holochat is perfect for those of you who love beasts, like me, and goats. Like, she's literally the goat. Her first ability is Command of the Wild and says that after revealing an order marker on the army card and before taking a turn with her, you can take a turn with up to 2 small, medium, or large beasts you control. And then there's her Staff of the Longhand special attack. This range 6 attack 2 move lets you use this attack before your normal attack. And her Calm the Beast ability says that while defending against an attack from a beast, Holochat increases her defense value by 2. And if all of this just wasn't cool enough, she also flies. Like, if you look at the sculpt, like, you'll actually see that she's levitating. Like, it's amazing.
Awesome. Yeah, very cool. But next, let's talk about Vrono the Bramble-Tooth. This small hero has just 1 ability, but it's super cool. Sharp Thorns says that if an enemy small or medium figure moves onto a space adjacent to Vrono, where a figure can end movement, you can roll a d20. If you roll a 12 or higher, the figure ends its movement and lowers its attack value by 1 until the end of the turn. And if you roll an 18 or higher, Vrono's Sharp Thorns deal 1 wound to that figure. Very
Oh
cool.
my god.
I love it. I love it.
I love little Vrono, like just like Vrono compared to the rest of the figures. You're just like, oh, such a cute little baby. All right.
1 move, but it's awesome.
Yes, yes. Little sassy baby. All right. Well, anyway, on to number 4 from the set. This is Garushia, Grove Keeper, also a Dryan wizard. His first ability is Command Familiar, just like Marachat. Surprise, surprise. And then their Garushia has Wicked Thorns, has the same rules as Vrono's Sharp Thorns. Garushia also has Reach. So if an enemy figure is within 2 spaces of Garushia and its level is no more than 9 levels above or 3 levels below Garushia, you can add 1 to his range value when attacking that figure. And his last ability is Gift of the Forest. At the end of the round, if Garushia is next to a tree or like a underbrush piece, you may remove 1 wound marker from his army card.
Sweet. And last but certainly not least, we have Chana the Zenith Wing. This is a unique beast hero with 2 abilities. First is Renew. If Chana is within clear sight spaces of a wizard that you control, instead of attacking, you may roll a d20, and if you roll a 12 or higher, you can remove a wound marker from a friendly adjacent wizard or beast. And Chana's last ability is Stealth Flying. The stealth makes it so you don't take any leaving engagements. So the standard edition is $50 and the premium painted edition is $70. This is available to pre-order right now using the link in the chat below.
And all of these heroes synergize with the figures like Awashia, Master of Tides, and Anshu, the Welkanai from the Battle for the Wellspring Battle Box, and Rockshot, Steward of Death from the Age of Annihilation Master Set. So I am super excited for everyone to finally be able to like get their whole Dryan family together and
Totally.
like try them all out. It's, oh my gosh, good fun.
Yeah, it's awesome. And before we move on to the terrain reveals, I want to remind everyone that you can check out all of these army cards in more detail on heroescape.com, along with character bios, free online scenarios, and paint guides. It's pretty cool. So after the stream, go to heroescape.com. But all right, let's talk about terrain. Lee, take it away.
All right. We have two new terrain expansions to reveal today. The first is the Runes at Lar's Edge. This set provides players with versatile Lar wall terrain pieces that can be used to create fortifications and obstacles. And also, they are stackable, so you can create some truly epic walls and just
Heck yeah.
crazy tall structures.
That's right. Here's a full breakdown of everything in this set. So this expansion contains over 30 wall terrain pieces. You can mix and match wall pieces with your existing Heroscape terrain to create the ultimate battlefield. It's very cool.
I honestly I can't wait to see what everyone builds with this. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. Like just crazy walls like everywhere. It's going to be awesome. And there's new pieces in it too to provide people with more options, which will be fun. So everyone can pre-order this terrain set now using the link in chat. The expansion is $70 and is scheduled to be released in October 2025.
October's a good month. It's going to be a
It
good month.
is.
Anybody with an October birthday is going to be celebrating. All right, everyone. The last terrain expansion we're revealing today is the Roads of Valhalla. With this expansion, you can add speed and strategy to your battlefield maps. The road terrain tiles let you boost movement, and short walls that attach to the road let you create custom bridges, perfect for controlling the flow of battle. You can mix and match with your existing Heroscape terrain.
And on screen now, you can see exactly what's in the set. There are 22 terrain pieces in the set, which includes 1 hex and 5 hex road tiles, along with short walls that snap into the 5 hex tiles, allowing you to make spiffy bridges. And like Anaya said, roads will help you move your armies faster. If your figure's movement consists entirely of road spaces, you may add 3 spaces to the movement of that figure. And if you want, you can pre-order this terrain expansion right now with the link in the chat. This expansion is $50 and just like everything else, is coming in October.
Someone said in the chat, I have an October birthday and y'all are going to ruin me. And to that I say, tell your family and friends to get this for you for your birthday.
Yeah, Heroscape for birthdays. Yeah.
Perfect, perfect bribery. But that's not all of the reveals we have for you. I'm really excited to say that we have an accessory to announce, introducing the Valhalla dice and tray set. Lee, can you talk a bit about this?
Oh my goodness. Yes, especially since I love dice. This premium dice tray and set is super cool and awesome. It features a beautifully illustrated map of Valhalla. It's made from a durable faux leather and it snaps together so it's easy to set up, easy to store, and easy to carry to game nights, tournaments, or wherever it is you play Heroscape. And on the back, there is a spiffy gold foil stamp, making it look super epic.
Yeah, I love a snappable dice tray because those are great for game store gaming on the go. But yeah, I'm really stoked about this because I'm a total dice goblin. I love my shiny click clacks, so
Ah,
this is gonna be a
same.
great to add to the collection. This set contains 10 engraved acrylic combat dice and a 20-sided die. Everything you need to roll right out of the box. The colors of these are super nice. It's a two-color die with gold painted symbols, and they match the dice tray perfectly. So you can flex on all your friends. You can pre-order this now with the handy link in the chat. Thank you, mods. This dice and tray set is $30 and will release alongside the army and terrain expansions in October.
And we have one final October reveal for y'all today, and that is our new pre-order promo. If you pre-order at least one of the October releases from our web store, you'll get the special promo for free. And this ARC's promo is Deflectatron. Deployed from hidden spy satellites far above Valhalla, these sturdy Solborgs descend upon the battlefield, projecting impenetrable force fields around key assets of Vidar's war effort. Anais, can you talk a bit about what Deflectatron can do?
I sure can. So Deflectatron is a medium common hero with some great abilities. The first ability is orbital deployment. Deflectatron doesn't start the game on the battlefield. At the start of the round, before placing order markers, you may play one Deflectatron that has not entered the battlefield on an empty space. within 3 clear sight spaces of friendly figures. This means you can drop Deflectatron into battle when you see fit, making for some great strategic moments. Then there's the passive ability, which means a Deflectatron never takes leaving engagement attacks, which is pretty cool. And finally, there's the magnetic deflector shield. Figures adjacent to one or more deflectatrons cannot determine clear sight of any figures. You can also use this ability to shield attacks on your adjacent figures. If an adjacent figure is being attacked from a distance, you can use this shield to change a die result that was not a shield to a shield. Deflectatrons are a powerful ally to have on your team.
And with this being a common hero and only 25 points, you can reasonably have multiple Deflectatrons in your army, making for some pretty great plays. If you want to get your hands on one of these, you can get one for free by pre-ordering at least one of October releases from our web store or a participating local game store. Remember, game stores have a different offer for this promo, so please check with your game store to make sure they're participating. And if not, tell them to reach out to Renegade. Otherwise, they can also reach out to Renegade if they have any questions. And also, if you're wondering how to get your hands on more of these, let's stay tuned for some announcements coming up in the OP section.
Yeah, this promo is available only while supplies last, so make sure to place your pre-orders soon. On screen now is a handy shipping guide. Please remember when ordering from our web store that orders are not shipped until all items in your order are in stock and ready to ship. So make sure to space things out so you're not waiting for anything. But luckily, we have a ton of October releases, so that'll be good. All right, let's move on to organized play. I want to remind everyone about all the great stuff going on with the Heroescape OP program. Game stores all over the world are hosting Heroescape events. Renegade is supporting stores with special OP kits. The current figure is Decker the Burrow Breaker, but we have another one coming in late summer. Lee, can you tell everyone who our next OP figure is?
Yeah, of course. Our next organized play figure is Raylin, the Curie Warrior. Your friendly local game store can order kits containing this new Raylin figure, and you can get them through participating in story events starting in August.
She's my fave. I'm so excited. So let's talk about her army card. Her first ability is Unyielding. This ability makes it so that other players cannot gain control of, move, or take turns with her. No sneaky mind tricks over here. All right. Then there's Whirlwind Assault. With this ability, she can attack any number of times during her turn, but she cannot attack the same figure more than once. So your opponent definitely won't want to surround her. And her Vengeful Swoop ability says that once per turn, after a friendly figure you control within 4 clear sight spaces defends against a normal attack, if they take 1 or more wounds, you can place Braylon on an occupied adjacent space to the attacking figure and roll a d20. On an 8 or higher, that figure takes 1 wound.
I mean, talk about an assist, and obviously, like Raylin, as always, like she flies, so she's just
Yes.
awesome to have on any team and still a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, tell your local game store to get involved with Heroescape Organized Play and to order this kit for organized play events beginning in August. We also want to give an early peek at our October OP kit.
So the OP figure coming after Raylin, dropping in October, will be Deflectatron. So you might be like, but you just said it was the pre-order promo, but now it's the OP promo for October. Why? Well, earlier we mentioned that Deflectatron is a common hero, and we know you'll likely want multiple Deflectatrons to launch from
Who
orbit.
wouldn't?
So
Yeah.
yeah. So we decided to make this both our pre-order promo for October releases and our OP kit for October tournaments. So this will present more ways players can acquire Deflectatron figures.
Awesome. Be sure to ask your store about Heroescape Organized Play and secure this awesome figure when kits drop later this year. And if you're looking to get more involved in organized play, head over to the Heroescape Battle Network. The Battle Network is a Heroescape organized play website which also serves as a community hub for players, judges, and event organizers. It's also a comprehensive tournament software. You can find the closest event to you using the Heroescape Battle Network. Use the convenient event finder and get signed up for an event. Head over to the Battle Network and make an account using the link in the chat below.
I also want to mention our thriving Heroescape community over on Discord. Join the Discord chat to chat with other Heroescapers, show off your maps, post your painted minis. Like, I love hanging out and chatting with y'all in Discord. So head on over there.
Yeah, Discord's a great place to chat with us directly. And definitely when we get that wall terrain, I want to see how high some people stack their terrain. So make sure to join our Discord. Our Discord is also home to the Wardens of Valhalla. If you are passionate about Heroescape and the Heroescape organized play scene, you can apply to be a warden. Link is in the chat right now.
Well, now let's talk about the Heroescape Store Championship events, which are in full swing. So participants in these premier level events will have the chance to win some amazing prizes, such as an exclusive figure and a reserved seat at day 2 of the World Championship at Gen Con 2025.
That's right. Stores all over the world are hosting events. There are a total of 8 weeks of events planned. We'll cycle through the calendars on screen now. If your store isn't running an event, tell them about it now. There are very limited numbers of kits still available, and stores that urgently sign up can still run an event in the last 2 weeks of June. And remember, these are happening all over the place. So use the Battle Network to find the closest event near you. You just might have one within driving distance or walking distance. Who knows? Even if your regular store wasn't able to put one on this year. So Battle Network is a great tool. I love it. Be sure to check it out.
Yeah, and you for sure won't want to miss this event. This is our biggest OP event initiative to date. So head over to the Battle Network and make an account using a link in chat. The Battle Network is how you can sign up for events and reserve your spot in a store championship event near you. And just like Anaya said, we have a very limited number of kits left, and stores can still apply to run a store championship event during the last 2 weeks of June. If you want your store to sign up, have them visit the Battle Network and apply. Courtney, our lovely OP and events manager, will typically respond within a business day.
Yeah, and like Lee mentioned, there's some really cool prizes for folks who participate and exclusive prizes for the winners. Lee, can you give a quick recap for folks on what prizes they can win from Store Champ events for anyone who might have missed the earlier reveals?
I would love to. So first place will receive this Awashia figure on a gold base, plus a foiled Awashia army card with the 2025 Store Championship logo. First place will also receive a World Championship invite, guaranteeing them a seat at day 2 of Worlds. Second through 8th place will receive an Awashia figure on a silver base, along with a foiled army card.
Yeah, there will be exclusive participation prizes as well. All players who competed in a store championship event will receive a set of Aquila themed order markers. These order markers are gold and yellow, like the card frames used on the army cards for those units.
Yeah, we're super excited with how well store champs have been going, but there's even more coming out for OP. The Valkyrie trial events also started this month. Or yeah, it's June this month. Yep, they totally
Yep.
started. It is June today.
It's June this month.
Yes. Yeah. I was like, it's still May.
Nope.
These these are premier level organized play events with exclusive prizes. You can compete in a Valkyrie trial event for a chance to win an exclusive Leviathan figure and army card. First place will receive this Leviathan figure on a gold base, plus a foiled Leviathan army card with the Valkyrie Trials logo. First place will also receive a World Championship invite, securing them a seat at day 2 of Worlds. Second through 8th place will receive a Leviathan figure on a silver base, along with a foiled army card.
Plus, there will be exclusive participation prizes. All players who competed in a Valkyrie trial event will receive a set of Utgar themed order markers and a glyph featuring Leviathan's axe, allowing players to unleash the power of Leviathan's brutality aura. On screen now is our calendar of Valkyrie trial events through 2025. Use this to plan ahead and determine where you may want to travel. Signups are open on the Battle Network. The first Valkyrie trial event is going to be held at ScapeCon. So we have a ton of events happening at Gen Con 2025. We're going to talk about how each event there, all of which you can sign up for now, we're dropping the link in the chat below. Lee, can you kick it off with some info about our World Championship event?
Yes, of course. So this will be a contemporary tournament that runs across 3 days, starting Thursday and ending Saturday. There will be tons of prizes to win, including a gold-based Raylan the Curie Warrior mini, an exclusive Heroescape World Championship t-shirt with original artwork featuring Utgar and Leviathan, an engraved dice set, an Elderwood Academy dice tray, Elder Academy dice tower, the chance to have your name immortalized into Heroescape, turned
That's
into
what
an
it's really
anagram.
all about. Yeah.
Yeah, get your name in there. So yeah, have your name turned into an anagram, and then that name is used for a future Heroescape character. And there's so much more. I know we went through all these prizes in detail during our last Renegade Con. So if you want to learn more, you can go back and check that February stream using the link in chat.
You are able to register for this event now. Armand is dropping the link in the chat as we speak, so don't miss out and reserve your seat now.
All right. And so we've got a lot more going on besides the World Championship event. So there's a bunch of other events happening in Hall D. There's truly something for everyone at this Gen Con. Like, no matter what your experience level is, your interest, like, there's something for you. So let's break down each one, starting with the Learn to Play Battle Box events. If you or someone you know is new to Heroescape, join this beginner event. We'll provide all the materials needed for players. All you have to do is reserve your spot and come play.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. Then there's our Heroescape event battle, Vengeance for Valhalla. In this event, you'll team up with another player and work together to attack or defend Utgar's fortress. We also have our relaxed pre-made events. There will be two different events featuring two different formats, the Double-Edged Sword event on Thursday and the Highlander event on Saturday.
And if you're a mini painter or want to try and paint your first Heroescape mini, come and check out our paint and take area. We will have our own area for paint and takes throughout the show. Join us as we paint from noon to 5 each day. There is also a great fan event you can sign up for. This will be a team challenge, so grab a friend and compete against other teams. There will be prizes for everyone.
Yeah, and if you are a young Heroescape fan or you have a little one who loves the game, we have a Young Heroes tournament. This event is for players ages 13 and under. This is a contemporary event format, and armies will be provided. Come compete alongside other incredible young heroes. And we'll be hosting a special all-time challenge once days 1 and 2 of World Championships are over on Saturday. This will be a championship event and will feature the all-time format.
And our final event to announce is the Heroescape Bounty event. Come face off against me and other Renegade staff in this timed Heroescape event. But be warned though, because we're piloting super-powered armies with unique rules. You participate to win special, unique prizes.
For these upcoming Gen Con events, we have added more maps to the map pool, incorporating more terrain, including lava. Uh,
Lava!
as of today, there are 6 new maps, including one from our community contest hosted by Tommy Adams. Our new maps include Cultivation by Flash_19, Firefly by Dune Dane, Hot Water by Ulysses, Reefer by Sheep, and Velsa's Den by Shurig. And drumroll please, our our community contest winner is Ice Cider by Caps. Thank you to our team of map makers who helped judge the maps with us, and to Tommy for hosting this community contest. Check out these maps and more by visiting our map pool on Heroescape.com. But that covers all our Heroescape events info for Gen Con. If you want to learn more about any of these events or sign up to participate, you can use the link in the chat below. Spots are limited for all these events, so don't wait. Just sign up. Sign up now. I also want to let you know that Renegade is offering pre-order pickup again this year for any releases that will be available at or before Gen Con. You can order games online and pick them up at our booth 1619. rolls off the tongue, easy to remember, 1619, during the con to save money on shipping. If you're interested, use the code GenCon25 pickup during checkout. Be sure to place any orders before July 7th. That's the cutoff. Um, Remember, if you use the Gen Con pickup code during purchase, this game is not going to ship to you and will only be available to pick up at the con. So, make sure you're going to be there to pick it up. So don't forget to stop by the booth. Renegade is booth 1619. The new August Heroescape will be available to purchase there, along with a bunch of other Renegade games. Also, you don't want to miss out on seeing our ginormous Leviathan statue.
Oh my goodness, she's ginormous. Like it's
Yeah,
seriously like one of the coolest selfie moments of the con. I'll be hanging out at the
absolutely.
booth all day too, but I'm not as cool of a selfie moment.
I see.
But you know.
Yeah, there's a picture of Scott on screen with the statue. Yeah, so make sure to take a selfie and you can tag us on social media because it's gonna be really cool. Well, that's gonna wrap up our Heroescape stream. Thank you so much, Lee, for joining us on another Renegade Con.
Oh my goodness, of course. Like I love being here at Renegade Con. It's always fun. It's always a delight talking about Heroescape with you, Naya. So thank you.
Yeah, I love talking about Heroescape with you. Scott said he did not approve of that photo in the chat.
Mm,
Well, remember
he
you can
should have modded.
pre-order. Yeah. Remember you can pre-order all the new expansions and packs announced today on our web store. Head over using the link in the chat below. Here's the shipping guide again. Also, remember to check out heroescape.com to browse bios for all of our characters just announced, as well as army cards and lots of other cool stuff. It's great. There's how to play videos, paint guides, free scenarios. Check it out.
And also make sure to stick around for the rest of Renegade Con. Like this is a huge all day event for this one stream.
Yeah, it's awesome. So next up is our Renegade reveal stream. That's where we have announcements for some new games, more Gen Con info, and reminders on upcoming releases. Then at 11:30, you can join me with Heroescape designers for a roundtable where we discuss some of the new Heroescape stuff we talked about in this stream. So go check that out. That was great to film. At noon, we'll be airing special coverage from Riftgate Games to check out their recent Heroescape Store Championship event. Then at 12:30, come watch Rena chat with Lynn Zhu and take a behind-the-scenes look at Heroescape mini sculpting. It's very cool. And at
I'm
1,
super excited.
yeah, I'm excited to watch that also. It's gonna be great. At 1, check out Board Heroes painting video of Hallowshot from Heroescape. At 1:30, you can take a peek at some upcoming Heroescape armies in action with Board Hero. Then at 2, watch our Welcome to Nightvale character creation video where Rena joined by Symphony Sanders, aka Tamika Flynn from Welcome to Nightvale, to make a fun new character for the game and show you all what you can expect when it's time to craft your first citizen of Nightvale. That's also going to be very cool. And at 2:30, special guest Board Game Nation dives into the history of organized play for Axis and allies, and his videos are always good. So that's going to be really cool too. All of these are so cool. At 3, our very own Dan Bojanowski and Renegade Hall of Fame member Thomas Haver are talking all about diplomacy era of empire. And I don't want to I don't want to spoil it all, but they are wearing costumes in the video.
Oh
So
my
you should
goodness.
watch it.
It's great. It's
Just
great.
a yeah, just a screenshot. At 3:30, we're going to be premiering a deep dive on Monsters Menace the World and discussing the game and all the classic cool and creepy monsters that inspired it. Then make sure to stop by for our World of Darkness Storyteller Roundtable at 4 for a great chat with some great people. Then at 4:30, Ruel Gaviola is back and he will be doing a playthrough of a new card game releasing soon, Nishi. And at 5, you won't want to miss our sneaky after credits scene. So make sure to stick around all the way to the end. Trust me, you guys are not going to want to miss this. You guys, you, Heroescape people, you're not going to want to miss this. Um, Our next Renegade Con will be in October of 2025. We can't wait to see you there. Thank you all for tuning in and watching. It's been great chatting with you. Make sure to join us on Discord, follow us on Discord, follow us on social media so you can keep up with everything. And thank you for tuning into the stream. See you later, everybody.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone. Bye.
What's up, Renegades? Welcome to the Renegade Con reveal stream. My name's Anais. I'm the community coordinator here at Renegade, and this is Rena.
Hi, I'm Rena. I'm the community specialist here.
We are so excited to share with you some of what we've been working on. In this stream, we'll be announcing some new games, talking about what's releasing soon, and chatting about Gen Con, which is right around the corner.
Gosh, that's right. I'm so happy to talk about all of these new games. We're going to mix it up a little bit and break the releases down month by month instead of section by section, just so it's a little easier to follow. And that way, if you want to order multiple games, you can order titles releasing in the same month to avoid shipping delays. And we're going to be covering September, October, and November with reminders for August in case you forgot.
Yeah. Sorry, somebody in the chat just said Rena and Ias, which is our duo name now, I guess.
Yeah!
Community yeah.
coordinators.
We are one. Really fast before we dive in, I want to remind everyone about our Renegade Heroes program. A Renegade Hero is a champion in their local or regional area who runs events and advocates for more play opportunities for the game lines supported by Renegade.
We also all hang out in a special channel over on the Discord server, and you can apply to become a hero using the link that our mods are about to drop in the chat. And before we get into the reveals, like I said, we're going to go through what's coming in August, so, jog your memory. Do you remember, Anais, what we've got releasing that month?
Yeah, I think I do. We have 4 awesome strategy titles coming in August. Diplomacy, Era of Empire, Axis and Allies Stalingrad, Monsters Menace the World, and Nishi.
I am so excited for these, and all of them are available to pre-order right now, so don't wait. It really is like the summer of strategy.
The Summer of Strategy. Oh, I love that. Very good. Summer of Strategy. Put it on a t-shirt.
Let's go.
But after summer, comes fall. So let's talk about some fall stuff. We announced some games in the past Renegade Cons that will be releasing in September. So let's go through them all.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the first one we're going to start with is, and actually, I think the PDF for this got released today, our Transformers 1 role-playing source book. Bring your Transformers role-playing game to Cybertron as the inciting moves of the Cybertronian Civil War occur. Some of the material focuses on the film itself, but it will be exciting for any Transformers fan. We've got advice on playing campaigns with fraying loyalties and traitors, key new factions, new influences, mining gear, and more to enhance the player experience. You can play as a bot character and try to obtain your own transformation cog. Ready to go locations from areas in the film with challenges, story hooks, and potential enemies. Run your Iacon 5000. Run your own Iacon 5000, not the one. Pre-order using the link that we're about to drop in the chat. We are offering the free PDF version for anybody who pre-orders, so if you want to start reading that book right now, you can. Don't wait until September. You can start reading it right now on your computer, which you're at right now, I assume.
I assume you're at your computer, but maybe you're on your phone. I don't
Maybe
know.
you're on your phone. You can also read it on your phone.
That's true. You can read PDFs on your phone or any tablet also.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
The future is beautiful.
It's true. We all got computers on us at all times.
What else do we have coming out in September?
We have the Hunter the Reckoning Incognito Report source book. Very cool. This book contains a collection of 12 fully detailed quarries for Hunter the Reckoning. You could use each quarry as like a monster of the week type of story, or you can link them together to create a campaign. Also included are new edges and perks for existing edges tied to the quarries and a focus on urban legend, conspiracy theories, and moral panics. Incognito Report includes expanded detail on running games and using danger points for single session and campaign style play. This sourcebook contains a host of tools to help you develop any campaign. Storytellers out there. You can pre-order your copy now using the link in the chat below. Thank you, mods. And much like the other RPG source books, we're offering a free PDF version of this book for all pre-order holders. So make sure you place your pre-order so you have access to that PDF as soon as we make it available.
And to keep walking into the world of darkness, our next September release is the Werewolf the Apocalypse Wormtide sourcebook. We have already started previews for this. People are so hype. I'm very hype.
I'm hype.
It's so good. It includes enemies like the Black Spiral Dancers, Fomori, Banes, Agents of the Weaver and Wild. You got learn tactics and strategies on how to fight and win against your enemies and locations to set those action scenes. This sourcebook details human organizations, including the Pentex fronts. It includes sample stories and plug and play material to help bring everything together as a storyteller. Also contained in the book are new character options, three, count them, three lore sheets, 8 worm-tainted gifts, and new advantages and flaws. You can pre-order your copy right now using the link that our mods are going to put in the chat. And much like the other RPG source books, we are offering a free PDF version to all pre-order holders. If you order the book today, you get to read the PDF the second that it drops.
On
And
your
I love
phone,
that.
on a computer, on a
On a
tablet.
tab. If you
think...
can get a PDF on like a DSi.
I was literally about to say, we're so in sync, because I was literally about to say, you think you can read a PDF on a DSi? Because that would be awesome. Yeah, PDFs, they're cool. So all of these games are expected to be released in September. Online orders from our web store ship when all items are available and ready to ship. Ordering items that are releasing the same month can help you avoid any major delays. So
Okay.
lump them together.
We've built our September order. Now let's build our October order.
Moving on to the October order.
Our October, our month of darkness. It's so exciting. It's got Halloween.
Month.
It's
Yes.
our spookiest month. And we've got the Werewolf, the Apocalypse, the Moonlit Path sourcebook releasing. This book contains all you need to know about the Guru's spirit heritage, how to use spirits and use their dangerous realms in your game, and how to bring the spirit side of your character out. We've had a lot of talk about the spirit side of Guru lately in a couple of the chats that I'm in, so I think people are going to be really hyped. It's the first major expansion for gifts and includes 16 new gifts, with one for every auspice and tribe. Both players and storytellers will find a trove of new material, including 5 rights, 21 threats, and 8 detailed locations. But wait, there's more! That's all in caps, so I had to say it like that. We've got 3 sample seps in this book: Sept of the Pale Glen, Sept of the Cold Night, and Sept of the Green, and a complete story, The Spider and the Fly, where you rage against dark modern horrors. And you can pre-order the Moonlit Path right now at the link in the chat.
Yeah. And remember, if you want to order this October release and don't want any delays, follow this handy shipping guide.
I love our shipping guides.
Now, I love the shipping guide. I think it's super helpful because I am into instant gratification and I don't want to wait for anything. But yeah, so moving on. After October comes November. What do we have in November?
We have
what do we have to be thankful for in November?
This year I'm gonna be thankful for Kids in Capes.
Heck yeah.
I'm so excited about Kids in Capes. Gather your superhero squad and discover your powers. Learn about your new powers, team up with like-minded heroes, and use your abilities to defeat villains wherever they may strike. Focus on more than your teen's special powers and also the relationships they build with their team and community. You get to portray a regular kid, select your role on the team, their cape, and your superhuman ability, their power, during the course of play. Kids in Capes is a brand new spin-off role-playing game of the any award-winning role-playing game Kids on Bikes. We're offering both a softcover and a hardcover version to go with whatever other books are sitting on your RPG shelf already. And we're offering a special bonus with all pre-orders. Pre-order the book and you get a set of Kids on Bikes dice for free. These dice are compatible with Kids in Capes, so you will be able to start rolling them right away.
Yeah.
Pre-order using the link in chat.
Yeah. Hit that link. Pre-order now. I love free dice. Big fan of free dice.
Big fan of free dice.
But
what else do we
have
free? Coming in November?
In November, well, I'll tell you the other thing I'm thankful for in November is Vampire the Masquerade Tattered Facade Sourcebook. This new sourcebook details who's out on the streets after sundown, victims, rivals, innocents, and monsters, and all the horrors that occur when the kindred cover up their existence. Use this book to focus on the horror of Vampire the Masquerade and to choose a shade of darkness: body horror, gothic horror, folk horror, or even cosmic horror. Tattered Facade details how you can intensify the terror in your game using existing rules for touchstones, stains, humanity, and convictions, along with ambitions, desires, and compulsions. This book includes more than 25 tempting new discipline, powers, rituals, ceremonies, and formulae. There are also new lore sheets and a dangerous bargain you can make with your beast to master additional discipline powers. Use this sourcebook to collaboratively build your city with night maps and find new ways to hunt for 16 existing predator types. This book details new archetypes for each clan, including Mother's Boy, Crash Test Dummy, Scapegoat, and more. Pre-order this now using the link in the chat below. This book has so much in it. This is crazy.
It does. Crash Test Dummy reminds me, actually.
What does it remind you of?
It reminds me that another thing that we're releasing in November is the G.I. Joe role-playing game Hawk's Personnel Files Sourcebook. Because I assumed that they have to use crash test dummies in G.I. Joe.
I was wondering how you were going to bring it back around.
That's the connection.
Well, we're dummy excited for this new source book. Rena, take it away. Tell me all about it.
Okay, this one is for all of our like 80s and 90s kids. This source book brings G.I. Joe classic characters from the golden era, 1982 to 1986.
80s kids remember.
They remember. This is also the first G.I. Joe role-playing game advanced role, Old Hand, which I think is going to be very, very useful for some people. There are over 60 stat blocks for heroes and villains and contact perks for Joe guest stars for your campaign, from Ace to Zap. I really love that one.
Yeah.
This offers new character options, including 7 influences, like the Explosive Engineer and the Coast Guard origin. There are 29 new general perks to customize your hero or villain. You can jump right into the action with pre-generated characters for all 13 original Joes, like Grand Slam, Short Fuse, Colonel Hawk, presumably Joe. And for all the GMs out there, this book offers guidance on running adventures and campaigns during the G.I. Joe Golden era. And you can pre-order it now, say it with me, using the link
in the chat. I'm seeing some Yo Joes in the chat right now.
Yo, Joe,
drop your Joes.
It's a Joe day, let me tell you. Well,
it's a G.I. Joe June.
It's G.I. Joe June.
It's G.I. Joe June and Strategy Summer, and we'll come up with some other ones.
Yeah,
you can leave us some suggestions in the chat of any alliterative catchphrases we can use. And here is the shipping guide that includes everything we've already discussed. This is how we recommend ordering if you want to avoid any delays. We only ship orders when everything is ready to ship. I cannot stress this enough. So if you don't want to wait, separate your orders. It'll be worth it.
Yeah. Those you got your September order, October order, November order.
Yes.
What do you do to like sort of fill the time between orders? Like when you really want to just like get down and play games now?
That's a great question. I would usually say GM games is what I like to do. But I know that GMing can take a lot of work. So here's a cool program that I think all of the GMs or storytellers out there might be interested in. And that, of course, is the Play Renegade program. So before we move on, I want to talk a little bit about this. The Play Renegade program offers game masters and storytellers free access to adventures to run at local events. You can run games at your local game store or a library or a public event, anything like that. And you can apply now to get some free resources because GMing, it takes a lot of work. I get it. So some free stuff can make it a little easier. You can apply for that program now using the link in the chat below, and it's completely free to join also. I can't stress that enough because it's a really cool program. You don't see a lot of these out there, and it's awesome. I'm also excited to announce that Season 4 for World of Darkness is here in the Play Renegade program. Available now is Under a Changing Moon, a story for Vampire the Masquerade, or Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Wait, it's for both?
It's for both, baby. Yeah. In this story, a cult is performing strange rituals, and you and some rivals are trying to infiltrate this cult. But of course, things don't go quite as planned. So you can use it for either, which is pretty cool. So yeah, if you want to run this story at a local event, you can sign up now for Play Renegade.
Yeah, and if you're a GM for one of our Essence 20 games, you can get free adventures right now signing up with the link, because there's already adventures from our
There's already a bunch of those.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And if you're not looking to play at a public event, you can pick up the Season 1, 2, and 3 adventures on our web store right now.
Yeah, well, we don't have any more pre-orders to announce. we have 2 new crowdfunding projects to announce. We cannot reveal all today, but we have some stuff to spoil. Rena, you're the crowdfunding boss. You wanna the star of crowdfunding.
Stop.
The crowdfunding up and comer aficionado.
The crowd funder, but fun is
Uh,
all in caps.
Oh, I like that. The crowd thunder. Can you tell us a bit about all these?
Yes, so I'm gonna start off with another one for my Joes with Risk GI Joe special missions. It's only right to bring this back up. First of all, wasn't this game available for pre-order on the web store? You're asking. I can hear you all asking your computers. I've got that power. And the answer is yes. But due to the current tariff situation, we've had to make a few adjustments in order to bring this game to life, the first being a crowdfunding pre-order campaign. So for anyone who's already pre-ordered, don't worry. Your pre-order is 100% safe and will be fully honored. You will automatically be added to the Kickstarter as a backer for no cost. You'll receive the campaign's free bonus pack with no additional cost, just like all the other backers. And you don't need to do anything. We've got it all covered. Sit back, relax, enjoy the campaign, and wait for your copy of Risk G.I. Joe Special Mission and the surprise bonus pack to arrive in the mail.
Ooh.
Regarding that bonus pack, we wanted to give everybody a little something extra for supporting the project now that we're launching it on Kickstarter. So we're going to be adding the Risk G.I. Joe Later's bonus pack. And for all of our backers, anybody who's holding the pre-order, so you can sign up for the pre-launch right now at the link that we're about to drop in chat.
Link in
so
the
that
chat.
you can be notified when the Kickstarter goes live. We'll also be dropping a full statement on the change from standard pre-order to crowdfunding campaign. We've got that link in the chat also, just, for clarity's sake.
Yeah.
And if this is the first time you're hearing about Risk or G.I. Joe or Risk G.I. Joe Special Missions,
where have you been?
Hi, welcome to the world.
Welcome to G.I. Joe June. I'll tell you a little bit about it. This game takes the familiar Risk environment in a new direction with a focus on achieving multiple objectives rather than global domination. 2 to 4 players each join one of 2 factions, G.I. Joe or Cobra, and seek to complete missions or resolve plots to score objective points. Each Cobra commander and Joe leader has special abilities, and there are 5 unique scenarios to play through. And the miniatures are super cool. There are 252 minis, including GIs, Sky Strikers, Wolverines, Cobra Troops, Rattlers, and Hiss.
Yes.
Hiss.
This campaign is going to be starting soon. This is our summer campaign, and you can sign up, like we said, the link in the chat.
G.I. Joe June, get on it. Yo,
G.I. Joe June and July.
G.I. Joe June and July is really good. That's very good.
For strategy summer.
For strategy summer, that's what I'm talking about. The second campaign we're announcing today is the Yakuza Samurai Swords 40th Anniversary Edition campaign on GameFound. You might know this game as Shogun or Samurai Swords. It's a classic. This will not just be a reprint. We are planning to introduce deluxe components to create the ultimate version of Yakuza. This will also be a limited edition to this campaign, so be sure to sign up to stay notified when we launch so you don't miss out.
Yep, that campaign is going to be starting this fall. Use the link in the chat to sign up to be notified. We are going all out, swords to the wall for this campaign, and I'm so excited to get to tell you guys about it. But I can't yet. I can't.
Yeah,
we have other fun things to talk about.
Really fun stuff to talk about, and once we do get to talk about it, I'm gonna be super stoked.
Yes.
But
right now it's still summer.
It's still summer.
That's a fall campaign.
That's a fall thing. It's still summer. We got some more fun stuff happening right now for summer, which including the summer sale. We have a ton of games on sale, up to 90% off. We got bundle deals, and we are revealing special limited time offers. If you're looking for a new game to play this summer, we have something for you. There are card games, miniature games, board games, role-playing games, you name it.
If you watched our last episode of Renegade Cast, you know I'm a huge fan of all of our puzzles on sale right now, including my man, Buddy Christ. But there are also a lot of really cool bundles. The Heroescape intro bundle, the Werewolf intro bundle, they're really easy like one and done starter kits. You just grab
Mm-hmm.
them and you can start playing the second that gets to your door. Uh, and they're a great deal.
Yeah, they're a great deal. They make great gifts too. I got a
Ooh,
summer
yeah.
birthday, so I'm always looking out for
Ah,
summer savings, right, like that. But speaking of deals, we have a new limited time deal to reveal. Right now, on our web store, if you order 2 RPG books from any one game line, you will get 4 free character journals for that game.
four? That's
Four.
insane.
Yeah.
That's enough to give like one to every player when we play.
hmm
So any two My Little Pony RPG books, I get four pony character journals.
Uh,
Journals.
for free. Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Six
total
books in
steal.
one box.
Like I said, this offer is valid right now, but we have even more limited time offers coming soon. The best way to make sure you don't miss out on any deals is by subscribing to our newsletter. We got lots of info in the newsletter, so sign up
Mhm.
using the link in the chat below. Thank you, mods.
How do we want to close out this summer?
I don't know. I heard that there's a couple days in summer that are known as the best 4 days of gaming or
Do you
something.
think? I feel like I've heard that
Have you
too.
heard that before? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. We've got a ton of exciting tournaments and events planned out for Gen Con
Check on!
2025. So let's break down everything we'll be doing and how you can get involved.
First of all, I'm going to drill this number into your head, everybody, okay? Booth 1619.
16, 19.
It's
Easy.
so easy to remember.
16,
And
19.
1619. And that's where you're going to find Renegade at Gen Con this year. You can shop for Renegade games. You can see all of our new stuff, some of our new stuff. Not all of it. Some of it's secret.
Some of it.
And Giant Raylan, who we all love.
Yeah,
I
photo op
every time
opportunities
I
for
love taking a picture with
sure.
Giant Raylan, and I love to make sure that our boss Jordan specifically is in the background of any picture I take
It's
with
true.
Giant
I
Raylan.
have so many photos on my phone from Gen Con where Jordan is in the background. But what you can also do at the booth, you can pre-order pick up some of your games. So you can save on shipping and come pick up your pre-orders at the booth 1619. If you're interested, you can use the code GenCon25 pickup during checkout. Be sure to place any orders with this code before July 7th because that is the cutoff. Remember, if you use that code for Gen Con pickup, it's not going to ship to you. It
Not
will
getting
not ship to
shipped.
you. It is only available for pickup at the con.
We're
So
gonna we're gonna put it in our truck with our boxes, and we're gonna put your name on it, and you gotta walk up to the booth 1619
1619.
and pick it up.
Yes. So yeah. But we also have some other stuff going on at Gen Con. In Hall D, we have 9 different kinds of scheduled Heroescape events, which you can sign up to participate in using the link in the chat below. So we got a couple. The Learn to Play Heroescape Battle Box Edition is a great event for new players. So if you're new to Heroescape, you can come play in this beginner event. We will provide all the materials needed for players. All you have to do is reserve your spot and come play. Another event we have is the Heroescape event battle, Vengeance for Valhalla. Team up with another player in this fast-paced and easy-to-learn miniatures game. Players will work together to attack or defend Utgar's fortress. What else
I'm
we
not
got?
I'm not really like a battler. I mean, everybody knows that I'm still very new to Heroescape,
You're a
and
cash. I get
I'm
it.
very cash, and I like to keep things relaxed. So I'm really excited about our relaxed pre-made events.
Yeah.
We've got 2 different events featuring 2 different formats: the double-edged sword event on Thursday and the Highlander event on Saturday. But if you don't want to battle, you don't want to fight, even if it's relaxed, you can also go to the paint and take. We have our own area of paint and takes throughout the show. Join us as we paint from noon to 5 each day. And the fan event team challenge. Grab a friend, bring your armies, and compete with other teams. There will be prizes for everyone.
I love prizes. We also have our Young Heroes tournament. And so if you're a young Heroescape fan, or if you have a kid who loves the game, you can check out the Young Heroes tournament. This tournament is for players ages 13 and under. This is a contemporary event format, and armies will be provided. So you can come compete alongside other incredible young heroes. We also have the Heroescape Bounty event. Face the Renegade staff in this timed Heroescape event, but watch out, they will be piloting superpowered armies with unique rules. Win special and unique prizes. Um, Also, we have I can't not mention the World Championships.
Oh my
The
gosh, world
It's
champs!
crazy. The 2025 HeroScape World Championship will be a 3-day tournament to crown the world champion. There will be exclusive participation prizes for all players who participate and legendary rewards for top placing players. Day 1 qualifying rounds will be open to all players who haven't already earned a seat at Day 2 from a store championship or regional championship event. Then, on the third day, the final competitors fight it out on the battlefield to see who will be crowned the HeroScape World Champion.
Yes!
Ba-da-ba-ba! Be very cool. Um, we also have the all-time challenge. So after rounds 1 and 2 of the HeroScape World Championship are over, you can come join us for the Gen Con all-time challenge running all day Saturday. This will be a championship event featuring the all-time format. Find out more about each of these events and sign up using the link in the chat below, dropped in by our mods.
Thank you, mods.
What else do we have going on? Because there's multiple halls at Gen Con. I know we got some other stuff going on.
We do, and we've always just got a lot going on. I love Gen Con so much. We have Hall C this year. In Hall C, we've got Axis and Allies, hosted by Samori Swamp. There will be a ton of great Axis and Allies events happening throughout the show. This includes Learn to Play events for Axis and Allies Stalingrad in North Africa, beginner events, tournaments for multiple different Axis and Allies games, and the highly anticipated Axis and Allies World Championship. Woo! Click the link in the chat to see the full list of events and sign up.
Yeah. Also at Gen Con, we got stuff going on in the Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yes.
And I don't know if you've been to if the people watching have been to Gen Con before, the stadium is super cool. So there will be a ton of tournaments and events for our other classic strategy games, all hosted by rogue judges. So we have some diplomacy events. We have the United States Diplomacy Championship. This is the largest diplomacy tournament in the country. It's super fun. It's a really good time. Highly recommend it. But if you're new to diplomacy, we also have the Diplomacy Learn to Play. So have you never played but you want to learn? You can sign up for these intro events for both Diplomacy and Diplomacy Era of Empires. The diplomacy folks are great. It's a great community. It's a really good time. Can't recommend it enough. But we do have some other strategy summer kind of games going on in the stadium.
Yes.
Do you want to take it away?
Oh my gosh. I do. I really want to talk about Acquire, which everybody knows, classic strategy game. I don't need to explain it. We're going to have the Acquire World Championship. You get to compete to become the Acquire World Champion. And we'll also be having Acquire Learn to Play. So if you've never played before and you want to jump in, this is the perfect opportunity. So come on over to Lucas Oil. We've got, oh my gosh, we still have even more.
Yeah, there's even more. So, speaking of classic strategy games, we also have some Risk events, which are very cool. So Risk 2210 AD, we have a Learn to Play event for that, and you can battle it out on or above Earth, because we also have Risk Godstorm tournament. Participate in this epic battle of titans and compete to become the immortal champion. It's great. Both of these versions of Risk are awesome. Can't recommend them enough.
Truly. And also, we're going to have one of my favorite games that we have, which is Robo Rally.
We're bringing back Robot Summer also.
Robot Summer also. It's very strategic to have a robot, I think.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. We've got the Robo Rally Transformers Learn to Play event. So if you've never played Robo Rally, or if you're a little bit intimidated because of the crossover, this is going to be a great event for that. And we're going to have the Robo Rally World Championship Tournament, of course, to figure out who is the best Robo Rally player in all the world. And in the Serpentine lobby, we have Super Robo Rally, hosted by Team Hassenplug. It's an insane event where players play a giant game of Robo Rally with actual robots, like real robots.
Yeah.
Like, these guys are bots.
It's really, really cool.
It's so much fun to watch them moving around and stuff. I'm so excited for this. I'm clearing my schedule for it to go and hang out.
I do just want to point out, somebody in the chat said diplomacy, 3 friends enter 3 ex-friends, which is pretty good.
That does how it feels.
It's brutal. It's a brutal game, but the community, everyone's really nice.
Yeah.
So
off the game map.
off the map. We also have stuff going on in room 242, which are the ticketed RPG events. Immerse yourself in epic storytelling with our ticketed role-playing game events hosted by the Wrecking Crew. There will be events for our World of Darkness role-playing games and Essence 20 role-playing games, including the upcoming Welcome to Nightvale RPG.
My friend, my
Which
darling.
yeah.
For those who don't know in the chat, the Welcome to Nightvale campaign was my first very big campaign here at Renegade, and I've been a longtime fan of the show. So
That was like our first time collabing too,
yeah,
so
it
it's got a special
was.
place in my heart.
It's so special. But yeah, if any of the events that we've talked about sound interesting to you, or you want to hop into those events, use the link in the chat right now so you can go and sign up.
Yeah, next up, join me and the Heroescape designers for a roundtable where we discuss some of the new Heroescape stuff we announced during our Heroescape reveal stream. Then at noon, we'll be airing special coverage from Riftgate Games to check out their recent Heroescape Store Championship event. Then at 12:30, come watch Rena chat with Lin Zhu and take a behind-the-scenes look at Heroescape mini sculpting. At 1, you'll be able to check out Board Hero's painting video of Halachot from Heroescape. Then at 1:30, come take a sneak peek at some upcoming Heroescape armies in action with Board Hero. Then at 2,
at 2 o'clock, we have our Welcome to Nightvale character creation video where I'm joined by Symphony Sanders, Tamika Flynn from Welcome to Nightvale, to make a fun new character for the game and show you what you can expect when it's time to craft your first citizen. At 2:30, we've got special guest Board Game Nation diving into the history of organized play and Axis and Allies. And as everybody knows, I love a good costume. So stick around for our 3 o'clock panel, which is Dan Bojanowski and Renegade Hall of Fame member Thomas Haver talking about diplomacy's era of empire. And yes, they have committed 100, I would say even 110%.
110%.
And they're wearing great costumes.
And at 3:30, we'll be premiering a deep dive on Monsters Menace the World and discussing the game and all the classic cool and creepy monsters that inspired it. Then make sure to stop by our World of Darkness Storyteller Roundtable at 4 for a great chat with some incredibly talented people. Then at 4:30, Ruel Gaviol is back and he's doing a playthrough of an awesome upcoming game, Nishi. And at
5 o'clock, we have our very sneaky after credit scene, so make sure to stick around, especially if you're a Heroescaper.
Wink, wink, wink. Tap the nose, wink, wink. Make sure to watch the next Renegade Con in October. We're always sharing sneak peeks and updates on our games in our email newsletters, so make sure to subscribe to our newsletters. You can also join us on Discord. We talk a lot about stuff. You could talk to us directly. You can, get new information. The Discord is a great place to find it. Follow us on social media. Remember to pre-order all these new games you saw here today. You can head over to our website now to pre-order. And make sure to tune in for the rest of Renegade Con. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you all soon.
We'll see you soon. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
What's up, Renegades? Welcome to another Heroescape Game Designer Roundtable. My name is Anais. I'm the community coordinator here at Renegade, and I'm joined by some of the lovely people who work on everybody's favorite miniatures game, Heroescape. If you want to introduce yourself, that'd be great, and tell us a little bit about what you do. Dylan, why don't you start?
Great. Hi, I'm Dylan. I'm one of the 3 designers for Heroescape with Renegade alongside Rowan and Alex. It's a dream come true for me as someone who's been playing this game since it first launched, and now a little over a year into designing new stuff with these lovely folks, and couldn't be happier. So excited.
Sweet. Rowan?
Hi. Anais just said my name. It's Rowan. If you've been on these streams before, you've probably seen me before. As Dylan also mentioned, I'm one of the 3 designers currently working on Heroescape. And I'm excited to get started talking about the good stuff. Let's not talk about me too much. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex here. Relative Heroescape neophyte compared to Dylan and Rowan, but I've been doing war game design for a long time, and I've been doing Heroescape for a little over a year at this point.
Awesome. Yeah, happy to have you guys here. Thanks for meeting with me to talk a little bit more about Heroescape. Just for the audience's sake, today we announced a bunch of new releases, new things open for pre-order now. So make sure to go check out the Renegade Con June announcement stream so that you can be up to date on all the cool stuff that we're going to talk about. So without further ado, let's get into it. And so I'm going to start with a question for Rowan, but for, anybody, if anybody has a good answer, feel free to jump in. In approaching unit archetypes for a release wave, what's the design process for choosing what to make for each set? With practically unlimited options for figures, like where do you even start?
Yeah, so that's, oh boy, then where do you even start?
Where do you
We
even
get right
start?
to it. Where do you start? So as far as narrowing down infinite possibilities, that's definitely where you start, is the process of narrowing. So fortunately, we don't have truly infinite, because we do have some ground that we're building off of, right? We have everything from Age of Annihilation that has come out. And so we want to start with that base and build out into the rest of the game space, or what is about to be the rest of the game space, as we put new figures out into it. So when designing a brand new figure, we tend to have been given some constraints from production to begin with. So production will have asked us to make something that is going to be some common figures to fill out some army expansions, or they might say, this year we would really like to see a battle box, because we've talked to the fans and talked to other people, and we want to get some more of those sort of entry products. Wherever it is, we sort of start with the definition of what type of thing we're going to be making, and generally how many of them we get. So sometimes I ask Lee, I want to put 4 real big figures in this box, and Lee is like, no, because no one wants to pay for all of those at the same time. So then we narrow the possibility space down that way, and we have a general sort of knowledge of how many figures, what type of figures, are they heroes, are they squads, etc. And then once we have that information, we look at what is already out and start looking at how to build into that space. So with our first sets of commons, we really wanted to make sure that all of the generals are going to get some. So with the very first commons, you just sort of pick some generals and start giving them commons. And as you move along, you just keep going down the list. Like, who doesn't have any? Let's get them some, so that everybody has their fillers for their armies. Once you have built those commons, and those commons sort of define a mechanical space, and so you can build new figures that complement those. And you also want to pull from a good mixture of aesthetics when building a new figure. So we always try to sort of mix leaning into things that are familiar with treading new ground, so that you're not just getting the same things all the time. So you might have noticed we've revisited Ikaria, but haven't brought exactly the same things you've seen from Ikaria before back to the battlefield. They're thematically tied, but we're still treading new ground. So that's sort of a broad field answer for where on Earth we start when we're filling these things out.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that makes sense to me. The process, it sounds to me like the process is even more in depth than the average gamer might realize. Because it wouldn't make sense to just make a bunch of big figures, like you said, even though they would look super cool on a shelf. Speaking of big figures, I have a question for Dylan. How did you decide which dragons would get to be in the Scions of Ikaria? And follow up to that, who is your favorite Heroescape dragon?
That was a very fun art direction moment, to know that we were doing this squad that was going to be the insufferable youth of Icarian dragon royalty. Getting that prompt and then taking that in an art direction path was choice. So picking which dragons get a mini-me. They had to have breath weapons, so unfortunately my boy Karos was out, so sad times, but alas. Beyond that, we wanted one that was representing Utgar, because it's an Utgar squad. And Mimring is the obvious choice there. He's iconic. He's the OG Heroescape dragon. Beyond that, everyone loves Nilfheim, so Nilfheim got in. And Braxis is the answer to the other question of who is my favorite Heroescape dragon. Poisonous Acid Breath is delightfully over redundant and had to make an appearance. So Braxis got to be the other one. And then from there, it's just making sure that all the little details of those dragons that we all know and love made it into these offspring versions for the Scions.
How about Alex, Rowan? What are your favorite Heroescape dragons? You got one, or are they all too good to pick?
I gotta give it up for who's the really squiggly one?
Also a Braxis fan?
Yeah, I think I'm a Braxis fan. Yeah, I was gonna say I like Nilfheim too, but just the shape of Braxis is really great.
Nilfheim's shape is much more come at me, bro.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I'm Team Braxis.
I am
Also,
a
it's
big
my favorite color, so can't go wrong with that. If you can count black as a color, which I do.
Oh man, I am a big fan of the squiggliness of the dragons. I would have to say, if we're picking favorite by dragon, I have fought the most battles against and alongside. It would definitely be Karos, my bane. Dylan's already laughing. Karos is both my bane and my beloved. I love Karos. It's classic to me. But of course, like Dylan said, you couldn't put Karos in because of no breath weapon. But we might see a little bit of a nod to Karos in the future someday. Can't leave
Eyebrow
Karos now.
raised, sips tea. Wink, wink. So previously we had kind of like talked a little bit about commons. So this next question I have is for Alex. With common squads now arriving, what's the planned balance between unique and common releases?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's a really tricky one because the way that common army cards function within the HeroScape rule set, they have a ton of advantages. You can put all of your order markers onto them and have a lot of flexibility. You get tremendous flexibility about which figures you move versus which you don't. So they have a lot of really dynamic built-in strengths. So you really have to be very careful that the commons that you create don't push all of the unique heroes and squads out of the meta. So it's a delicate balancing act because you want them to be impactful and fun, but you also don't want to have a game where it's nothing but, say, Molten Crustaceans or Gallery Vanguard or X, Y, or Z. So it's a balancing act, and not in this batch of figures in particular, because these are a lot of standalone commons that can kind of slot into any army, with the exception of the Scions, which are kind of designed to work with Zenithrax and other dragons, among other figures. But in the future, there are a lot of commons that are specifically designed to bond with existing unique heroes in a very HeroScape way that players will be familiar with. The Vorids of Volarak will get some support in that regard. So it's commons sort of have to fit into the game without overwhelming all the cool, unique stuff. The name of the game is HeroScape, so we want to make sure that the heroes are viable and stars in their own right.
And stars they are. Got a lot of cool stuff coming down the pipeline that all of us here, and I'm sure everybody watching, is very excited about. I'd love to know from each of you, who is your favorite design from this particular story arc? Starting with I guess, Alex, you took a deep breath in, so I'm sure you're ready.
I was, yeah, you saw me prepare mentally, physically, all of the above. I really like the Galrai. The Galrai were really fun to design, and it was one of the designs that we struggled with mechanically for quite a while. And there was a real team effort that surrounded the creation of their kind of signature ability, which is Tidal Advance. It took us a lot of iteration and a lot of different tries to get there, but the end result is a really interesting power that you have to think about when you're running the Vanguards next to the Krakenlings, or alongside a Washia or any of the other ways that you can run that build, because you really have to think about how many different order markers you want on the Vanguards to move everybody forward versus how many order markers you want to put on, say, a Krakenling to get the most out of that fearsome creature's attack potential. The sculpts, I think, are my favorite in the entire wave, and that's in a wave with little baby dragons, so that's impressive.
Yeah, hard to beat baby dragons.
Speaking of baby dragons and people who might want to one day beat them, I'm pretty fond of the Great Bow Archers as a design. Speaking to the place of commons in the game, as Alex said, you want to be especially careful with something like a ranged common, which just leans on the advantages that the commons already have by just giving them range. So we created a set of figures that has like a nice presence on the battlefield. Speaking of big figs, also they're giants, but then they have some impressive abilities to go with that. But they also have a distinct counterplay option that favors melee armies going into them. Like they are long shot specialists, so they want to keep you at range. And if you close on them, they actually have fewer and fewer ways to deal with you as their ability to get that long draw shot off into your face diminishes. So they're a single power, sleek, common figure that we also worked on for a little while to get their numbers just where we wanted them. And I'm very happy with how those turned out. I hope everyone enjoys to play them.
I'm right alongside Alex. The Gelrai are just so fun. People who know me from other war games I've been a part of know I love a swarm army and the ability to balance that idea of we get to move the entire army up at once to then make later activations a lot easier because everything has that aggressive aggro board presence is just I love it. And they're, just cool little fish guys, which is also very fun. Another one that was really cool to art direct, both them and the Krakenling, of trying to do aquatic sapient creatures in a new an original way, not leaning like merfolk, leaning more like a technofied deep one kind of vibe, and then with the Krakenling going not squid but ammonite for the inspiration was a fun sort of challenge to pull the strings at.
So I do have to ask, since we brought up the Krakenling a couple times now, does the Krakenling imply the existence of like a larger adult Kraken?
Who knows what
Perhaps?
I
mysteries
suppose it
lurk in the
might.
deep?
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, you can't tell me too much about that. But so both of you, Dylan and Alex, you both brought up the Gelrai and how they that was one of your favorite things to design. Rowan, I have a question for you, but feel free, anybody can jump into this. What inspired the Gelrai? What part do they play in Valhalla as a whole?
Yeah, so going back to what I said earlier about where do you start when trying to conceptualize something new, we definitely wanted, when I was first pitching them, it was the spot to put, like Dylan mentioned, sort of the swarm figure, like that as we're getting commons out there, there aren't any in modern. So we definitely wanted to do that. And then as far as their aesthetic, wanted to bring a new aspect to Valhalla that we see a lot of the lands and the continent of Valhalla, but Valhalla has vast oceans as well, and they're completely unexplored so far. And so we wanted to look at them and see what kind of stuff could be in there. And the aquatic cousins to the Kiri is an interesting space to bring in more sentient creatures, more natives of Valhalla who have their own perspective on the world, the war, and the constant summoning of everything, just dumping it as water creatures. They also have an interesting perspective on the concept of the well springs, which is where all the power comes from. So there's some interesting stuff going down in the deep vents, and the Gelrai are a really good lens through which to explore that.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in and add a little bit because the first question you asked, there's a component of our work that I want to just emphasize, which is that we work with a lore council, people who are steeped in Heroescape lore, writers, creators, and they have been helping to guide some of our story decisions, which then naturally sort of influences some of the figures that we decide to make. And so they're a part of it, and also the folks who worked on Age of Annihilation and obviously classic Heroescape are also a big part of it. Those storylines and established characters and stuff, play into future product planning as well. And Age of Annihilation kicked off with a sort of a big sneak attack by these pirates. And so pirates, water, exploring the seas, what might be lurking out there.
I can follow.
That's all a big part. Yeah. So the Gelrai fit into that in some small way. The Krakenling as well. Other figures in the future will be even more, a prominent version of that storyline. But what's been really cool to see is that there's dozens of different threads and through lines that are running through this story. And, people will find out more and more about this as time goes on and more bios come up and more of the monthly scenarios come out. But there's a specific narrative arc for the era, and that influences what figures will be emphasized in the era as well. So that's part of what we're seeing with some of these releases as well. Not every one of them. Sometimes we just have a cool idea. and that becomes a figure. But a lot of it gets guided by that narrative, and the lore team's been doing an awesome job on that front.
Awesome. Yeah, shout out to the lore team and all of the wonderful people that work on this game. It's definitely a group effort. So it's great to be able to collaborate with so many talented people. Yeah, I guess a follow-up to that, because we've talked about different squad sizes. So this set of releases has a different, like a range of squad sizes. What are some of the benefits and challenges of designing for both smaller and larger squads? And I could toss this to Alex again, but obviously anybody can answer.
I think Dylan would be a good person to answer this, because Dylan's a big time Horde player and knows the value of a good 4-figure squad.
Tell us about the small squad versus big squad.
Yeah, I mean, with Heroescape, it comes down to you've got 3 order markers in a round, and so you're limited in how many times you can activate your army. And so the more activations you're getting per order marker, the stronger that's going to be on average. So if you have a squad that's 4 figures, that is going to probably need to be a little weaker per figure or higher costed to balance out versus a 3-figure squad. And then a 2-figure squad, where you only have those 2 activations each order marker, needs to kind of punch above its weight to really make those order markers worth it, which you've seen on the 2-figure squads we've done so far. Like, if you look at the archers, they hit hard and from a long range. So when you're activating that, you know you're probably going to get some good solid punch out of that order marker. Same with the Tanuki trickers. They don't hit as hard, but they can do a lot with that activation to really make those 2 figures sing. Whereas something like the Gelrai, you have baked in efficiency with being able to move a bunch of stuff and get 4 activations with 4 movements and 4 attacks. So you'll notice their defense, at least on even ground, not that solid. You need to be able to chew through them a little more. So it's all about finding those individual balances. And then for something like the Scions, they're a 3-figure squad, which would normally be average in terms of number of activations, but they bond with the heavy hitters. They bond with dragons and archmages and things that are really going to pull a lot of weight in an army. So their stats are much less, because just getting any extra activations on top of a dragon is a huge swing in terms of the power level for that activation.
Yeah.
Heroescape math is really complicated, because it's not just what's on any individual army card. It's what those figures bond with. It's how many you get to activate. Are they a unique squad which degrades every time they lose a member, or are they a common squad that stays in play for until they're whittled down to their very final few? So yeah, it's been interesting, because a lot of that is hidden knowledge too. It's stuff that you have to go back and check for, like, oh gosh, if we make this a champion, what can it bond with? What is that? What are the implications for that? When I first started on this job and I looked at a synergy web, it looked like that meme with, from Always Sunny in Philadelphia with Charlie and Pepe Sylvia, where it's just like, and it really does work like that, because it's one of the few war games that just allows anything to go into anything. So you have to really think through how things are going to play out when you're designing them, which can be a challenge, but a fun one.
Yeah, my uncle always said that you only need to be good enough at math to play games. So maybe the next step is you only need to be good enough at math to design games.
It is probably one step higher, unfortunately.
A little bit.
I mean, I quit math after Algebra 2, and I do okay.
There you go. I took Algebra 2 like 3 times, so I'm set.
Yeah, I hated it. I took the minimum amount of required math, and then I cheated in college, and I took like logic or something, because I really didn't want to take another math class.
I would say statistics is probably the one that is most frequently brought up. Yeah,
I'm very happy.
If you're looking for what math should I do for games, stats.
Do you hear that, teenagers in high school math classes? Get good enough to go take AP
Do your
stats. Do your stats, and you could be talented designers like these fine folks here.
It certainly helps.
I'm sure it does. Well, I guess speaking of like hidden details and whatnot, this is a question for all of you, are there any hidden details or fun facts you want to share about a figure in this wave? Anything cool?
My favorite hidden little thing going back to art directing the Scions, the little Braxis, the reference image I gave to the sculptor for that is the woman yells at cat meme of the
That's right.
Amazing.
I forgot
so
about that.
that meme is sort of
God.
interpreted into the little Braxis in that
I
set.
remember that.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
Well, speaking of a little version of a big thing, I guess another interesting detail is if you've been to Gen Con, you would have seen a life-sized Raylan. And mini Raylan looks a whole lot like life-sized Raylan. So keep your eyes on the giant statues. There could be hidden knowledge, or just
That's true.
a good sculpt we can use for a mini in the future. Never waste a sculpt. Never.
We are getting close to wrapping up, so thank you all for joining me. I have one last question. It's kind of a big one, a chunky one. So feel free to answer as best you can. But what are your goals for shaping the contemporary meta based on what you've been seeing so far? And do you have any long-term goals for the gameplay that you want to see in contemporary? And we could start with.
I'll go.
Let's go,
I feel like-
Rowan. I was gonna say Alex, but he keeps going first, so I'm
Yeah,
I keep picking on
jump
him.
it in there.
Rowan, you first.
Sure. I feel like you challenged us. You were like, answer this question if you can.
No, I didn't. Well, I just on my screen it's 3 lines long, so I was like, oh boy.
Big question.
It's a big question. I think
It is a big
it's
question.
fair.
It's like you're sort of asking about, what are we viewing as sort of the heart and soul of the line as we go forward. And definitely a thing that has been mentioned that I'll put some more weight behind is that we want to keep the hero in Heroscape for sure. That it's really important to us as we shape the modern and contemporary meta that we're going to keep releasing unique heroes. There's going to be more than just the ones you've already seen, and we want those unique heroes to have a viable space to exist in. So like not every figure is going to be designed for top of competitive meta in mind, because also that's just how you wildly power scale off the charts. But we definitely want them to all have a place where they have a shot, that they're not just doomed to the you're not as good as commons bin immediately out the gates. Because those are the characters, they're the face cards of the game. Like they're fun, they're interesting. Like you can put a lot more complex mechanics onto one of those figures than you can onto a common that you're going to have a bazillion of in your army, and so that mechanic is going to sort of duplicate in complexity if it's a little too weird. So that's definitely a pillar of design that we are carrying forward, is how do we make sure that we're seeing armies that are carrying not just one and a bunch of commons, but more than a few unique heroes, and they're good even, those armies. So that's what we want.
Yeah, jumping in on top of that, I think that's definitely the core of it. We want a good balance of unique and common, because you've seen the all unique through all of the Avalon Hill designs, all of the Age of Annihilation up until this summer when we started rolling out some new commons. And so you're going to see more commons through next year that are going to complement what is currently out there. So there's going to be stuff that will bolster some of the unique content that seems a little underwhelming right now, stuff that's going to really shake that up and allow for some new army compositions. The idea is hopefully that there will be a ton of viable competitive armies going forward that'll let you play a lot of different archetypes. You can play a swarm, you can play all heroes, you can play synergistic melee bonding pods, you can play with some of your favorite Kyrie in fun new ways next year. Like we're being able to expand that meta. I think it's going to be exciting next year what we'll see on the tables at the major tournaments with how much variety there's going to be.
Yeah, and I'll tack onto this as well, because our role has been a really interesting one as designers, because we're sort of picking up the baton, carrying the torch there was a lot of groundwork laid for us, both with classic Heroescape and also with the Avalon Hill designs. And we are in no way, shape, or form, finished with supporting that stuff. Both some of the classic stuff, Scions are an interesting unit that is, going to be very interesting in the all-time format. They bond with dragons, kings, archmages. There's a lot of really fun and interesting builds that you can do. And it's a good unit to talk about too, because, a figure like Zenithrax, that power level was, designed with greenscales in mind, which are, a classic squad that not everyone has access to, that they don't exist in contemporary. So the Scions are just a really good example of giving them a similar bonding squad, but it's different enough to kind of stand on its own weight. And we're going to be continuing to do stuff like that with, certain figures in Age of Annihilation that have, a good role in the all-time format because they, draw from existing classic figures. We want to give them a contemporary equivalent to that, not the identical thing, but something that is going to fill that role in army construction. So, Zenithrax is going to get a huge boost from the Scions and become a much more, significant force on the battlefield. And so we've got our eyes on things like that. I mean, I mentioned Borids earlier. That's part of it. Certain Kyrie, without spoiling too much, you'll have to check with us again next time. But a lot of that decision making is steered by our War Council members, who are folks who worked on that Avalon Hill stuff and had certain ideas in mind for those designs. So we're trying to make sure that there's a real continuity there, and that we finish the work that they started essentially with their help, in order to make sure that all those designs get their due and get what was planned for them.
Awesome. Well, that about wraps up this game designer roundtable. Thank you, Dylan, Rowan, and Alex, for joining me and answering some questions. Thank you all for watching. We've just scratched the surface of this, and if you enjoyed this video and you want more, give us a like, drop a comment, and let us know that you want to see more content from our game designers. But yeah, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on social media, check the links in the description so that you can pre-order some new Heroescape announced titles, and go to heroescape.com, where we have our character bios, we got info on story arcs, you could see all of our art and some other cool content, so make sure to check that out, and we'll see you all next time. Bye!
Hello, Scapers. We're at Rift Gate Games in Utah for a store championship. These events are happening all across the country thanks to Renegade Game Studios, and they are a chance for local players to compete, connect, and earn some amazing prizes. Just for showing up and battling it out today, every player gets a set of exclusive Aquila order markers. You can't get these anywhere else. The top 8 players will walk away with a silver-based Awashia, complete with a custom foil card art. And the first place winner, they'll claim a gold-based Awashia with a matching foil card. And maybe the most exciting of all, a day 1 buy at the World's Championship at Gen Con. So yeah, stakes are high and the competition's fierce, but the community is what really makes it great. Whether you've been playing Heroescape for years or you're just now diving in, this video will give you a taste of what it's like to attend one of these store championships. From player interviews to epic match highlights, you'll get a behind-the-scenes look at the competition, the camaraderie, and the community that makes events like this so special. Hopefully it gets you excited to find one near you, or maybe even host one yourself. He's almost as big as you are. Got a good turnout here. We got 18 people participating. It's gonna be an epic tournament.
We're here with Business Scaper.
Hey.
You excited for the store championship?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be epic.
Nice. What did you bring?
I brought lots of bears and then Major Q10.
Okay, that'll be great. Is there anything you're afraid of? for this format?
I'm not like afraid of anything, but I feel like I'm gonna see lots of other bears.
There are
Maybe some dwarfs. I might be banning some dwarfs.
for sure. So they get those extra bonuses for sure. What do you think the chances are of getting that goal to watch you?
For me, oh, not good.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Business Scaper. We're get into the tournament.
So, fans, pick, fans, pick. And always in that reverse order. You can play your opponent's figures. Just be very nice to them. Like, please don't drop your opponent's figures. Don't be gross. Wash your hands.
So you're saying if I lose, I can't spike them on?
No.
No Cheeto fingers.
No Cheeto fingers. This is for Store Championship. There's some cool prizes on the line. There are walking judges ready to answer questions. And just for clarity's sake, like if we have questions during our own games, we'll just refer to the group of the tournament organizers to make sure that everything's fair and unbiased. Unless it's about my game, then I get to choose.
And then you got
That's how it works.
one. Are you kidding me? Finn, the Viking champion?
Is this a close game?
Not really.
Not really.
You still got Conquer. That's true. I do have Conquer. There it is. Wait, that was you. On there. Oh.
Is this a close game?
Yeah, I'm winning.
Alright, he's coming.
Okay, turn three.
211 against a samurai.
Are you serious?
He just likes to hit you with the tax of 6, huh?
He wants to roll lots of dice. Big strut. Here we go.
2.
Blocked with 2. I live. It's a miracle. Okay.
How'd your game go?
Good.
Good? Yeah, what happened?
I bombed him with 15 attacks of 3.
I want to see how.
And 11
Q11?
all of them.
Wow.
He only had 1 life left.
And he finished everybody off?
Yeah. I'm bombing him with 6 attacks.
Jeez, do you like Q11?
Yeah.
Nice. So what's your score now? 1-1? 1 win, 1 loss? Nice. Good job. All right, round 2 is just about done.
Which I have like none because they don't know him. Great. You request or is it just how it's fair? Even. Push this is good. 0. Okay. And what's the end of round? One more turn. Oh, right, because I really show.
How's this match going?
So good. Yeah,
Who's winning?
Oh, it's raining on next week.
Josh is winning?
Let's go. Okay, let's go that back one first. Okay, 1, 0. And then attacking down here. So 4, 5, 3, 1. Nice. And then across. Actually, we'll attack down. Okay. Nope. Okay, he gets attacked then. Oh, sorry, that's another one. Yeah. 1, 2. Couple. Rapid rounds. That's game. Okay. Dice is 3. That is for 4. That is nowhere near blocking an attack with 4. And
Ryan Bach, will you do a quick count of these points?
bunch of suckiness. I got 1 archer left. Are going.
Oh wait, he's dead. Yeah. Finn's dead. I lied.
Guys.
Okay, but Finn's attack aura is gonna go on my Viking.
Okay, that's the right spot.
I'm looking berserker charge. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you lose? 1, 2, 3. I think I did. So I won 3 times, lost 1, and then won 3 times. So I did. Berserker.
No way, you got it.
Get that man up there.
You can get.
Can you berserker again?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I put it terribly though. 12.
No go.
But then you just killed us. I'm gonna attack with him on him. Because you have 4. I have 3. Attack? Oh, 4, yeah. Finn's huge. 3. And him 1.
Yeah, that one didn't go through.
So that's the end of the game.
Yeah,
Who wins on points now?
Nope, you're right. I think you do.
By how many? Like 10 points or something?
Less than that. That's
3 points?
I had 40. That was the only thing that happened. Yeah, dang, that's a close game. Who won? You did. You won by like 2 games. You won by like 10.
All right, well, we're in the championship game.
Good luck to you.
Good luck in your Bodacious.
Bodacious blood here.
And Board Hero. And we are both actually vying for that card because we're both going to the Gen Con. So we're both hoping to play the championship there. So this is a really big game for both of us. So I have one pod is 2 sets of Airgruts and a Scrub and 2 Swags. And then I have Savaris with Astra, Phantom Knights with Ordos.
And over here, Pod 1, I've got Oathbound Phalanx, Oathbound Legionnaires, and Kamanawa. Pod 2, Bokbernah, 2 squads of Mono Stingers. Pod 3, Cybers, 2 squads Phantom Knights. And now we roll.
Yeah, cool. So
good luck. 13.
10. So you're gonna pick to be player A or player B.
I'll allow you to pick. I will ban your Krug.
I would also say no.
He's won every game so far.
Unlucky for you.
It makes sense though. Krug is really strong. Now this becomes really tough. But out of all of this, the thing that is most terrifying, I think, to me, is Cayman and the Bugs. So I think I'll take Cayman and the Bugs. Okay. So I don't want to end up Cayman and the Bugs.
Like, oh, these are training armies.
So I'll take Cayman and the Bugs.
Once you put 2.
All right. I will pick my Stinger.
Okay. And now I get a ban and take another.
Yeah.
Or choose not to ban.
Or choose not to ban. That's always an option too. So, yeah, I think I have to ban these guys. I think they're
Now it's a mirror.
So now you take Phantoms with Savaris or Phantoms and Bears.
I'll take the Bears.
I figured.
Bears is more attack.
I think they're a little more stronger than Savaris.
They're a little punchy, yeah.
But
And they've got multiple life.
Yeah, multiple lives too. We got our pods all picked out, so now we're gonna play the game. We'll let you know how it goes.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right, let's do a quick recap of how this championship round went. It was pretty even, honestly, looking at the 2 different armies. Savaris did have an advantage over the Ordos with his great 9 range. Bodacious Blood was able to get the instant move glyph and develop his Ordo real quickly. But as he was developing them, Savaris was able to take out 2 of them in round 1 without taking any attacks. The next 2 rounds, Kamanawa went in to hopefully take advantage of his special attacks and his counter-strike against the Phantom Knights and possibly the Stingers. He took out a few Phantom Knights and started killing his Stingers, but then his Stingers got a great turn of attacks on Kamanawa and finished him off real quick, and I lost a few turns. At that point, it seemed like it was anybody's game. In the next few rounds, his Phantom Knights came in to assassinate Savaris, but Savaris was able to, surprisingly with his 2 defense, fend off the attacks as my Phantom Knights attacked his. The game was coming to a close with only a few figures left, but my bus of bugs was still at full power. They moved in and slowly and surely cleaned up the rest of his figures for that final epic battle against Bokbernah. Unfortunately for Bokbernah, he didn't really stand a chance. He was able to kill 1 or 2 legionnaires, but the bugs were able to take it home. It was an epic battle and a lot of hard decisions, and it was a game worthy of a championship.
Hero Escapers, we've got some victors to announce.
Victors and some vanquishes.
That's right. We'll announce top 8 prizes first. In 8th place, we have the backbone of the Utah monthly Heroescape scene, Leave It! Foil card. Alright, we have in 7th place, we have Shady Robot.
Let's go! You got my shake your hand. I will restrict the schedule.
All right. In sixth place, we have Smart Hog. So hold on to this one. I think I'm going to give that to Mike.
You're a two-time man.
All right.
There's going to be another.
In fifth place, we have Sexy Sonland.
Nice. I will be for that.
In fourth place,
I have.
we have Portimus.
Of these because
Yeah. All right. In third place, we have the Business Screaming.
nice work.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, man. And second place, let's go!
Say that loud.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
And in first place, winning the gold-based Awashia, the foil Awashia card, and a very coveted first round buy in the Gen Con World Championships, we have Board Heroes. Let's go!
Thank you, everybody.
Nice work.
It was a great game.
It was an awesome game.
A little swingy, but it was a good time.
Sweet.
All right, here with Rybots. He's one of the great organizers that makes these things happen.
Not so great.
So how was the event for you? How did you prepare for it, and what were some of your strategies?
I mean, I probably didn't prepare as well as I should have, but I kind of tried to do the rock, paper, scissors with my pods. And I wanted to win the gold Awashia with Awashia, which maybe wasn't the move, because she was really good against, I ran Phantom Knights with Raylin, and she's really good against that pod individually, but not so great against pretty much anything else. So that was kind of my biggest downfall there, but I still had a great time. The community here is awesome. It just feels like you're hanging out with the boys all day. So we love it.
Awesome.
We love it.
What kind of advice would you give to anybody that's trying to win a Storm Championship?
I'd say just kind of get some games in. Make sure you know you have a game plan, and then when you do have a game plan, stick with that, because that's what's going to win you. Consistency is going to win you the games.
Definitely. Awesome. Thanks, Rybots.
Thank you.
All right, we got Curtimus here. What do you got there?
I got my reward for finishing top 8. It was a fun tournament. Unfortunately, I was matched up with the tournament winner Board Hero in round 1. It wasn't honestly a close match, but it went to time, so that's something.
That was. It was a good game. We always have good games, and we always get paired round 1 for some reason.
Round 1. And then whoever wins it or goes really deep.
Yes. So, what was your favorite thing about this Store Championship event?
I just enjoy hanging out with the community, especially this format where people are bringing a lot of different pods of units. You see a lot of variety. There's a lot of strategy in it. It's just a lot of fun. I'm having a great time.
For sure. What advice would you give anybody preparing for a tournament?
If you've never been to a tournament before, I get it sounds like it's daunting. I promise you it's not a blood sport style event. This is just a casual, it's fun. Don't be scared, just show up. If you don't have a lot of units, you can just ask people to borrow them and you're going to get helped out every time. Just give it a shot. You're going to enjoy it a lot more than you probably think you will.
Oh, for sure. Awesome. Well, thanks for your thoughts, Curtimus. All right, we got Sexy. Well, it's actually with a 5 now, right?
Yeah, until they unrestrict it.
Yeah, his name was a little too risque, apparently. So Sexy Sonlin here, or Josh, he's one of the tournament organizers. So he helped organize and put on this awesome store championship. So as a tournament organizer, what was your experience in prepping for this and getting, working with the store, working with Renegade, getting price support? Like, what was that all like?
So it was pretty good. We've been blessed to find a super good store that's been really helpful with the promos, and also it's just good to have a couple other really helpful TOs in figuring out what we want to do for tournaments and what we wanted to do for this. We also kind of stole some ideas from past championships where we kind of copied and pasted this one.
What would your advice be for a tournament organizer out there somewhere that's trying to get a store championship at their store? Like, what do they need to do? How do they communicate? How do you get it going? Like all that kind of stuff.
So on the store support side, if you're having a hard time, just go to different stores, show them that there's a community around and that It's a fun, easy to learn game. As for like setting up what you want to do, how to set up, I'd say just get in the Discord chats, talk to those people, see what ideas they've had. Just get help from your own community, because like map stuff is probably one of the craziest things to try to coordinate. So assign maps to different people that have terrain. And
that's awesome. Great advice. How was the event for you? How did you do? Did you get an Awashia?
I did get silver-based Awashias. Pretty sweet.
Nice.
Wasn't expecting that. But no, it was fun. It was a fun event. We had a pretty good turnout. A lot of really great players here. So,
well, thanks for all the advice and information. All right, we got Leaf It here, or also known as his real name, Norm. So we just had a Sword Championship event. What were your thoughts about it?
Well, it was pretty fun. Had a pretty decent turnout. Had some pretty fun games. Wish I had a little bit more luck in my die rolls, but you know, is what it is. Well, you come to play the game, you don't necessarily always come to win. I'm sure a lot of people wish they could win more often. But
right. How long have you been playing HeroScape for and helping with organizing events?
So I was introduced to HeroScape when I was 14, which was 16 years ago. Yeah.
That's a good time.
My brother, he bought me a master set, and I've been playing it ever since. I did stop for a little while after high school. I just put it in a cardboard box in a closet and took it with me when I moved around. And at some point, I looked back and found the HeroScapers forums, which I had gone to a couple times when I was younger, but I didn't really participate. And then there was still a community there. And I found out there were people in my area that were doing events, not like consistently like the monthly, but they were doing like once every 6 months or something. Like something would come up. It wasn't very consistent. But then a guy in our community, he went by the Duke. His full name was Steve Duke, and he started running a monthly tournament for like a year and a half or so, and then he was going to move, so he passed it on to me.
What is it about HeroScape that makes you put in the time to organize events, to play it, and just that it's such a big part of probably your life, just like me?
I mean, I don't know, it's like every time I feel like I'm done with the game, I'll be like, well, I'll still come to the monthly because, you know, it's fun. And after playing that day, I'll be like, man, I want to play again. I want to do more. And like, it reinvigorates me every time I come to one of these events and there's all these people and it's just a fun time. And I'll come to one of these events and that just pulls me right back into it. I just want to play more. I want to spend time with everybody and keep playing this game. So it's just a really fun game, and it's really fun to play with people.
Awesome. What advice would you give to anybody preparing to go to their first tournament?
Don't stress too much about doing well. Just try to understand what you're playing and ask questions. Everybody's always willing to help you. They're always willing to give advice, especially if you're newer. Like, I can't speak for everybody, but if I know the person I'm playing against is newer, I will try to give advice if I think they're willing to receive it. Some people don't want it, so you kind of have to get a feel for that. But as long as you are willing to ask questions, I am willing to give answers, and I'm sure most other people are as well. And most communities, there's people willing to let you borrow things. So like, I have an almost fully complete collection of everything HeroScape ever released. In the Discord server we run, we have a borrow channel for anybody who ever wants to play with something that they don't have. Me or someone else will bring it for you. So you don't have to have a full collection. You don't have to worry about what the meta is. You can just say, hey, what do you guys think I should play here? People will give you army ideas, and if you don't have it, we'll bring it for you. And so if there's something you're thinking of buying, you're not sure about, we can bring it for you and let you try it, or, you know, just reach out. We're always willing to help you.
Well, thank you, Norm. I appreciate your time and all your advice and insights into HeroScape, an awesome game that we all love playing.
Welcome.
Well, how was the match?
Dude, the match was fun. You know, taking an L isn't always great, but I was glad it was between you and I.
It was. I was excited that it was us two that went up against each other, since we're both vying for that buy for the Gen Con Championship.
Yeah, and we've got another chance at it as well, and I'll win that one.
There you go. So what kind of things did you do to prepare for this match, for the whole tournament?
You just show up and rip, you know? No, I think I like this format a lot. I hope that more scenes can adopt this format. Pods, just in general, become this player versus player format rather than this army versus army format. And so just like thinking about balance, thinking about what my opponent's going to bring, thinking about how I can counter that, how I can counter my own stuff in case my opponent plays my stuff. All of that just goes into this format. It's so fun. Pods are my favorite of all the formats.
It is a super fun format. I do enjoy it. I'm newer to HeroesCape, so I don't have as much experience as some people where they got years and years, so they know all the different units and how well they can be pitted against each other. But it's a lot of fun because of that fact of the player versus player. And what's really cool in the community that I've seen since HeroesCape wasn't in production for a long time, but it's back, so it's exciting. But during that time, since there wasn't like a ton of new official figures coming out, well, there wasn't any, is that formats were created to make it more fun. So there's a lot of creative formats than just bring one army and go at it. There's drafting and there's side boards and there's different objectives. So like it's really cool that within the game, there's game.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of fun. So
totally agree.
But yeah, so this is the gold Awashia we got here. Very exciting.
This is the silver Awashia,
which is awesome.
Which is awesome.
Like it's really cool. I think that Renegade is trying to help build the community and provide promos and provide opportunities, more opportunities to continue to play and to win cool things. Which it was really cool to be able to win like a silver Awashia, gold Awashia, to be able to have this unique unit. It's not just like anybody can just go and buy one.
Yeah, and to that point, like the Utah scene here that we've kind of fostered and grown over time, it's probably one of the longest standing, most active communities of HeroesCapers in the world. But it's really fun with the advent of new HeroesCape, like seeing new people join the game, mixing with the people that have kind of carried the game on their shoulders in a way for a long time. And so just that mix of experience, that mix of fun, that mix of community is just couldn't just anything better.
Oh, for sure, definitely. The community is what makes it fun. I started last year and came to a tournament and it just felt so welcoming. So if you're looking for going to a store championship or just finding a community, like just know that you're going to be welcomed because everybody is just so friendly and everybody's like an advocate for HeroesCape. It's a fun game and it's fun to play with your friends and make friends doing it. So if you're looking to go to a store championship, I definitely recommend doing it because you have a chance for winning awesome figures and just having a good time.
And if you're going to Gen Con, watch out for Board Hero. Watch out for Bodacious.
Yeah, watch out for Bodacious Blood.
Even if I don't get that day one buy, I'm coming for that World Championship title.
It is. And you might just be playing in day one twice.
there, Renegades, community specialist Rena Amaranthin here to give you a bit of an intro to this video. We wanted the focus to be on Lynn's amazing sculpting, so we opted for voiceover only. We're really excited to show you some more Heroescape behind the scenes and maybe spark some ideas for future panels or streams. We'll see. But without further ado, our Heroescape behind the scenes miniature sculpting panel. Do you want to introduce yourself, Lynn, before we jump into the mini model part?
Yeah, sure. So, hi guys. Hi Rena. Thank you for inviting me to join this session. I'm Lin. I'm a 3D artist that has been working in this industry for about 7 years. Previously, I served for Hasbro, Sony, Tencent, and many other companies to do 3D models for games, films, and toys, all sort of stuff. And now I'm doing Heroescape for Renegade. And today is just a very, very rough showcase to show the whole process because the whole sculpting takes many days and even weeks sometimes and involves a lot of back and forth, a lot of tweaks and collaborations between all the team members. And I just want to show you the whole process, but we can totally do a sculpting live stream if we have chance.
That'd be really fun. How long do you think that would take, a sculpting live stream?
A couple hours at least.
Well, hey, maybe for next Renegade Con.
Yeah, comment below. Generally speaking, my workflow contains 4 stages: blockout, silhouette, structure, and details. So let's just start right with blockout. So in this stage, I'll just use some basic geometries to block out the shape.
So what decides, like how do you decide what you put in now versus what you put in later? Because I assume the armor and stuff isn't going on to the silhouette, is it?
Yeah, basically speaking, what affects the silhouettes will get blocked at this stage. In this case, the arms, the guns, and the ammo chains, and of course the body, which really define the character, will get blocked. And the other small things like those gears on the fingernails, eyelashes maybe, we'll save that for later stage.
Oh, the little detail things. That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. And another ball.
I think he looks great right now. We could print this.
Nobody will buy this.
I'll buy it. Yeah, so how do you decide the size of the weapons? Are you just going based off eye and the sketch?
Yeah, just eyeballing it because everything we have right now will be abandoned. It's just placing something right there to represent everything we need. It's not final shape. And it's not even the final position.
Do you have different strategies for say if you were blocking out a humanoid creature instead of a centipede? Is that a different process for you, or how do you do that?
Yeah, a little bit difference do exist, but I say not that much. The basic concept is still from big to small. I like to start with body and then the limbs and the head and other features. For this guy, the ammo and the machine guns, and for dragons, the wings and the tails for squirrels. So not that much difference, but I know there are some artists that like to start with the visual interest, aka the head. But I'm more of a traditional old school person. I know for block out stage.
That comes together so quickly and you can already start to see it pulling together. That's so cool. So what's the next step?
So next step is to sculpt out the silhouette of this of the creature, but I'm just doing the arm today to save time.
That's a good idea. So do you have a lot of creative freedom at this step? Do you sort of get to play around with how it's going to look, or do you stick very strictly to the sketch?
Well, it depends. Some concept artists are really ambitious, I can tell from the drawing. They almost drew out every details they want. And some concept artists just leave more space for us 3D artists to do our work. But there's always space for creativity because, not everything looks good in 2D also works in 3D. For example, in this sketch, the deltoid part is actually kind of off because I'm quite sure the deltoid and the bicep is not on the same plane. It's a little bit anatomy error. I've done this over and over a lot of times, so I can remember every muscle, but I just can't remember the muscle name. They're too
Hey, you don't
complicated.
need them as long as you can see them.
It's just too hard to remember all these Latin names.
But it looks really good. So how do you decide? Because we're still just in silhouetting. So when do you decide that this is like good enough to move on to the next step?
Well, if you can tell what it is from this silhouette preview window, that's good to go.
So I feel like there's a lot of detail in this already. Do you plan on adding more details at this stage, or are you going to wait until moving forward? Because I know you mentioned in our conversation before that it's a common mistake that people start detailing a little too early.
Yeah. I will not do details at this stage. I'm just blocking out those muscles and maybe a little bit of those mechanical structure. I'll start over again later stage to do the low poly, high poly process. That's where I really start doing this model. And until now, it's still just trying to find out where all the things are and how big it is and the silhouette, and now we can compare it with a concept art to see if the silhouette is the outline matches. The upper arm should be a little longer.
And if, like, for example, if the arm looked better shorter, would you keep it shorter, or would you still try and like stick to the concept art and like make it physically longer, even if it looked not as good? Not this one. This one looks great, but just as an example.
I will ask. I will ask others idea, and also if I can contact the concept artist, I will ask his or her idea. For 3D artists, the number one priority is to respect the concept art, but there's always room for changes. I know there are some game companies that do 2D, 3D, 2D cycle. That is, when the concept art is out, the 3D artists make a 3D model out of it, and then hand it back to the 2D artist, and they will draw another more detailed concept art, and then go to 3D and do a more detailed model, and then go back to 2D. So there is a lot of room for collaboration and changes.
That is really cool. So you spend a lot of time talking to like other artists too, and sort of making a vision together. It's collaborative.
Yeah, it is. Collaboration is key.
I completely forgot that that was 2 cylinders and an orb not even 10 minutes ago. I was like, that's an arm now. Your job is to just make him look good. It's somebody else's job to figure out what his weapons do.
Yeah, my job is just to respect the concept artist. Don't let them blame me. You ruin my art.
I can't imagine that would happen. I know that I would be very excited to see something that I did in 2D come to life in 3D.
Yeah, I hope so. Some concept artists are really proud.
It's a lot of work, I bet. Yeah, but you also do a lot of work, and this is really good. And so besides using, because you mentioned you used a different brush to sort of make the metal parts versus the muscle parts, what else do you do at this stage to sort of differentiate between like organic and inorganic? Or is this just like, because of the concept sketch, and eventually somebody else will paint it?
Actually, there are a lot of ways to sculpt to differentiate muscles and metal parts in later stage while detailing. Different material has different surface texture, and the forms and also color plays an important role. When sculpting in this stage, I just remind myself by using the trim brush to remind me which part is the organic and which part is mechanic.
I mean, yeah, and even though it's all one color, you can tell which parts of this are organic and which part of this is like metal or armor or whatever they've put on the scary bug.
Yeah.
I'll also say the fact that you're working with like such a small drawing and still able to get like all of these details is astonishing.
Yeah, I'm used to it. You always get different qualities of concept art. Doesn't always really good to look, but you'll get the idea.
What part of the sculpting process do you think you spend the longest on?
I think this part during the silhouette, because that's where all the bases. You want to make the base look good until before you make anything else. Before you step further, I think that looks good, and you can already tell it's a arm from the silhouette. And you can see how the muscles grow and which part is hard and which part is soft.
Yeah, it's incredible. And like I said, like 10 minutes ago, it was 2 cylinders and a sphere. And now it looks like when you're digging through a toy box and you find the arm that popped off of like a soldier doll.
Yeah. So next step is doing the structure. In this step, I will use the low high poly workflow. Is to make a low poly first and then dive into high poly. So the first step is extract out is to make a low poly. The method I always extract out the surface and then remesh it until it's a low poly. First step, just mask out the part I want to make low poly. Let's do this part first because this comes on top of the other one.
And for like our viewers who might not know, what is the difference between like the low poly and high poly and why you do this step?
The low poly refers to a geometry that has relative low poly count that gives you easier control and to the topology flow and the shape. And the high poly refers to the final finished product that has a high poly count that is really hard to make changes to it. So I would like to start with a low poly and then work level up to the high poly.
So just building more details, getting things more structured. That makes sense.
So now we get a really clean surface to work on, and from this point I can adjust the shape as much as I want. It won't affect any detail I shall work on later.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so that must make it nice and easy when you need to adjust just like one little thing and you don't have to move the whole sculpture.
Yeah, I don't need to worry about messing up the details I did and worry about the surface are getting too bumpy. It will always be really clean with a simple polish.
And we talked about it a little bit during the silhouette process about how like you used like real anatomy to build this arm and sort of understand how the 3D shapes work. And obviously Heroescape is not quite realism. So how do you balance that stylization of the Heroescape characters and things with like your knowledge of the 3D shapes, anatomy, all of that?
Well, I would describe the Heroescape style as stylized realism. That style is utilized by many board games since the physical limitations when molding and when playing. You don't want something to be too thin and too small, and the players can't see it at all on a 40mm high miniature. And if something gets too thin, it will get easily broken while playing the toy. Like for example, the ammo chains, I want to keep it at least 2mm thick to make it strong enough to hold. So the most feedback I get while I was making this model is make this thing bigger, make that thing bigger, and make the head bigger. You can already see from this, the head is a lot bigger from the first version, and the arm is also bigger, and also the claws are bigger and set aside at both sides of the body instead of folding up because it will make it hard to mold.
Does it make it easier for you when they're slightly bigger to work on?
It depends. If it's too big, it's hard to hide all these flaws I will make. But also I don't need to worry about many fine details when things are really big.
So what do you think is going to be like, or was, I guess, because you've done this before and you're redoing it for us on stream. Thank you very much. Like, what was the hardest part of this to sculpt?
For this model, I think this is the forearm, the rotation of the forearm, called pronation and supination, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because that involves two. I think this is the second hardest part in anatomy, human anatomy, because that involves two measure bones. Rotation and overlaying one on top of the other, and there's a lot of muscle that controls the fingers going together and attached on both bones. So this model, it didn't turn out that much. It's not that hard, but still challenging. To figure out the anatomy there.
That's cool. I would have thought it would be like the machine gun, but I guess those are just shapes.
Yeah, that part looks complicated, but that's just a bunch of shapes, so it's not that much of a deal.
Is that part of like because you mentioned that you have a method for keeping the mechanical parts from being too rigid up against like organic parts, which I imagine comes handy a lot for Heroescape. because so many characters are wearing armor.
Yeah, so the key is just to try to avoid perfect straight lines because that only exists on human-made stuff. All the organic stuff have curves, so to make it feel more organic, you just need to try to keep the curve, keep the feeling, although it's a hard surface part.
But it's not blocky. Like it's very obviously armor and not like
Yeah.
blocks.
Not Minecraft block.
I didn't want to take away the opportunity for you to say Minecraft blocks.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that. It's too time consuming to do other parts. Let's just stick into the deltoid and hide the others. So from now on, can just set the concept art aside for a while and look into references I find. For mechanic part, I always like to find references on those engines.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I would never have thought about like the inside of an engine.
Yeah, this looks really cool when it comes to mechanic part. For this circle, I think it kind of looks like here.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what it is, but I will replicate it. I think it looks cool here to add a bit more detail. Okay, I won't even go this far or before I spend too much time on it. Okay, I'll just stop here and go to detail.
So that's the end of structure. You can like completely tell what it is. It's taking shape. You can start feeling like the personality. And then the last section is details. So what
Yes.
sort of details do you start putting in at this stage?
So, as for details, I think it's more of a storytelling moment. I will imagine how this character lives and in the world of Heroescape and how they fight and their personalities. Usually at this stage, I didn't have access to the full background story of the characters, so I'll just use some common sense. Like this guy is definitely a shooter, so it takes more bullet wounds rather than the knife wounds, and he looks really proactive, aggressive.
Yeah.
So he will take more damage than the others. So when I was doing those things, I will imagine like, what if, in this stage, just remember to create a layer so you can go back anytime. I imagine what if it takes a bullet from here.
You can see the wear and
sharp
tear.
end. Yeah, at the sharp end.
And
I
like there's
also-
small details, but they make a huge difference.
Yeah, now you can really see the story behind the character. Maybe some scratches. Scratches usually too detailed for the miniature like this, but adding some of them satisfy myself.
Yeah.
And I always check the real life references, how those medals really wears in real life. But the problem of this is sometimes I will do too much detail and it looks too busy.
Yeah, so what do you do if you like have put a bunch of detail, you look at it and you're like, oh, this might be a little overcrowded, this might be a little too busy.
Yeah, so that's why I keep layers here, so I can always go back.
Any artist agrees. Lots of layers.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, we didn't do much details on this product, because I remember my supervisor said they want to leave more free space for the painters to paint. They can distress them by themselves and tell the stories by themselves. The players are also storytellers. I saw those really amazing painting work they posted on media, and I see how they physically make all these wares by themselves. So better than I do. So I want to leave them more space to create by themselves and try to do minimal work on my side.
But even just those minor details that like softening the corners, you can tell this is like a piece of armor that has been worn for a long time and used and like seen some battle versus a brand new one.
The sculpting process involves a lot of trying, a lot of experiment like this. Not every idea will work, but you will never know before you try.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and you can always undo it if you do something, try it, don't like it, keeping the layers, undo button. Thank you, undo button.
Yeah, lifesaver.
Do you like have a favorite material to sculpt? You have like a ton of the mechanical references, and like you've done this piece of armor beautifully. But is that like your favorite thing to sculpt to make?
No, actually, I like muscle more than mechanical parts. Uh, I always said to my friend I should have born in ancient Greek. I like watching Mr. Olympics, although I don't exercise by myself. Every time I look at those muscles, I can. I always said how magnificent the nature is. How can somebody create? How can God create something like this? It's so elegant, so powerful.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And now I know why so many of our figures have such nice muscles and belts.
Yeah, I did a lot of them. Okay. Basically, you get the idea is just remember to do the storytelling while doing all the detail stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, that's the process of how I create this model. I just to do all the stages over and over again on each pieces, and do many back and forth, do many tweaks, and collaboration with other artists to see which part need to be adjusted and which part we can keep that. So I think that's all for today.
That's so incredible. From block out to final detail, like just the drastic difference. And thank you so much for like, yeah, the side by side, beautiful. Thank you for showing us and letting us watch and letting me ask you questions the whole time you were working.
It's okay. It's also the first time I do live stream. That's kind of stuff.
Well, it was really great. Like this has been a lot of fun, and I think we like if you're open to it, I think we'd like to like have you back on again sometime.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun when I'm talking to people while sculpting. The time
I'm
flies
glad.
by.
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. Big thanks to our sculptor, Lynn, for sharing their process. And thank you so much for watching. If you loved this behind the scenes look, be sure to check out our Heroescape reveals and more interviews that we're doing here at Renegade Con. Tell us your favorite detail from the sculpt.
Escapers. I'm Michael with Board Hero Valhalla, and I am so excited to show you all what I've been working on. This is Halushot, and man, when I opened up the box, I was so excited to get to painting her. She's a little bigger than I thought she was going to be, but she has some really awesome details, and she has some crazy abilities that I am very excited to try out on the battlefield. A big thanks to Renegade Game Studios for sending me Halushot early so I could be part of the Renegade Con spotlight. I am always grateful for these opportunities. All right, let's get Halushot primed up. I started with a black base coat and added a zenithal highlight. Priming helps your paints go on smoother and gives a good, even surface to work with. You don't have to go with black. Something like a purple could work here too, since the cape ends up being that color, but black with a zenithal highlight is always a solid choice. Before we start painting, I always get everything ready. Clean water, brushes, paint. Normally I'd grab my speed paints, but not this time. For Hellushot, I'm using the new Heroescape paint set. It's got 20 themed colors tailored for Heroescape minis, and I've been excited and dying to try it out. I've been doing mostly speed paints lately, if you've watched any of my videos, so this will be a fun change of pace. I mean, it may sound weird, but the bottles in this set feel great. The brush that it comes with has a nice tip too, and the colors look really vibrant. I'll be doing a full unboxing of the paint set in a future video, so keep an eye out for that on the channel. Whenever I paint, I like having some reference art. Even if I don't follow it exactly, it helps guide my decisions. I printed out the Hellushot art, even though my printer is running a little low on ink, and used it to figure out what colors I would need. So here's the plan. The eye parts and mouth area, if you could call that, the indents of the mask, and all the snakes are gonna get crimson red. For the cape, I started with Batwing, but I quickly switched to Arberus Berry. The red tint just worked out a lot better. The hooves will just be plain old matte black. Fur and hair are a mix of matte black and a Vidar gray. For all the bones, the horns, and the skulls on the shoulders, they will be hive bone. For the staff is a leather brown. For the straps on the staff, and there's some like on the arms and go on the skulls, I'm going to use Brigadine brown, however you pronounce that. For the cloth bits, I'm going to use ancient stone, and those little gold circle pieces around the waist, we'll use tainted gold. And I want the red on the mask glow a little bit more, so I'm going to use some white ink to help that red pop out, but you could use matte white as well behind it, but the ink's just kind of fun to use. With acrylics, using a wet palette makes a huge difference. I hadn't opened mine in a while, been on the speed paint kick, but it still had water in it. Pretty impressive. Wet palettes help keep your paint workable between sessions. Even days later, or apparently a year later, it's still good. When I paint, I like to start with the most recessed areas first. That way I'm not accidentally painting over something I already finished later on. So the first thing I started with was the ancient stone for the cloth. Those little cloth tendrils. And the part that kind of wrapped around the torso. Two to three goats to get it to look nice and even. Then I got some matte black for the hooves. That's real quick and easy. Next, I used that matte black mixed with some of the Vidar gray to paint the hair and fur on her legs and hands. Then I moved on to the straps using that brown shade. There's straps here on the staff, on her wrist, on the skulls. For a little note, this is the order that I painted in, but I should have done the staff first to avoid cleanup, but that's what I did. Okay, so I start on the cape, and like I said, I picked out Batwing, but once I put it on, it looked a little too brown. So I grabbed the Arberus Berry, and I threw that on there, and definitely that was the color I wanted. So I grabbed a paper towel, got it a little wet, and wiped off that Batwing, and it came off pretty good. Then paint up all the cape with Arberus berry. Then there's some straps or tendrils of that cloth or cape that kind of go around on her chest, so you got to get those too. Then I painted all the bone sections, so the necklace thing, the horns, the skull armor if you want to call it, and all the teeth that are kind of dangling around on her waist with hive bone. With these lighter colors, I did have to apply more of the 2 coats to make it look good. Next, I got the leather brown for the mask and the staff. And again, I wish I'd done this before the straps because I had to do a bunch of cleanup on the straps. Next, I grabbed the tainted gold for the little balls around the waist. That metallic pop looks great. I really love metallic paints. I think that's why I love painting the Icenic, because I can use more metallic paints and it just looks so cool. For the mask, I started with the white ink in the recesses so that the red would glow more. So then I got the crimson red and put that all over those little white spots and in the mask recesses. Then use the same red for the snakes. And then there's that little crystal orb wrapped in the staff straps. I almost forgot about it. Before I'm going to put the washes on though, I did take some matte black and hit the little snake eyes just to make those stand out a little bit more. Once all the base colors were all done, time to move on to some shading. And the easiest way to do some shading is with washes. So first I grabbed Agrax Earthshade to use on all the browns, the skulls, the masks, and the horns. I also tried a little bit on the cloth, but I didn't love the result. So I ended up going back and repainting it with the base coat.
After all the aggressor shade, I then use Nuln Oil on everything else. It's basically just like a black wash. So we hit the fur, we hit the cape, we did all the snakes and the little red details here and there. I think using some washes is the quick and easy way just to tie everything in and hide any of the imperfections or overlapping of your base coats that you may have made a mistake and didn't go back and fix. After all the washes, then we want to get in some highlights, bring some color back into that because the washes do dull it out quite a bit. First, I want to use a little bit of dry brushing. It's just one of those techniques that's really easy to do and you get fast, easy results. So I got some leather brown to highlight up all the leather brown spots, so the staff and the mask and part of the horns. Then I started on the cape, and I just started with the straight Arberus berry and hit the entire cape with that. And then I went and added a little bit of matte white to it and kind of went up a couple times in brightness using the matte white mix-in. And that really gives you a nice highlight that transitions to brighter and brighter, and it really makes it stand out. Next, I wanted to highlight the black areas, so I just mixed in some of the Vidar gray with the matte black and slowly brought that up on the hands and the legs and a few little other spots with the black. Highlighted all the bone areas, again with hive bone, just picking out mostly the edges and a few little spots that you would see the light hitting. And then I forgot about the cloth pieces around her chest and torso, so I grabbed some Arberus berry and highlighted those as well. And finally, I hit up the little gold pieces with a little more tainted gold to bring back some of that brightness after the wash. She's looking so good. I am very happy about the way she's turned out. You know, sometimes you paint up a figure and there's things that you like about them, you don't like about them. Pretty much overall, I'm really happy with the way she looks. Yes, it's taken me probably twice as long to paint her because I'm using straight up acrylic paints instead of the speed paints, and I've gotten really accustomed to the speed paints. So yes, I'll need to practice getting faster with the regular acrylic paints again. I think every miniature should get some kind of treatment with the base, and the thing that's really cool, you can tie it into the environment or into their personality or whatever you want, but either way it really makes them pop and stand out, especially when you're playing against other people and you got these super cool painted up miniatures with bases. They definitely stand out. So I took a look at the artwork and I saw kind of like a fiery wasteland in the background, so I decided to go for like a lava style base. So I started with some ancient stone as the base color because it's kind of a warm and neutral, and I'll probably have to put 2 or 3 coats of that on there. Then I couldn't help it, but I grabbed some speed paints. I saw some video and it was kind of the way they did it, so I liked it. So I thought I would go with it. So I grabbed Nuclear Sunrise. It's really vibrant orange color. I really like it. So I put down a thick layer of that. After that dried up, then I got some Zealot Yellow of the speed paint as well and layered that over top. So we kind of have some orange and yellow hues. Once that dried, I applied Martian Iron Earth. It's a technical paint that like magically cracks as it dries. It's super cool. I have no idea how it works. So I laid that on super thick because I wanted some thick cracking, and you just kind of let it sit overnight and come back to something amazing.
By the next morning, it had dried into some amazing cracked lava look with the orange and yellow glowing through. Look at that. So to finish it off though, I took a little matte black and dry brushed it across the surface to give it kind of that scorched crust look. Absolutely loved how this turned out. Now we got to protect all of our hard work with some varnish. The one I'm using is satin, so you get a little bit of a shine, but not too shiny. And that's it. Halusha is done. I genuinely had a blast painting this figure. The sculpt is incredible, and it gave me so much to work with. I also really enjoyed using the new Heroescape paint set. The colors were vibrant. I had everything I needed, actually, and the paints handled great. Totally impressed. Now, compared to speed paints, this definitely took longer, but I'm really happy with the results. Worth every minute. Well, thank you for joining me on this painting journey. If you didn't know, I did launch a new channel called Board Hero Valhalla, 100% dedicated to Heroescape now. If you want more painting content or game coverage, come check it out. Hope you enjoy the rest of Renegade Con. I'm so excited Heroescape is back. The community is growing and it's full of amazing, friendly people all here to share the experience. And hopefully this gave you some ideas or inspiration for your next Heroescape figure you're going to be painting up. 3D-scapers. I hope you're as excited as we are for the new figures that have just been revealed. Man, Renegade has been cooking on these designs. There are so many awesome new synergies and abilities that are coming out. I am so excited and grateful for this opportunity that we have to showcase some of those designs through a playthrough. If you didn't know, I am Michael with Board Hero Valhalla, and we got my son here.
My name's Damon. In Valhalla, my name is 3D Scaper.
That's right. So we're going to go over our army builds and show you what we got in store, and then we'll get to playing.
My people are the Great Bow Archers. I have 2 sets, and Halusha, he can bond with a lot of beasts, and Rona the Brambletooth, he can be bonded by people who bond with beasts. Marshot, Mind Whisper, he could bond with beasts. And Rusha, Grove Keeper, he could bond with small and medium. And Kita, and we have the Iceful Berserker so that Halusha Shot could bond. Anshu and Shayna the Zenith Wing. That is my army. What's yours, Board Hero?
Thanks.
Or Michael?
So my army, I have the new Scions of Icaria. They're cute little dragon babies, and they get to bond with any Archmage, Dragon, King, or Queen unique hero to be their liege. So their liege for this is going to be the new Sonlin on the dragon, because he's an Archmage, so that's perfect to bond up with him. And then I have the Dreadnots of Caraway Cavern, and they will be bonding with the Crimson Widow, which is a captain, and she has an awesome ability where she can hire any unique squad to become a pirate. So I had her hire the Frostclaw Paladins so that they are now pirate bears, which Crimson Widow gives all pirates that are attacking adjacent figures +1 attack. So those bears you thought were scary before, now they're even scarier, and they will be bonding up with Irene. So we have a pretty even amount of points for our armies. I don't know which one's going to be stronger because of synergies and numbers and things like that, but we both have around 700 points, which these will be fun to showcase everything. Now, in a more competitive build, I would probably have a much different build using each of these and maybe more of them. Anyways, let's get to it. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat you.
There.
You beat me last time, so there's no mercy this time.
You're gonna lose.
Okay, let's roll for initiative. I got a 2. Beat it.
4.
You did. Well, I put some order markers, it looks like, on the Scions, so we'll see how that goes. And it looks like you got a bunch of your order markers on
Great Bow Archers.
Great Bow Archers. So I'm worried. Well, you won initiative on Great Bow Archers.
And this guy.
Alright.
Because you can't even reach me.
Not yet. Alright, my turn. So I get to do the Scions. Alright, so I'm going to bond with Sonlin. He's got 6 move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. I will attack you with my attack of 4 +1. He has range 6. So I'm going to attack this one right here.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dice. 5 on 3. Let's see what happens. I got 3. You might die, buddy.
Oh,
You got 3 defense. How many shields? Blank. That one died. Crazy. That was a lucky hit. It's okay.
That was not a lucky hit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, your turn. Great Bowman. So
Does he have 7 range on him?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You could shoot her as well.
I'm gonna move him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then they're both gonna shoot. So you're gonna shoot Sonlin.
for the attack of 5.
Yep.
Revenge. 5 on 4.
Yep.
That's it.
3. Okay, I have 4 defense because I have height. I got 1.
2 damage.
So I take 2 damage.
Now, just an attack of 3.
Blank. Bonding again. The Scions. So he's going to jump down here.
That's so nice.
And then he's going to attack the one right next to you. I got 1. You got 3 defense. Did you block it? Nice. Okay, but then I get attack again with his normal attack of 4. 2. See what you can do. Oh, you blocked it all! Don't worry though, my little guys are coming in for you. So this one is actually going to go take the move glyph, so I get +2 move now. And this one's going to go over here. I can bring this one up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. All right, now they're going to shoot at you, buddy.
They have range?
Yep, they have range of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. They have attack of 2. So the first one's going to attack that one right there. I got 1. You got 3 defense. Blocked. Okay, again. For 1. Did you block it? No, but they have 2 life. So this one has 1 damage. 2. There you go. You got height on him now.
Oh, yeah. This is someone's normal attack.
2. I blocked none. I took 2 more.
1 last hit for Sonley to live. Because I got 2.
2 shields. Alright, turn 3. Here comes Somlin. 4v4, here we go. 1. You got 4 defense. Did you block it? Okay, I'll attack him again. 2. 2, you blocked it again. What is this? Alright, don't worry, my little guy's gonna take care of you. This one's gonna go. This little cute guy here is gonna fly over right here. We'll bring in another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're just gonna attack with all these guys. 2. He's dead. 1. That one dies. And then these 2 are gonna attack that one. Attack. I got 2 again. I got nothing. Again. I got 1. How many did you get?
2.
You blocked it. New round, bud. Roll for initiative. 5 + 8. All right, I got 13.
That's
2. The Scions are coming for you. So this guy's gonna climb up here. He's gonna attack you for 4. 1. Blocked. Okay, I'm attacking you again. 2. Uh-oh, you might die right here. 2. No way. Okay, my little guys go now. We're gonna put them up here, and then we're gonna put this other guy right here to stop you from climbing up and getting me. We got 2. Hey, he said.
We got dead.
Yep. All right, your turn. 7. Oh shoot. Yeah, you just shoot him for 5 right there. Don't even want to move. 5v4. Oh, 4.
So no matter what, you get what they
I
are.
have to get 3 to survive. 3
For real.
skulls.
1
shield. You killed Zonlin. Zonlin's dead.
Let's go! With the great bow archer.
Now they don't have range either.
Wait, they don't?
Yeah, they only have range if they are attacking a figure within 3 clear sight spaces of their liege, which their liege was Sonlin, but he's dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7. Shakespeare's gonna attack you for 2.
Why do you call him Shakespeare?
Because he's holding a skull like this, kind of like Shakespeare. Got 1. Block. I'm gonna attack Kita for 2. Kita's got 4 defense. I got 1. Blocked. 1? I didn't block it. You got Mr. Shakespeare. Turn 3. I got him again. We're gonna try to get your guy. And this guy is going to come over and take Dagmar. We're going to attack your Great Bow guy first. Nothing. And then we're going to attack your Ice Troll. For 1, your Ice Troll's got 2 defense. Ooh, I put 1 wound on your Ice Troll. But if you take a turn with your Ice Troll, he can heal.
Is it my turn?
Yep, it's your turn.
Let's go! Ice Troll. 6 coming your way.
I don't think I can survive unless you blink it.
2.
2? I can block it. No, he's dead. You got him. And then you get a heal. And now you can bond with small or medium.
Aren't you?
It's a range of 4. Can you get up here instead? Nothing? 1? Locked!
No.
Okay, now you get to take a turn with. So you can go up there, and then you can attack down with your normal attack.
3.
Okay, so into dead. And then you can use your staff.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
I can get 2 and you get blank.
Or you
I
can
got blank.
My turn 2 with the bears again.
Bro.
You're in trouble now. Irene's coming in for this guy over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's gonna attack you for 3. 1. How much defense does that thing have? 3. Hey, no, your shot. You blocked it. All right, we're attacking again for 4. Blanked. Okay, now it's time for the bears. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he ran. Now my bears are gonna attack. So this one gets to attack for 4. 2. Ooh, blocked 1. Let's see, let's see. Blocked 2. All right, now we're gonna attack the Great Bowman. We gotta get rid of him. For 4, we got 2. Yeah, we got the Bowman. And then 1 more attack of 2 into Gear Shot again. I got 2. Nothing. Takes 2 damage. Okay, bears again. Irene's gonna destroy your guy.
Do you have Rono the
Okay, attack him for 3. I got 2. 3. Blanked. So you take 2 more. Okay, and then 2 attacks of 4. So this bear will attack first. For 2, if you survive. 1, so you only take 1. And then we'll attack him again. For 2 again. You got to get 2 or he is a goner.
Stop doing this to me.
You blocked it, no way! Now it's your turn 3.
Use my turn 3.
Oh, just on Chaina. New round. Did you want to switch sides? Okay, we'll switch sides. All right, we have switched sides just to mix things up.
Now that I'm winning.
Let's see what we can do here. All right, what do I got here? All right, got my order markers ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Roll for initiative. I got a 15.
18.
No, I thought I won it. On the bears, all right.
My Irene's gonna attack for 3.
Okay,
Yeah. None.
good. Do it again for none. Now 4.
4. 3.
I can't block that. Dead.
Wow. And
You
then
didn't get to use him, really. Now you're bears.
him right next to Rono.
Okay.
And then the one that moved is gonna attack him for 3.
+1 because he's a pirate.
So 4. None.
Thank
The
you.
other bear is gonna attack.
Okay.
3.
Oh no. How much life does Rono have? 3. Okay, I need some blocks.
No.
1 block.
So
He takes 2.
almost dead. Okay, now it is your
Okay, so
turn.
Rono takes 2. Turn 1's on Halusha. First, it's going to bond with some familiars. So we're gonna have him come over here. We're gonna do Chaina first. And Chaina's gonna fly behind. Let's see, if Chaina is within 5 clear sight spaces of a wizard you control. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there we go. Within 5 spaces of this wizard. So she's gonna heal him. I need a 12 or higher, and I get a heal him.
You can.
6.
Okay.
Bummer.
That's good
Okay.
for me, but not
Okay, we're gonna bond with Rono, and Rono's going to attack
for 2.
this bear here.
How much defense?
Nothing.
Okay.
And then Halusha is gonna come on down and then attack with the normal attack, which the normal attack is 3 plus 1, so 4. I got 2.
2.
Okay, and then we'll attack again with the staff. 2.
2.
Alright, your turn.
Okay. On the bears,
Mm-hmm.
that Irene is gonna move right behind her.
1, 2,
3, 4.
3, 4.
And then attack for 3.
Okay.
1.
4 defense at least. Blocked.
Then I'm gonna attack for 4. 3.
2. Takes 1.
Damage. And then the bear who's like this
Mm-hmm.
is gonna attack Chaina.
Okay.
1.
1. Blocked.
And then the other is gonna attack Rona for 1.
Blocked.
Okay. Now it is your turn.
Okay, turn 2. I'm going to bond with Chaina, and Chaina's going to try to heal Vrono. So I need a 12 or higher.
Did it? Okay.
13! We healed Vrono 1! Ooh, that felt so good. And then Vrono's going to attack this bear for 2. 2?
2. So I have 4 defense no matter what.
Ooh! Vrono got him! You blinked. That is a dead bear. You know what? We're going to disengage.
You get it damaged.
Dang it. But we're going to come over here. So I take 1, and then we're going to attack this bear for 3, and then 2. 2?
2 and 3!
Okay, now I'm going to attack for 2 on your bear. I got 1. None. Oh, I almost killed that bear.
Turn 3 on the bears. Night Irene is gonna move right by Halushot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
3.
No way. We can block this. 3! Let's go! 3. Come on, you can do it again. 1. So I take 2. Still alive.
The bear's gonna attack Halushot.
No, that's not nice. Be nice to me.
4. 2.
We can block. Come on. Block it. 1. She's dead.
Let's go.
All right. I lose my third turn. Yep, new
I'm
reveal.
pretty confident I can roll the bears.
Roll for initiative.
3.
Yeah, let me do that over.
No. 7.
Oof, you barely beat me. Okay, you're first.
I have 4. Night Irene's gonna move by Chaina and attack Chaina for 3. 2.
1. The Chaina takes 1.
And then for 2 again.
1. So takes 1.
So she has 1 life left.
Yep, she's still alive.
So then the bear is gonna attack Rona for 4.
Okay.
For 2.
Come on, Brono. Bring in the defense. 2! Brono lives! Woo! So turn 1 is on Marushot. So Brono's gonna attack that bear. 2! I might kill your bear. We got the bear!
Oh, I lose 2 turns.
Okay, we got the bear. That's really good for us. Now we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then she will attack Irene. She gets automatically 2 skulls, and I get to roll 1 dice. So I got 3.
2.
I got 3, so she takes 1 wound. Turn 2 for you. Oh, you lost the turn. Okay, so then I get to do my turn 2. We're gonna do Chaina, and Chaina is going to try and heal Rona. Doesn't heal Rona. Then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I want to be on this side for some reason. And then we're gonna attack. Oop, 3 on Irene.
1 damage.
1 damage. So put 1 more. And now I'm going to use her special. I can choose a unique hero within 2 spaces of Marrow Shot. Roll the 20-sided die. Take temporary control of that hero and immediately take a turn with that hero. So I'm going to try to take control of Irene.
For the whole game?
19 just for the turn. So I can take 1 turn with her. So what we're going to do is we're going to go 1. And that way I will be able to sneak up on you. Now it's your turn.
Turn 3.
My turn 3. We'll have Rono go up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2.
I got Is the hero.
So take 2 damage. Maru shot, 1, 2, 3. Attack down. Got nothing, but I automatically get 2, so 2. Did I kill her? We got her. Okay, and now we're gonna take control of Rono. An 11. My own figure, it's 3 less, so I need a 13, so I don't get it. All right, that's the end of the round. Let's roll for initiative. 18.
3.
All right, looks like I'm first. Turn 1's on Maru shot, so first I'm gonna bond with Chaina. Chaina's gonna fly up here and then try to heal. 2 doesn't heal. And then Maru shot's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Try to control Chaina. We get it. Chaina's gonna move over 1 and try to heal Verono. Doesn't heal Verono.
Turn 1 on dragon.
Ah, okay, bring it on. Okay, my turn. Turn 2, we're gonna move Verono. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna leave her there and try to get Chaina. 3, I don't get her. It is your turn. The Dreadnots.
So I'm gonna move them out where you can get hide on them. Go ahead in the wall.
Good move. My turn 3. Yeah, I'm gonna take a turn with Rono. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1. Okay, and then I'm going to try to bond with Chaina. 15, I get it, so I can move Chaina. We're just gonna move her up here. Your turn.
Turn 3. She's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I went.
Okay, you're gonna do that instead. No! And that guy? First, I'm rolling Sharp Thorns. If an enemy small or medium figure, and those guys are medium, move adjacent to Verono, I get to roll the 20-sided die. If I get a 12 or higher, he ends his movement, and it lowers his attack value by 1. If I get an 18, he also gets hurt. A 9, nothing happens.
4.
On Verono.
1.
Then you're attacking Jaina.
For 3.
I have to block it all. Nothing. Jaina's dead. Bye, Jaina. You healed once.
I'm gonna attack him.
2. Blocked it. Roll for initiative.
1.
11. Turn 1. I'm going to bond with Rono. Rono's going to attack down for 3 on your Dreadnought. I got 2.
1.
So he takes 1. He's got 2 life, though. Okay. And now Maru shot. She's going to attack down on that one. Oh, I got 4 with the auto. 4. You only got 3 defense. Watch out, bud. 1. He's dead. And now I'm going to try to take control of this one. If I get a 16, I'll be looking pretty good. 10.
Oh,
Your turn.
You're not looking good. 1, 2, 3.
All right, Rono. Kill the other Dreadnought. Attack it down for 1. Oh, he blanked! We got another Dreadnought! And now we're going to attack down on this one.
Oh.
4 again!
Again. 1.
Oh, he's dead! We got him! Turn 2 for you.
You get your turn.
Oh, was it on Dreadnoughts?
Yes.
Yeah, you wanted to get that move glyph. You probably should have been attacking instead, huh? Okay, turn 3. Rono's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna attack down on him for 3. Nothing. And then Maru Shot's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Maru Shot's attacking down for 2. 4! 1, so you take 3. Okay, now we're gonna try to take control of her. We don't. 19. Okay, turn 1. Rono's gonna try to get the dragon. We got 3. That dragon's gone. Okay, we're attacking. We're gonna attack down on Crimson. You can survive. You got 3 defense. Nothing? That's game. The Dryads won.
Well,
I thought they were gonna lose.
but I actually won because that was still.
This was your army. You're right. Yeah,
So
that's
I
true.
won these.
How about we both won?
It was a tie, I guess. We can play this army again.
Wow, that was a crazy epic battle. It was kind of going back and forth, and I really wasn't sure who was going to win in the end. Damon, what did you think?
I think it was fun.
Yeah?
It took like 2 days.
Yes, we did film over 2 days. Well, who was your favorite figure? Who's your favorite new guy?
It's hard to choose.
Well, yeah. Well, if you had to choose, how about choose one figure on each side? So what was your favorite figure in this army?
Probably the Dreadnots.
They're pretty cool, huh? What do you like about them?
That they're 2-lifed and they have a lot of move.
They do, yeah, 6 move and 2 life. That's really nice. What about the other army? What guys did you like from that army?
Probably the one that could bond with 2 beasts.
Yeah, Hulu Shot. I really like Hulu Shot for the fact that she can bond with 2 beasts. It was really cool. As soon as Hulu Shot was killed, though, I thought it was over. I really did. But Maru Shot, she was sleeping on me, I guess, because I was like, I really didn't think I was going to pull it off. I thought I was dead for sure with the Dreadnots because they hit hard, and there's a lot of them. I had Chaina, which had 1 life left, and Vrono was hurt, so I was really worried I was going to die, but Maru Shot's auto skulls were really strong because I was just, no matter what, I got 2. So, and with 2 dice against 3 defense, you're almost guaranteed to deal damage, which is really powerful, honestly. And then when I got that skull, or I got on height and got 2 skulls, that was really strong. And then also able to take control of them other figures, take control of Irene and set her up in a spot so I can hit her with height. That's really strong too. So she's actually a lot cooler than I thought she was going to be. But every single figure is really cool and it has a new place, I think, in the world of Heroescape. They got a new place in Valhalla.
Who's your favorite?
My favorite one?
On each team.
On each team?
What about this one?
Yeah, on this team, it's really hard to choose. You're right. It's hard to choose between them. I really do like the little dragons because they can bond with Sonlin, and that makes Sonlin really cool. And they can also bond with like Queen Kyrian and a lot of the other dragons. So I'm excited to see what it's like to bond with like Queen Kyrian. That'd be interesting because she can hit real hard too with her Pierce. And on the other army, it's really hard to pick between everybody. I like the idea to be able to heal with Chaina. That's cool. Marusha was way stronger than I expected, was able to have those auto skulls. But I really like the Great Bowmen. I'm excited to use them some more since they're common. You can build up a pretty good army of them, and they're so big. So they're going to be safe from a lot of auto wound abilities. They got 2 life, and then they have some crazy range. You're disappearing on me, huh? Do you have any final words for everybody?
I hope you liked it, and it was fun.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this playthrough of all the new amazing figures coming out. Cool. Thank you so much for watching, and we are so grateful to be here on the Renegade Con Spotlight. 1, 2, 3.
Bye,
Scapers.
Congratulations and welcome to maybe not Nightvale, maybe a small suburb just outside of Nightvale. I am your Renegade Community Specialist, Rena Amaranthian, and I will be your host for this panel. And today I am joined by the beautiful and talented Symphony Sanders. Welcome!
Hi, thanks for having me.
Of course, we're so excited to have you. And for those who might not know Symphony, what is your personal connection to Nightvale?
Yes. Well, I have been a part of the Nightvale community since 2014 as the voice of Tamika Flynn, the book-wielding hero of Nightvale, now council member Flynn. And I have been in love with doing this show and this character for a very long time.
That's so fun and obviously so exciting. So did anybody tell you about the Welcome to Nightvale RPG when we were like pitching it, making it, telling everybody about it? Did you get to hear anything about it?
Yeah. I was actually really excited about it because I do a lot of the social media work. So I've been posting about it and getting all the little pictures and teasers out, and it looks really cool. I've never played tabletop games myself, but I'm not really. I've played a little bit, I've gotten into understanding like Dungeons and Dragons and things like that, but I'm just so excited that everyone seems so excited about this, and I'm like, I want to be in on the fun.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. I've done tabletop games for a long time, so I can attest to how much fun they are. And I really like about Nightvale specifically is that we've put everything into one box. So even if you have never played a tabletop game before, never heard of it, you can just pick up this box, and each of the guides will walk you through it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and it's so easy. And so I figured, let's do some of that today by walking you through making a character.
So fun.
So my first choice obviously was Tamika, but Tamika is actually already built in our game. So she's in one of our character guides, I believe. She's so fabulous. You have no idea.
Okay. I love it.
So then I tried to summon another good related character, and I got to see you last year for the Attic live show in Seattle.
Yeah.
And
great.
It was so much fun, and I was enchanted with Wretched Gretchen. Whether or not she was real, what matters is she's real to me and in my heart, and in let me reach into my void right here. And she's real here and now.
Are we matching?
Oh my gosh, you are!
Are we matching? I swear we did not plan this.
This is not planned at all. And Gretchen will just hover there ominously for the duration of this.
As she should. She did for me most on stage during the shows. Yeah, I think a lot of people connected to Wretched Gretchen.
It's nice to have a favorite childhood doll that occasionally threatened you. I think it's part of growing up.
Everybody had a spooky little doll in their house that watched them and spoke to them menacingly from a closet, right?
Assume so. It's pretty normal in Nightvale. So, so let's jump right into the character building because I'm just so excited.
Same.
Step one is always for any Essence 20 game, and of course for Nightvale, is design a character concept. So who is the character? Where did they come from? How do they interact with the world? And so we do have the good base of Gretchen. So if Gretchen was a citizen of Nightvale or a visitor, I don't know. What do you think she would be?
Well, I mean, I guess she would be a citizen because she came from within, from the attic, but technically that is a void to a different universe. And these memories were technically made up. So I guess but I'll say she's a citizen. Now she is.
She's definitely a citizen now. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
She's part of Nightvale and she always will be forever. Thank you, Gretchen.
Yeah. I love her ominously floating there too. It's just so stupid.
So yeah, we have our inspiration. We know that Gretchen is a citizen of Nightvale. Do you want her to still be a doll, or do you want her to sort of evolve into something more?
Honestly, I like that she's a doll, but in the same way that, like, have you ever seen What We Do in the Shadows? Like
Yes.
Nadia's like doll that has her human soul in it.
That's
I like,
perfect.
yes. I love that.
So she's got a human soul. She's probably got human thoughts and feelings. Effectively, she's a human, but in a little plastic body.
Absolutely.
So we have that idea, we have that concept. Now we can start diving into scores and using the scores to sort of build up her story.
Okay.
Hello, citizens. It's me, present Rena, different from past Rena in the video you're watching, and future Rena, who will be with you at Renegade Con. I'm about to make a very silly mistake in this video. In the Welcome to Nightvale role-playing game, you do not allocate any of your essence points to Weird. I misread my own notes. 3 points that we allocated to Weird will instead go to Wretched Gretchen having a second general perk from the start, the Weird general perk. Thank you.
System has 4 main scores, and then we added a fun secret 5th one. Well, it's not a secret. We added a fun 5th one for Nightvale, because you have to, of course.
Of course.
So our starting Essence 20 scores are Strength, Speed, Smarts, and Social. And then for Nightvale, we added in Weird, because everything's just a little weird.
Yes.
And characters will start with 1 point in each essence score, and then you've got 9 to sort of spread around as you see fit. None of them can be greater than 8. So that's, we can't give her a 10 in strength, unfortunately, which I don't think would make sense because she's got a little plastic doll body. Let's start
so
figuring
how
out.
do you determine
That's the best
numbers?
part of this. You get to decide how, smart is she compared to her strength, to her speed, to her social.
Okay, which one? We start with strength first?
Yeah, let's start with strength.
I don't think she needs to be terribly strong, because I feel like she's more cunning than anything.
Definitely.
Like, all of her manipulations are probably mental more than like strong. And she has a tiny little doll body.
She does have a tiny little doll body. That's true.
So otherwise she'd have to be like ant like strength, like where ants can carry like 10 times their weight or something.
I mean, she does give off the vibe that she might.
Okay, well, maybe stronger than a doll would be.
Stronger than a regular doll, but not as strong as a full human.
Yes.
So let's drop 2 in there for now, and we can move them around if we need. That still gives you 7 to work with for the other 4 stats.
Okay.
So next is speed.
I think she's fast.
She's fast. She's scary fast.
I think she's kind of scary, especially like as a doll. Anytime you see like a spooky movie where there's like a doll or a puppet and they just like skitter across.
Oh,
do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Yeah.
So upsetting.
So she's definitely got some good speed to her.
Yes.
Let's see. Do you want to give her like a 4?
Yeah, let's give her like a 4.
Okay. And then smarts?
I think she's pretty smart.
I
mean, I think she's smart. I don't think she's like the most smart. Like, she's not an evil villain smart, but I think she's like cunning enough to make things destructive.
Okay, yeah. We'll drop 1 point in smarts then, and that still gives you.
Then we have 1 for weird.
We do have 1 for weird, yes.
Okay.
We could actually have 2 for weird if you only want to put 1 in social. I don't know how charismatic and poised Gretchen is.
No, I don't think she's charismatic or poised.
Okay.
I think she would lean more. I think that's where she's probably lacking, or she could, learn some skills there. But
we're all growing.
Right, of course. We're all growing and we're not perfect. But I think, yes, she should be not very social, but I think she should be very weird.
Should be very weird. Okay, so that gives us 3 in weird, but she still has 4 in strength. Do you want to move one of her strength points to weird?
Let's actually, yeah, let's move. Because I'm like, should we move that 1 point, move one of those points to smart?
Ooh.
And keep weird.
Yeah, because then she could be pretty fairly balanced.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that.
So she's got 3 in strength, 4 in speed, 2 in smarts,
2 in social, and 3 in weird.
Just like her mother.
Just like her mother. She's not that weird compared to the rest of Nightvale, honestly.
No. I know there's weirder characters out there. I know that.
So the next thing that we get to choose are influence, origin, role, and general perk. And I'm going to read the descriptions for these because they summarize it better than I could. So influence is your character's personality or backstory, such as curious or popular. You can have up to 3 influences, and your influences help define roleplay hooks and motivation. For origin, that will be your character's position or background, such as dragon or student. You have 1 origin, and your origin sometimes gives you additional essence points and skills. Your role is your character's profession or passion in Nightvale, like a journalist or a soldier. You have 1 role. Your role also grants you additional essence points and skills and determines your playstyle, and sort of it's like your build. Okay. And then general perk is you gain 1 general perk to help customize your character's talents or area of expertise. So, and we've got a real big list of all of these in our character creation guide for Nightvale.
Oh, this is fun. Okay. So everyone gets to create their own characters or just use the characters that we have available.
There's options for both. We make it really easy to just sort of pick up some of our pre-generated characters. Got a couple of really good ones. One of them is a scorpion, which is why I was like, it's fine that Gretchen's a doll. We have a scorpion on the staff.
Absolutely. I don't think it would be strange at all to see a doll walking down the street of Nightvale.
No. You'd have to keep an eye out for her, though. You might knock her over.
Yeah.
But yeah, or you can like sit. I have a lot of fun like sitting and building characters. So I always try and set aside at least 1 session to do all of that. And I think that a lot of our fans are also going to be really into building their characters and finally living in Nightvale.
Oh, that's amazing.
Each pre-generated character in Nightvale has at least 1 influence. Influences come in a lot of forms. They're common experiences, careers, hobbies, lifestyles, etc.
Okay.
So we've got, I'll just list all of them off, and then once I've gone through them, if there are any that like stick, I'll go back and I'll read the descriptions.
Okay. I think rebellious, maybe.
Yeah. Rebellious. Down with Strex Corp, down with their subsidiaries. That will sure keep you busy. The influence perk is don't back down. Your drive means you don't take failure lying down. You may reroll any 1 die rolled as part of a skill test once per scene.
I really like that.
Yeah?
I like rebellious.
She's very, again, just like her mother.
Exactly.
Rebellious indeed. Let's check out the potential hangups then, which are gluten tolerant, heretical, and interloper.
Yes, because technically she was an interloper through the portal in the attic.
Perfect, yes. So, and our interloper description is, you were once from somewhere else, and residents of Nightvale still treat you with some manner of suspicion. You take less 1 point when making cultural skill tests against Nightvale citizens or recalling information about Nightvale, which I think makes perfect sense for her. She has only lived here, I guess, as long as Tamika has had her.
I would say, because that's the most recent live show, so 2 years probably.
Yeah. So she's living in Nightvale, she's thriving, but people are still giving her a little bit of space. Not because she's a doll, just because she's new.
Yeah.
And now we get to jump to origins, which is very exciting. Your origin describes a major portion of who you were before you heard the call to adventure. No matter where you went or what you did, you kept receiving that call. On your cell phone, through the television, from the payphones that appear on Nightvale's corners when the moon is waning. Maybe you shouldn't have answered. So we've also got another fun long list of these.
I feel like I feel like she's an outsider. She truly is. But for some reason, I was also drawn to hobbyist.
Yeah, let's take a look at, we can take a look at both of them and see which one calls to you more. Hobbyist, you're inspired to create, whether by composing or performing music, putting paint to canvas, whipping up a 5-course meal, or engaging in any similar pursuit. When you choose this origin, be sure to specify how you express yourself. I do like the idea of her cooking up a 5-course meal.
I feel like she has like some sort of artistic pursuit. Like
She does.
that's the
She
only
must as a doll,
right, right. But
And
I
then
feel like it's somewhere in the beauty sphere. But go ahead.
oh no, that's great. She's a beauty guru doll. Her skin's
Well,
always
if
flawless.
absolutely. When I actually made my Wretched Gretchen doll, which I don't have anymore, I gave to someone at the last show.
Oh,
Yeah. I had painted her, well, one side, her original face, with like eyelashes, and she had like red lips and stuff. So I was
yeah.
like, oh, girl's got a full beat on.
She does,
And
and yeah,
then
like and even this one, I'll
I
remove her
know, I
from her
love that you
floating
did that.
blue.
And
She's got
also
her
our hair
beat.
matches a little bit.
Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you, Gretchen,
Okay,
for letting me
okay,
grab you.
hobbyist. That's a strong one. What's the other one? Was outsider, right?
Outsider, yes. You're not from Nightvale. Maybe you're from Desert Bluffs or Michigan. When you arrived, you were surrounded by the citizens and followed around as they chanted interloper. However, eventually the angry mob broke apart and you were able to make your home among them, though you're still unsure of some of the secret rules that everyone else seems to know. I feel like because she came in with Tamika, that might not have she
It's less, I think it's less, yeah, I think she's still like she does have those tendencies like that in her personality because she wasn't born and bred there, but because she did come in with Tamika, I don't feel like people would be like fully fully.
think
There's a
you're
little
right.
bit of acceptance there. Yeah.
And
So
I like
yeah,
hobbyists.
beauty influencer guru to the
Perfect. Beautiful beauty guru. And
that's
her
right.
origin perk is everything is inspiration. All your experiences help to fuel your art in one way or another. You add an additional story point to the player pool at the beginning of each game session and once per scene when you fail a skill test. Which I love about our system is that even failing is not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, so you can like learn things from your
Yeah.
failures?
Yeah.
Oh, like life.
Just like life. So we've also got a couple of roles. Roles are main functions that your character serves as part of a team or party or town in this case.
Okay.
Your character may be a scientist, soldier. We've got 5 of them.
Okay, okay.
So I'll give you the names and then we can jump into the longer descriptions. The options are farmer, journalist, politician, scientist, and soldier.
Oof.
And I can give you like the short descriptions of them if you'd like.
Let's actually look at the scientist.
Scientist. Okay. A researcher embedded in learning about Nightvale, the world, the universe, the weird house that doesn't exist, and everything else. Scientists are naturally curious and need to find a reason for everything that exists and works, which sometimes puts them at odds with Nightvale leadership.
Okay. What other area do we think that as a role that she would be able to fill?
I'm very partial to soldier myself. Not like for me
that's
personally.
probably my second choice, soldier. Well, I mean, it fits very well into
it does.
my character, but as well. But I mean, a little bit of politician too. But honestly, I think soldier could be interesting. Can you tell me that description?
Yeah. Whether from World War II, the Blood Space War, or even a soldier trained in battle during the Strex Corp Company picnic, soldiers are hardy and brave. They're often the first in combat and the last out. So I think that does go with her her rebellious side for sure.
Yeah, and I think, any relationship with Tamika, you have to be a bit of a soldier, don't you?
Just a bit. She's gonna be giving orders.
Exactly.
So let's grab the rest of the soldier info. Nightvale owes so much to the soldiers calling the cozy desert town home. The Blood Space War veterans fought against time travelers and strange unknown entities that tried to alter the universe's makeup, while the various guerrilla rebel groups helped liberate the town from a heinous corporate takeover. The masked warriors assisted with fighting back against the Smiling God and chasing off the encroachment of Desert Bluffs while ensuring the safety of many beloved citizens. And our first example of a soldier is Tamika Flynn.
So she has an equipment benefit. Weapons training. Soldiers vary between traditional weapons training and unconventional training by other warlike Nightvale societies. Soldiers are extremely comfortable using traditional guns and can usually find something to use as a weapon around them if they're not just using their bodies as the point of violence.
I love that.
They're
Approve.
also gruff and loyal, so I think that also works really well when you're somebody's beloved doll.
Yes.
Probably
beloved
very loyal.
haunted doll at that. Yeah.
Yeah, you build a connection.
Yeah, and a little bit of darkness, and probably would be a bit gruff.
Oh yeah. And she's got some perks. As a soldier, you have a lot of connections, be it old comrades, people looking to get your support in politics, or just citizens looking to take care of you. You get access to weapons with a cost of wealth 15 or less without needing a skill test. You gain an edge on wealth tests to obtain weapons. That's free guns right there.
Love it. Guns, baby.
Rugged frame, you've been trained and conditioned to handle so much more than the standard everyday citizen. She definitely can. She can handle
absolutely
everything.
And even in her outfit, like her outfit will still be in place, and she'll be kicking butt and taking names.
And absolutely flawless. And at level 1, which is what we're building, you get to choose one of 2 focus options. And I have a feeling I know which one you're going to pick, but I'll read them both just to be safe. The first one is Blood Space War Veteran, a soldier who fought among the mysterious combatants of the Blood Space War, including the Emissary, or Strexcorp Rebel, a member of Tamika's militia who participated in the revolution at the infamous Strexcorp Company picnic.
What to choose? No, she's with me all the way.
She was there on the battlefield. And that means that she gets the first level perk of Guerrilla Tactics. You know those underground rebel groups you've maintained connections with, and those who want to see you on higher ground. You gain access to the grappling hook special weapon found in Chapter 3. Additionally, you gain an edge on wealth tests to obtain contraband. So she can access weapons, contraband, she's got it all. And she looks flawless.
Of course she does. Of course. I'm also the grappling hook, just being like...
I'll have to make her a little one now to go with her on the display.
Yes. Just her like belaying down a little wall. Oh, that would be so cute.
She's a perfect spy too. Yeah.
Absolutely. She could be in a room and you might not even know.
It's a little scary. I mean, I can see her right now, so I know she's where she is right now. But if I'm not looking at her,
yeah, hey, she could disappear at any moment. And be ready to attack.
Like now I've got to be on edge, on ready.
Yeah, just once in a while, look over your shoulder.
I'll put her with the other dolls, and maybe they'll keep her in line.
What other dolls?
And then general perks. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. So in addition to gaining a general perk at first level as part of step 3 of character creation, your citizen gains general perks as they level up. So I will read, we've got a lot of general perks. So this one, you just stop me when you hear one that sounds good. Makeup tutorials.
Makeup tutorials.
Tutorials. You paid extra attention to the lessons given by the faceless old woman in your bedroom during the twilight hours. When pretending to be someone else, you gain an edge on deception and infiltration skill tests.
Spy.
She's a spy. She's perfect. She's wonderful.
And an influencer. I love it. A multitasking queen.
But from there, there's, numbers that go on a sheet, things like that. But that's the basics of Wretched Gretchen. She's a rebellious hobbyist soldier who knows how to sneak into places and who can wield heavy weapons and has a good time doing it, I think.
Wow. Okay, this is even cooler than I thought. I was like, oh, this will be fun and really cute, but like the options that you had just made it so much more fun.
Oh yeah, and we didn't even get to go through all of them, and like the level ups that you get as you continue to play, and all of the fun perks that you get for working as a team, and I could go on, but the game, by the time this comes out, the game will not be in everybody's hands yet, so I don't want to say too much.
Okay. Leave something to the imagination.
Yes, we will leave something to the imagination, as long as it's not Gretchen's imagination, because I am a little bit scared of what her thoughts are like.
Disturbed.
Disturbed. We can go through some of the equipment categories and decide sort of what she keeps on her.
Okay.
So actually, I guess what do you think, like, what sort of weapons do you think she uses? Because this one we can play a little fast and loose with. We mostly go like on what the classification of the weapon is, and then
I think
decide
she's
its
a
stat.
very much a close-up type fighter. So it's some sort of like a knife situation, like some sort of brass knuckles to a knife situation.
Ooh.
Do you know what I mean? Like zombie killer style. Like that to me is like, because she already has like a razor sharp hair.
Yes.
So she like could probably wield that. But maybe some sort of thing where it like on her nails she can,
That's
you know,
really cool.
scratch or something.
Yeah. So we'll equip her with a dagger, but we know that it's her nails. And
yes.
I will try and her nails aren't done, but I will
Neither are mine, girl.
Yeah, neither are mine. But that's very cool. And then the last thing that we sort of do, that some people do, is wealth, which is based on dice rolls. But I think actually Gretchen's wealth is Tamika's wealth, I would assume.
I would provide for my child.
Of course.
I would provide. She would get a strict allowance. But I feel like she also steals.
She must, just because she can.
She's gotta steal. Like I feel like she's gotta do petty crimes to keep her from like doing larger ones.
Just to get it out of her system.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well,
That's how she's learned to cope.
That's her outsider influence.
Yeah.
Wow. You really are something, Gretchen. I'm so excited for everybody to play you, because we'll release the character sheet. So if anybody wants to add Gretchen to their game,
please do.
And tell us about it. Tell Symphony. Tell me. Tell the world. Okay, I do have one more thing, if I can find it. Is I have a Strux pet wandering around here.
Stop. Oh.
So this is some SMM, and he helped with some of the marketing on the campaign.
Oh my gosh, that is so cute.
Yeah, and he's very good at sitting in my office, and I think he and Gretchen are going to be good friends.
Oh yes, that is so cute. I love that the eyes are completely on the other side. That's
shout out Jessica Hayworth and her beautiful illustration, because that was the full inspiration. I was like, I'm gonna make exactly this.
Kudos, because that looks really great. Oh, I love it and I hate it.
They bite a lot, so I do.
Oh
yeah,
they're bitey, little ankle biters.
Yeah, but I think Gretchen can keep him in line, so I think that they'll go well together.
They're like the same. They're not quite the same height, so I think Gretchen would be like.
She could probably
maybe she rides it.
Yeah, ride him like a mount.
Yes,
there she goes.
That's great.
It's perfect. That's exactly what. Thank you, Gretchen and Sum, for behaving through this whole call.
Yeah.
Although I told them we were calling you, so.
Oh, good. Thank you. Because they knew I would be upset.
Yes. And they would never want to earn your wrath.
No.
Thank you so much for joining us for this, and for like sitting and having fun with me. We probably filmed some panel stuff too, but I think we were just having a good time.
Absolutely. That was super fun. You can find me on Good Morning Nightvale. We do 2 episodes a month, and we talk about every episode going back to the beginning. So if you want to re-listen to episodes with us and get some super cool, hyper cool kid content, backstage pass sort of stuff, that is where you'll find me and Meg and Hal Lublin, who plays Steve Carlsberg, and then Meg, who's the proverb lady and also plays Deb, the sentient patch of haze.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Symphony, and thank you to our Renegade Con watchers. If you have not already pre-ordered the Welcome to Nightvale role-playing game, you can do so right now at the link in the description. And if you have already pre-ordered it, well, we'll see you soon.
Good afternoon, my friends, and welcome to Board Game Nation Studios. My name is Gary Blevins, and I'll be your host for the next 20 minutes or so as we walk through the history of Axis and Allies organized play. We're going to talk about where it has been, where it's going, and what's coming up in the very near future. We're super excited about that. We'll also have our friend Dave Jensen from axisandallies.org that'll be here in just a moment to help us walk through that history. But first, we want to thank our friends at Renegade Game Studios for inviting us to be part of Renegade Con this June. We're super excited to be here and grateful for the opportunity to talk about this great game and be part of their convention, which is, I think, very cool. So thank you to our friends at Renegade. We have another piece that's going to be coming up in just a little bit. We had a great conversation with Thomas Haver, who is the co-designer of Diplomacy Era of Empire, as well as the principal leader at this point of Renegade Heroes, which is a new program that Renegade has started to help event organizers get ready for events that feature Renegade Game Studios games like Diplomacy or Axis and Allies or Acquire or Rover Rally or any of the other great games that you see, some of which you'll see behind me. So we're super excited to hear more about that from Tom. But first, let's bring out our friend and kind of somebody who's been around the Axis and Allies community for a while. Mr. Dave Jensen, please welcome him to the show.
Hi, Gary. Thanks for having me.
Dave, it's our pleasure. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today. We've got a lot of history to get through. How did you first learn about Axis and Allies, Dave?
I learned about it from a friend of mine in, I think we were in middle school. And I just went over to a friend's house, Roland. I've actually played in a few tournaments at Gen Con with him. And yeah, we just saw the game out. I think this is like Dad's copy or something. And we're like, what is this? And getting a little interested in it as the internet started taking off. I was like, I need to have a website. So I bought the domain axisandallies.org while I was in college. Didn't do anything with it for a while, but after graduation, I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit down, put something together, and kind of start a site dedicated to this game that I've enjoyed for so long.
First, some legal disclaimers. Renegade, of course, licenses Axis and Allies from Hasbro, who holds the original license. And Dave has been using axisandallies.org since 97, 95?
So I bought the domain in 97, and I launched the website in 2000.
Okay, so he's been managing axisandallies.org with no help from Hasbro or Avalon Hill or from any of the other folks that have had their fingers in this particular pie. So he's an independent organization. He's just been doing it because he loves it, which is amazing. And thank you. Let me just say thank you for being just a fantastic resource for the community for so long. I think that's awesome.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure. I really enjoy doing it.
Excellent. Okay, so let's dive into this history. We've done some research, but first, another disclaimer: we've done our research, but under no circumstances should it be considered complete. So if you are watching this and you see us say something wrong about an event that you've attended or that you manage, or if we specifically ask that we don't know very much about this event, and there's a couple that are going to be on our list in a few minutes, and you know more about it, we would love to hear about it in the comments below. Let us start with what we could find as the oldest organized Axis and Allies play in the world, which was the World Board Gaming Championship, which we have starting in 1991 as the Avalon Hill or Avalon Con. It was the Avalon Hill convention. But they stopped running Axis and Allies events a few years ago. Do you know anything specific about this particular event, Dave? I've never been.
No, I've actually never been. I know there are a few people in the community, in the axisandallies.org forums community that have been, but I've never had a chance to go myself. It's something to put on my bucket list for sure.
Yeah, but again, I don't think that they're playing Axis and Allies anymore. Maybe we can bring it back and be one of their featured 100 games. I think that would be pretty cool. And then next up, we have the big one, the largest board game convention in North America. Is called Gen Con. It's in Indianapolis every year. The Axis and Allies events that are run there have been run since 1993 by a legend in the community, a gentleman by the name of Greg Smory. He's been running events there since 93 and is still running them to this very day. He just celebrated his 31st year, or is this his 31st year? I think last year was his 31st year. So, which is pretty amazing. And Renegade actually just honored him in their inaugural class of Renegade Hall of Famers.
Like you said, it's like nothing else. And then again, like you said, like it's not just for Axis and Allies. They have all sorts of board games. Usually, it's some years I spend like maybe a day or half a day playing other games just to see what else is out there. But most of the rest of the time I'll spend in S'more's Swamp playing Axis and Allies and in championships. Helping out if I can.
So there's Greg S'more the Swamp. Hey, there's Dave.
Hey. Yeah, and that's Roland, that's the person who introduced me to the game, to Axis and Allies, so many years ago. So.
Okay, next is, chronologically speaking, of course, is an organization that I honestly just learned about, which is kind of surprising to me. This is the IAAPA, which I believe is the International Association of Players of Axis and Allies? Axis and Allies Players Association. International Axis and Allies Players Association. Yes. There it is. Yeah. I got it. And they were primarily a play-by-mail organization for a very long time. Apparently, they also hosted some in-person events. Early internet days, they nabbed AxisandAllies.net. And I believe they started in '95, and they ran pretty consistently. I have been in contact in the last day or two with their current leadership, and they are still running the play-by-mail events. If that's something that you're interested in, they will make sure that the link is available for you. And, it is AxisandAllies.net. Again, they're not affiliated officially, much like Dave here. They're not officially officiated with any of the companies from 95 up until now, so they're just kind of an independent organization. Next is Origins. Now, I've got question marks. I don't know when Origins events started, but I do know that they ended in 2023. So Greg hasn't been back. Greg ran that event for many, many, many years. But again, I don't know what the first year was, but I know that he stopped in 2023, and I don't think that he's planning to go back to that anytime soon. So have you been to Origins?
I have been to Origins, but not during one of the years that Greg was running events. I was really into Catan at the time. This was a few years ago, and they had a Catan Masters tournament there. And so I decided, I'll go check out Origins and check out Masters, the Catan event. But Origins is a large gaming convention, a lot like Gen Con, but just not quite as big. Is kind of how to describe it. It's like the vendor area is maybe about I'd say maybe about a third of the size to about a quarter of the size. Still has a big convention gaming hall. They have a really nice game library where you can go and they have this at Gen Con as well, but a nice system for finding players you want to play.
But no, if you get a chance to go to Origins, it's a really great event. Unfortunately, at this point, there don't appear to be any Axis and Allies events happening there. There are some really strong diplomacy events happening there, if you like that. Next is another Greg S'more event, the Spring Gathering. This is a smaller event, much more casual, and maybe 30 to 50 players. They basically rent out the meeting space at a Holiday Inn Express in Wilder, Kentucky, which is just south of Cincinnati. So if that is something that you're interested in for next year, make sure that you're following along. You can learn more about that at Greg's site, which is headlesshorseman2.com. I'm not sure why, but that's what it's called. And you can find information about it there.
It was a great event. Greg enjoys Gen Con, but this one is close to home for him, and so it's a little more, laid back, but still a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a much more manageable event.
But it's still competitive level play of Axis now,
right?
Too.
Right.
It's still if you get into a tournament, you're not it's not joking around. It's serious play.
All right, that takes us to your show, my friend, AxisandAllies.org League.
But yeah, I think it's a great time. It's still going. The games have changed that we play have changed over the years, but everybody's still, folks are still involved. Folks still really enjoy it, and it brings a big draw to the forums.
If you're interested in that, of course, you can find more information about it at AxisandAllies.org. Fantastic. Next is we have something that I hadn't heard about until you mentioned it. Is the FMG, which is FMG Con, which is, it stands for something. Tell me I don't remember what it stands for.
Yeah, it's the Field Marshal Games. It was a game shop. So the Field Marshal Gaming Con the FMG Con took place in Oshawa, Canada, just outside of Toronto. And it's actually a really fun event because there's Axis and Allies, some war miniature games, and part of it was a visit to the tank museum nearby. And the organizer, Jeremy, who is right next to Gargantua in the Better Dead Than Red, just to the left of the propeller. That is Jeremy. I believe he now actually runs the tank museum. But he organized like a parade of tanks. So he actually, there's a photo, I have a photo of him here, actually riding the tank in the parade that he set up.
Worth mentioning here, honorable mention here, this is Young Grasshopper. The Young Grasshopper is his handle, and he created a version which is actually a variant of Axis and Allies. The Young Grasshopper variant is played in a number of places. One is in Dayton, Ohio. There's an event run by Robert Phelps. That's the duel in Dayton. There is another one that's Operation Seagull, which is in Utah, and I just had the opportunity to go to Duel in Dayton, which was in May. Super nice guys. Next is another variant of Axis and Allies called BBR, or Bloodbath Rules. And this is like I said, it's a variant of Global. So the giant version of Axis and Allies. That wasn't complicated enough for these folks, so they decided to make it more complicated. And BBR is quite a bit more complicated, but I would say that it's probably the most historically accurate variant of Axis and Allies. It takes another 30 pages of rules to do it, but it is very, very accurate in terms of how the strategies will play out. They involve minerals and oil and production capabilities in all the different territories. It's a lot of fun. And again, I did have the opportunity to go to St. Louis, which is where one of their events are hosted by a gentleman by the name of Robert Prather, aka The Chaplain. If you want to find his YouTube channel, it is The Chaplain. All right, next is something close to me. I live in Memphis, and the Battle of Tennessee happens in Nashville periodically. I won't say it's every year, but periodically. Brian Dixon is the gentleman who runs that. He also runs a really nice event. So if you see ads for Battle for Tennessee, then it is recommended, and you might see me there, which is fun too. Okay, so next we've come into this came up in a Google search. You found this, right? Did you find this?
Sort of. So I found this on the forums. Actually, it's highly advertised on the forums. I knew there was an event that happened in the UK on a regular cadence. I just forgot the name of it. It was like, oh yes, of course, it's the Battle of Britain, run by Private Panic. And so it started in 2015. So it's actually been running for quite some time now, and they have almost quarterly events. It happens several times a year. So it's one of those things that would actually be kind of nice to go one year. Just go up to
Derbyshire,
Derbyshire, and check that out, and play some Axis and Allies with those folks. So especially since it's been so frequent, so long running, and I think it'd be a really good time.
That sounds like a good field trip. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see if we can put that together. That'd be a lot of fun.
We should.
Next is one that I had never heard of, and apparently came up in another search here. How did you find this one?
So this one is Viking Con, or Viking Con, possibly. It's another one that it's advertised on the forums. Just some folks in Denmark who get together regularly to play some Axis and Allies, some organized Axis and Allies events. I think there's another group, and again, there's another group that's out of the Netherlands, kind of doing the same thing.
Lots of opportunities in Europe if that's where you're at and where you're looking for folks to play. All right. Next is something near and dear to my heart. We've got a lot of fans of Board Game Nation that are in Australia, New Zealand, Dunedin and Auckland and Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Perth. There are lots of great folks out there, and they're now starting to host their own Axis and Allies meetup tournaments, which is very, very fun. They're coordinating pretty well through the Board Game Nation Discord server. So if you're in Australia, New Zealand, and you're looking to connect with those folks, that is probably the best place currently to do it. Last one on our list. And let me reiterate, I am sure that this is not an exhaustive list. If you know about an Axis and Allies event that we have not mentioned today, please let us know in the comments. The last one is closer to your neck of the woods. Dave, I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, it's Strategicon. So Strategicon is actually 3 conventions that take place at the LAX Airport Hilton. One's during President's Day weekend, one's during Memorial Day weekend, and one's during Labor Day weekend. The one I go to is President's Day weekend.
All right, so that is what we know about the history of organized play for Axis and Allies at this point, but there is a lot of history yet to be written. This community is growing very, very quickly, which we're really excited about. And something that's going to, I think, pour more gasoline on that fire is the new program from Renegade called Renegade Heroes. And like I mentioned at the top, we had a great conversation with Thomas Haver, who's leading up that program. He's also the co-designer for Era of Empire, which is the new diplomacy game that is coming out. One thing that I forgot to mention when we were having that chat is where we were having that chat. We were at the Hope Hotel in Dayton, Ohio, which is the site of the signing of the Dayton Accords, which is the peace agreement that was signed in 1995 that ended the Kosovo War. And we were there actually that day shooting the how to play for Era of Empire. What better place to shoot a diplomacy how to play than a place where diplomacy has been mastered, right? We're literally in the room where they signed the documents that brought this terrible conflict to a close, which was it felt like hollow ground, I'm not gonna lie. There's a picture behind Tom that you're about to see that is the table that they used to negotiate the final details and then to ultimately to sign that agreement, which I think is very cool. But in this clip that you're about to watch, I forgot to mention that. So it would seem weird if I didn't mention it, you'd be wondering, what's that picture? Why is that? I don't understand. But now you'll know. Anyway, so here is Gary and Tom in Dayton, Ohio at the Hope Hotel. All right, my friends, we are here with Thomas Haver, the one and only co-designer of Diplomacy Era of Empire, as well as the project leader for the all-new Renegade Game Studios Renegade Heroes. So we're interested to hear about this program. Thomas, welcome.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me, Gary.
I'm dying to know. We're organizing different events, and we've been to lots of events, and we want to know, what does this Renegade Heroes program mean for event organization?
Sure thing. So Renegade publishes a lot of original games, and they also license a lot of games from Hasbro and other partners. This program is about connecting those people who love Renegade games together and run them at conventions, game stores, game cafes, local libraries, and even on your own kitchen table. We want to bring people together.
Okay, I love that idea. I feel like it's something that Board Game Nation has done or tried to do over the last several years. But I wonder, what does that look like? So in a more practical sense, what does that mean from a nuts and bolts point of view? Or is that something that's still being worked out?
No, we can talk a little bit about exactly how that's going to be implemented. So we have a number of existing organizers that are now part of this Renegade Heroes program. What we want to do is promote their existing work, whether it be at conventions or game stores, so that other people who are interested in the games can come and play with them. We want to connect those organizers with local retailers so you can run things at game stores. We also want to support our local organizers, and that's provide them with, say, swag if they want to, or games for them to run, or provide other forms of support. And it could just be something as simple as connecting two people so you can play locally. Or it could be something more complex of, we want you to run at a convention. So this is the organizer of the convention, this is the structure you want to run, and provide them with enough support so they feel confident enough to run these games for the broader community.
Okay, well, that makes sense. So if you're already a community leader in this space, and this is something that you want to connect with Renegade about, how do they learn more about it? How do they get in touch with you?
Certainly. So what we recommend is following the link provided and applying for the Renegade Heroes program. If you're not already part of Discord, join the Renegade Games Discord. We have a special thread just for Renegade Heroes. Or reach out to me directly or Jordan Gaeta, the marketing manager for Renegade Game Studios, to join this program.
Well, Tom, that sounds fantastic. Can you give me some examples of how that's been executed so far?
Yeah, sure thing. So, we've appeared in a number of conventions this year, PresCon, Circle DC, most recently at CodCon out of Chicago, to run events related to diplomacy, to Acquire, to Robo Rally. And what we've done with these events is we've supported the individuals who run it with games, with swag, with support, so that way they can go out in the community, teach the game to new people, share it with existing fans of the game, and we intend to keep on doing that at conventions and local game stores across the country.
Well, Tom, that sounds great. I appreciate the information. And as someone who's got an event coming up, Battlefront Dayton in November 7th, 8th, and 9th in this beautiful Hope Hotel, I'm looking forward to working with Renegade Heroes to help make that event as successful as it can be. Is there anything that you need from me to make that happen, or from other event organizers that are looking to partner with you?
Certainly. So if you're an organizer, an existing one looking for a partnership with Renegade Heroes, we need to understand what games do you enjoy, what additional support you need in terms of staffing, what additional support do you need in terms of swag. Do you want to partner on promotion that goes across Renegade socials and your own? If you provide us those details, then we're more than happy to help.
Well, that makes sense. It seems like it's a pretty simple application process. I filled out the form myself. It was fairly painless. It's a Google form, and it goes pretty quickly. And I was followed up with Tom pretty quickly after that and started working on the plans for Battlefront Dayton. So we're really excited about all that. Where we'll be featuring Diplomacy Era of Empire, as well as Axis and Allies, and a bunch of other games, most of which from Renegade, as it happens. So we're really excited about that. And Tom, anything else you want to tell the people about Renegade Heroes?
If you're interested, again, follow the link provided and apply for the program. You're going to get a chance to meet with some really wonderful, passionate people who are invested in their community. So you're going to get an opportunity to play more of the great games you love with some amazing people. Join in.
And with that, we're sending it back to Gary and Dave in the studio. Thanks, Gary. Good job. Thank you again to Thomas Aver for taking the time to talk with us about Renegade Heroes. We're super excited about everything that program has to offer. So that's the now. Let's talk about the future. So first, let's talk about Dave. Dave is celebrating 25 years, if you can believe it, yes. Since the founding of AxisandAllies.org. And tell us how you're celebrating.
Yeah, so one way to celebrate is that I am running an event at Gen Con. It's called the Axis and Allies Campaign Tournament. And so what we're going to do is we're doing something a little bit different. So instead of having a ladder knockout tournament, we're actually going to do a round robin. So we're going to have 2 pods of 4 teams, and each team is going to play Guadalcanal, Battle of the Bulge, and D-Day. And so then whoever wins the most, and then we'll have some tiebreaker rules as well in case there's a 3-way tie for 2 and 1. Whoever out of each pod, whoever wins, will move on to the finals. And for the finals, as long as we can get a copy, we're probably going to be playing Stalingrad as the final tournament.
And at that point, there will be very few people that know how to play Stalingrad. So it should be a fairly even playing field. You were one of the playtesters for Stalingrad.
Yes, I was one of the playtesters. And I think it's as long as you've played a little bit of D-Day, you'll be very familiar with the rules. There's a few extra rules to it that you'll have to learn, but they're really fun. And it's not too much extra. And I'll have a cheat sheet available. I think in the Gen Con event guide it says that it'll be surprised, but I think I've revealed the surprise.
We're breaking news today, my friends. We're breaking news today. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, another resource is the Board Game Nation Battlefield Basics for that game will be out before Gen Con, so people have an opportunity to watch that. I think the rule book, like a PDF of the rule book, will probably be available by the time we get closer to Gen Con. So folks that are interested in playing in that, if they won't have access to the game because it won't be out yet, but they will have the opportunity to at least look at the rules and watch the videos and reach out to some of the resources that are there. So what else are you doing?
So another thing I'm doing is I'm trying to kind of do a world tour, maybe North America tour, but attend as many Axis and Allies events in 2025 as I can fit into my schedule.
What are you talking about? We're going to the UK. We just covered this. We're going.
I know, exactly. I
your
might
passport
have to put
ready.
that on there. I'm going to reach out to Private Panic right after this and see when the next Battle of Britain is. But doing Gen Con, I'm going to do the event in Dayton at the end of the year, and maybe one of the BBR events, maybe the one in Atlanta. We'll see. Just to go check that out as well.
Excellent. So, what's this event in Dayton? What did you just say? So, we're adding an event to the list of Axis and Allies centric events that we've been going over here. Board Game Nation is hosting our very first event with the support of our friends at Renegade Heroes, which is going to be a really great partnership. We're excited about that. It is called Battlefront Dayton, and it is at the aforementioned Hope Hotel, which is actually located on the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton. So we will be on the base, and we will not have access to, of course, the secure areas. Please do not try to get access to the secure areas. Things get much more complicated if you make that choice. But so please don't do that. But it is going to be, we had an opportunity to visit the hotel, as you saw there. It's a very, very cool spot, and we're excited about it. And so at that event, we will have a qualifier for the Axis and Allies World Championship and other Axis and Allies tournaments at Gen Con in 2026. To be very clear here, you do not have to play in our event to play in Gen Con 2026. But if you do play in our event and win, then you are guaranteed a seat at Gen Con next year. We'll also be playing the world's first diplomacy triathlon, hosted by Mr. Thomas Haver. We'll be playing Classic Diplomacy. We'll be playing Era of Empire and a new mystery diplomacy game that is yet to be announced. And our event actually will be the world premiere for that diplomacy game, which we're super excited about. And we are almost as excited about that as one of our very special guests that will be there, Mr. Larry Harris, the original inventor of Axis and Allies, creator of Axis and Allies, the father of us all, is planning to join us for that event. There will be pictures and autographs. You can bring boards to sign and boxes, and we'll have pictures, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Larry does not come to a lot of events, and so we're very honored that he is willing to come out and play with us for a day or so. So we're really excited about that. The dates for this event, November 7th, 8th, and 9th, again, in Dayton, Ohio. And you can register now. You can find the links on our Facebook page and hopefully in the description below or in the comments below. So that is where we are. I think if you got any future events that you're planning to go to that you're excited about?
No, just the ones I mentioned earlier. Just Battlefront, Gen Con. Just got back from Spring Gathering, and like you said, maybe we'll make that trip out to England, to the UK.
Here's what we need to do. We need to get the Danes and the Dutch and the English to all have a single event. And we'll all just go to Amsterdam or London or something, or Copenhagen or whatever. All right, awesome. Well, I think that is our time for today. Again, thank you to our friends at Renegade for inviting Board Game Nation and Dave Jensen of AxisAndAllies.org to help put together this past, present, and future for this game that we all love, Axis and Allies. And we'd love to hear your questions or comments in the comments below. And again, if we forgot anything or screwed it up, which I am absolutely certain that we did, please make sure that you are letting us know in the comments, and we will do our best to address those if we can. Dave, thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate you being here and all that you've done for the community for the past 25 plus years. Congratulations on just an incredible milestone, and we hope you enjoy your world tour of the Axis and Allies communities, and we look forward to seeing you at Gen Con coming up soon and at Battlefront Dayton. So awesome. Congratulations.
Good. Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
It was our pleasure. Again, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time.
beginning. Dan, that's a nice Queen Victoria costume.
Costume? I don't know what you're talking about. I wear this all the time. I wear this when I'm doing the lawn. Let's talk about Diplomacy Era of Empire. Start by talking about the setting for the game. Now, let me tell you a little bit about it from the back of the box. The 19th century was a dynamic yet turbulent time when huge areas of the Ottoman Empire, the Indian subcontinent, China, Indochina, and the East Indies were fought over by competing empires. These 7 great empires vie for control as alliances are formed and trust is betrayed. Players negotiate and outwit one another in a delicate balance of cooperation and competition to gain dominance in the region. Diplomacy Era of Empire challenges players to rely on their own cunning and cleverness, not dice, to determine the outcome of this game of conspiracies and conquest. Diplomacy Era of Empires comes out in August of this year and is available for pre-order right now. Thomas, so you work directly on this game development. What can you tell us about it?
Oh, well, we've got some great surprises in store for players, but let's start with the familiar. There are a number of powers that exist from classical diplomacy that you also see in the Era of Empire, namely Britain, France, Russia, and Turkey. However, you've got some new powers here. You have China, Japan, and the Netherlands. Congratulations, Netherlands. You've upgraded from Holland, just a supply center, to a full-on power. Era of Empire is not an expansion for diplomacy. It's a standalone game. So 7 players, and you can play between 2 to 7 players if you want, just like classical diplomacy. Era of Empire, a lot of people may recognize as being very similar to that of colonial diplomacy. And that is because this is a reissue and reimagining of the game entirely. This was last released in 1994. Renegade took this game, made updates to the map, to the rules, to the pieces, to the artwork, play tested it, consulted with rules experts, variant designers, and now brought it to you to sit alongside.
That sounds amazing. Sounds like a great deal of work went into the development of this new edition. But also selecting this game for publication was quite a process. So the diplomacy obviously has such a great and storied history in the industry. And so there's lots of variations out there, including colonial diplomacy. But before we selected a reissue of colonial diplomacy, we evaluated a whole bunch of different variants and put it into a short list of ones to evaluate and talk through and make sure we were bringing the diplomacy community the best possible version that we could. And we're really happy with all the changes that were made to update this colonial diplomacy into this new version called Era of Empire. For those familiar with diplomacy, what can you tell us about how Era of Empire differs from the classic game?
Yeah. So this is not just a simple port over of colonial into Era of Empire, nor is it just the same diplomacy. There are several unique mechanics to make a sort of different flavor of game if you're familiar with diplomacy. So one of those core game mechanic differences occurs in the build phase, or the so-called winter phase, as a lot of players call it. You have the ability to forward build units. If you own the supply center, you can build there. You no longer have just home centers. That mechanic is called conscription. Additionally, you have the ability during that build or winter phase to convert units from armies to fleets and fleets to armies so long as they sit in a supply center. Both of these mechanics actually derive from our many new players. I've taught the game over a few decades and a few thousand people, and these were the 2 mechanics consistently that players in learning the game have asked for. It was intuitive for them. So you know what? Let's make it part of a core mechanic for a game that we're re-releasing so they get what they want. There's a few other items that players will note as they look over the map. In classic diplomacy, you would mention explicitly in the rules that there's a land bridge that occurs between Denmark and Sweden, so armies can traverse those. Here we make it more explicit in that you have straits. That's where you have the yellow arrows on the map that indicate that you can have armies or fleets traverse from one side to the other. So now it is possible to go from Vladivostok in Russia all the way down to the southern Japanese islands and vice versa. Additionally, you have a sort of a unique canal mechanic in here. It's in diplomacy as well, where they have the Kiel Canal. The way that canals work in diplomacy is you have to park a fleet in that province where the canal is, in this case Kiel, before going out on the other side. You can't go directly from Baltic Sea to Helgoland Bight, you have to go the canal first. We've updated the Suez Canal, which originally required permission to pass through in the original colonial diplomacy release, and now it functions exactly the same as the Kiel Canal. This was done also intentionally to draw comparisons from one game to the other, so that way, if you know the rules of diplomacy, you can very easily jump into Era of Empire. Or if you're starting off with Era of Empire, you can jump into diplomacy and you have some of those same familiar elements. So there are a number of other mechanical differences that occur in here that are more related to the map. Going through playtesting, we made great adjustments to the provinces, their connectivity, the number of centers that are in place to balance it. In the original release of the game, there was greater emphasis placed on the ability for Japan or Great Britain to outlive the others or to interfere with others. We wanted to balance the power so that everyone had an equal chance to start the game. So the number of starting units has been modified to reflect that, and their adjacency has also been modified, so that way it makes for a more open game. So Dan, we've got a lot of great stuff with the maps, and we've played on some hand-drawn maps during the playtesting period, but it was wonderful to see the final map, which I see as your background on here. I didn't work on that part of the game, but you did. Can you tell me about the new map?
Yeah, so the new map was done by, it was updated by Rob Lazzaretti, who is a great illustrator, cartographer, map maker in the gaming industry. We've worked with him on several projects, and this one was no different. He did a great job. If you're not familiar with Rob's work, he's done some work on Dungeons and Dragons and other notable gaming industry games. So he's a great cartographer. So some of the things that we did in this particular one is that we have the map set up to have contrast between the pieces. So the pieces, the wooden pieces are specific colors, and you don't want those to be exactly the same so that they blend in, you can't see them. So we worked on the coloring and the variations and the various tones to make sure that there was enough variation that they could be seen easily and quickly. The other thing that's interesting about diplomacy, if you're a diplomacy player, you know this, is that unlike most board games, where you're sitting around the table and you're 6 to 12 inches from the board, in diplomacy, most of the action and negotiation takes place away from the table. So that means that people are viewing the board at a much greater distance than in a traditional board game. So this is different. So we had to have some strong contrast of the colors between them, make the lines bold and big and bold, so that they could be seen from a longer distance. There were also some other minor changes to the map when compared to colonial diplomacy, like removing the year counter, removing some of the names from the board, just to clean it up, give more access to the board, more play space, and make it a cleaner experience.
Fantastic. So that reminds me, though, when the map changes were being made, we also decided to make some changes to the colors of the powers, as well as the piece shapes. That was an interesting process.
Yeah. So Great Britain and France kept the same colors as in original diplomacy, but the Dutch were given their orange color as a national color. And I know that the Dutch players will be happy about that. The other powers were linked to colors of national importance for them. And we did remove green so that the red-green colorblind folks wouldn't be affected as much. So if anyone from classic diplomacy has trouble differentiating between Austria and Italy, the orange pieces from Era of Empire can be used, and it'll be a nice thing for them to be able to see it easier. So the pieces were sized. That's another interesting note, is that the pieces were sized to work with either game. So if you prefer the pieces from classic diplomacy, you can use them in Era of Empire, or vice versa. The pieces in Era of Empire can be used in classic diplomacy, or you can mix and match. They're all the same size.
Very cool. Like the new piece shapes, though, those were also updated for Era of Empire.
Yeah, totally. We know that longtime diplomacy players love their wooden blocks. Those classic wooden blocks were great. But we did want to update them a little bit, just like we did in the 6th edition of Diplomacy. We decided to keep the wood, but shape the meeples for Era of Empire for this specific time frame and setting. The armies are cavalry with their fun hats. The fleets are steam and sail ships that were popular at the time. These little details of making it kind of feel right for the time and place will really help players and the immersion of the gameplay.
Yeah, well, we are both fond of hats, so I appreciate having the kepis on those cavalry units.
Mine's shiny. I don't know about yours. Mine's shiny.
I got a tassel, okay? All right, so differing features for different hats on there. Like,
sure.
I like how we're paying homage to the original fans by making sure that these are wooden blocks, because that's been in place since 1959. while showcasing meeples, because those have become the standard in the gaming hobby. One of the other cool details about the game is the consistency in the artwork from Diplomacy to Era of Empire.
Yeah, so the illustrator for the 6th edition of Diplomacy was Janos Orban, and we've worked with him at Renegade in many different projects, and he's done a phenomenal job. And we really liked what he did on the Diplomacy box and wanted to have some consistency in the line, so we worked with him on the Era of Empire box cover as well. So we're very happy with how it turned out. As you can see from our costumes, we're loving it, and think he did a great job of representing those characters. But for the figures on the box, that was actually a brainstorm and an idea from you, Thomas, and some of the playtesters. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I would say it was fantastic, to not only get an opportunity to work on the mechanics of the game, but also to have input for the art direction. So we reached out to our playtest group and said, all right, what do we want to see on the box art? Well, because Diplomacy here used 3 characters to represent 3 powers, we decided for consistency to also go with 3 figures, but in this case, go specifically with 3 historical figures. So you have Queen Victoria. Deanna, thank you for paying homage to her today. Named Victorian age, so she of course has to be front and center for this. You have Sultan Abdulaziz of the Ottoman Empire, and that's where I'm representing today. And you have the Empress Dowager of China, Zishi, represented there. So these are 3 powers that represent the West, the Central, and the East. Give us those 3 figures like we just had in the classic Diplomacy box. It's fantastic. The playtesters for this game were quite passionate, as you would expect from Diplomacy fans. They put a lot of work on updating the game. So we playtested in person, we playtested within Slack, we playtested within Discord, numerous games going back and forth, players providing their feedback through Google Forms directly to me, as well as in chats, relayed all that information, made multiple modifications to the map during the course of play, and came up with this final version that we're very pleased with. It takes a lot of time to go through, especially for any sort of Diplomacy variant that you're working on, because it's not just one player on one. You're creating balance between the 7 players, early game, mid game, late game. You're not only creating balance, but you're creating the feeling of balance between those players. So they feel like no matter what they draw, they have an opportunity to expand their empire and conquer the board. So I appreciate all the work that our playtesters put in. They are noted in the rulebook here, and each one of them is going to receive a game. And I want to say right now, thank you very much to our entire playtest team for the amount of effort that they put into this game and the feedback to make this a wonderful release.
Yes, I agree. Thank you to you, Thomas, and all the playtesters for all the work that was put into this on the development side. A lot of love and passion and care went into it, and it shows. But Thomas, you've been running Diplomacy teaching events for years, for decades. What do you expect this game? Who's the audience for this game? Veteran players, new players, both? What do you think?
The game is designed for both veteran and new players. So as I mentioned, 2 of the core mechanics brought into this game were brought about because of requests from those new players. But also being an experienced veteran myself, like our playtest group comprised of both experienced players as well as people who had never played before. So we got feedback from both sides. So what we wanted to do is to make sure that it matches the current release of Diplomacy. The experienced players want to have that sort of relation, that tethering back to the original release. So we made sure that the rules for Era of Empire match that of 6th edition Diplomacy rules. So players can begin with either classical or Era of Empire and switch back and forth easily. It only really takes a few minutes once you've played one to just look at the differences for the other. And we note that in the rule book as well as the quick start guide of this is the thing that's changed about this. For anyone who wants to learn, you don't have to wait for sort of like a special session or to go through the entire rulebook. There is a 10-minute how to play video that was recorded by Legendary Tactics that's available and we'll link to here on YouTube that you can go watch and get set up for the game. We wanted to make sure for those experienced players that when they're playing classical, that they'll want to jump in and try Era of Empire because it's a new map, new powers, new rules that you can go with and have a spice of life in terms of variety. And for those new people coming in where they look at the box and they go, ooh, this seems like an interesting game, let me try it. They may have no idea that there is a classical version of Diplomacy available, that they can go and play it and then learn, oh, wait, we have another game that's set in World War I. Let's go try that. So it's designed for both experienced as well as new players.
That's great. And I would highly recommend that video that Thomas mentioned. Thomas does the teaching. He does it on a giant walkable map. So it's on the floor, it's giant, and he walks around and does a really great job of simplifying, explaining everything. So I highly recommend that video. So Thomas, how can people play this game before the August release?
Yeah, so speaking of that giant walkable map, so we have a brand new community outreach program here at Renegade known as the Renegade Heroes program. So this is where we gather in individuals who care passionately about these games and want to play them, whether it's at their own kitchen table, at a game cafe, at a board game store, a local library, or a game convention. You alluded to the giant walkable map. Like, I'm one of those same volunteers in the program. So I run events at conventions all across the country. So if you want to play ahead of time, go and follow the link we have to the Renegade Heroes program, join in with the Renegade Discord, and look to see where there are going to be events in your local area. We are running things all across the United States, and we have partners that we've established in other places around the world, and we are providing them with some swag if you want to learn Era of Empire. So that way you can not only play the game, but you get some cool stuff you can take home with you. So I highly recommend, if you want to actually join the program, go follow the sign-up link and apply. You'll get a chance to meet with some really amazing people. Volunteering is actually how I got into meeting with Renegade. I volunteered for Hasbro for a number of years. I was very passionate about specific games, being Diplomacy, Acquire, Robo Rally, that are around me here. And through that contact, I got a chance to meet with these fantastic people at Renegade. And now we're sharing that love. We're expanding and sharing these great games with many additional people out there. So I really look forward to meeting you at conventions and game stores as we go and teach this game and run specific events. It's going to be a fantastic experience. Wait a second. I hear something. We've got a visitor. It looks like China is joining us today. All right. So, sorry, Victoria. Turkey has just made an unbreakable game-long alliance with China. It's the end for Great Britain. Provided I do all the household chores for the next week. 2 weeks. Next 2 weeks.
They call this the period of the Victorian Age for a reason. It's my time. The sun never sets on my empire. But it's about to set on both of yours. I'll see both of you on the board.
Deal.
Welcome to the Monster Menace Primer video essay. I'm your community specialist, Rena Amaranthine, and I'm so excited to tell you all about our recent release, Monsters Menace the World. Let's start with the basics. Monsters Menace the World is a 2 to 4 player, 90-minute session game designed by Marcus E. Birchers. In this video, we'll be talking about 1. The world, the history of the game line, 2. The menace, the basics of gameplay, and 3. The monsters, information about each of the playable monsters, and the minions too. You can order the game right now using the link in the description box down below. Also, make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, that way you can keep up to date with all of our new releases and any fun additional Renegade Games content. Now, let's enter the Monsterverse. The year is 2005. YouTube is brand new, all the cool kids have a Motorola Razr, and the best show on TV, maybe ever, is American Idol. Oh, and there are giant monsters rampaging across America. Gargantus, Toxicor, Tomonaji, and others have wrought havoc across the United States as the rest of the world watched in absolute horror. This event became known as the 2005 Rampage. From San Francisco to New York, tons of American cities and landmarks were demolished in this devastating tragedy. However, after a stunning battle for supremacy, the monster simply disappeared into the wilderness, leaving the world to pick up the pieces. Every good monster story has rich origins, and a game about a lot of monsters is no exception. Monsters Menace the World is actually an adaptation of the 1998 Avalon Hill game Monsters Ravage America by J.C. Connors and Ben Knight. In the original version of the game, players took on the role of monsters and battled until 20 cities were reduced to rubble, and the winner was crowned king of the giant monsters. 7 years later, in 2005, Connors and Knight designed a new version of the game, called Monsters Menace America. Monsters Menace America was truly a beauty of board game design. Using bright colors and a gritty comic style, it drew in anyone who'd ever watched a Godzilla movie. For Monsters Menace the World, the art is done by Matt Frank with Tommy Shelton. Matt Frank is a comic book artist who specializes in kaiju artwork. Known around the world, his work appears in multiple Godzilla comics, no surprises there, and we are so lucky to be working with him and Tommy Shelton on this game. Monsters Menace the World really benefits from this cool, retro vibe with harsh lines and pops of color. The original game came with miniatures of the monsters you could play. This is not one of them, this is an example. Which added an extra level of fun, and also gave you a little conch to keep on your mantelpiece. Keeping in the spirit of the 2005 edition, in this new adaptation we've included sculpted miniatures for each of the 6 monsters. These detailed miniatures are sure to look great on the table, and add a fun touch to the gameplay experience. There's also pieces for the military factions, so be sure to make plenty of space for game night. Sorry, military factions. Monsters Menace the World is perfect for fans of kaiju and retro monsters like Godzilla, King Kong, Mothra, you name it. You'll notice that a lot of the monsters in this game draw inspiration from some of the most famous monsters that have graced our screens and comic book pages. 20 years after the 2005 Rampage, the colossal creatures have emerged from hiding and discovered the rest of the world. Now, all of humanity is threatened by their gargantuan struggle for power. This game is exactly what it says on the box. Each player controls a monster that they use to menace the world in order to gain infamy. And to prevent your opponents from gaining infamy, players also control one military faction in hopes of slowing down or stopping them from getting an advantage. Gaining infamy is simple. Stomp cities, mutate, defeat other monsters, all your classic monster kaiju actions. On your turn, you'll be able to move your monster, fight, resolve encounters, and deploy military units. When a monster enters a territory, if it can overcome all the obstacles found there, it reaps the rewards. That's, the city stomping and mutating stuff. After that, it's time for your military to act. Deploy units to combat other players' monsters and thwart any attempts at gaining infamy. One of the many great things about this game is that there's no player elimination. It's no fun to get really into a game just to be knocked down for the count. Luckily, in Monsters Menace the World, if your monster is defeated, they go back to the monster lair, they take a little nap maybe, and they rejoin the fight in the next turn. At the end of the game, the player with the most infamy wins. Why do we care about infamy? Who even are these monsters? Let's find out. While it may be easy to empathize with the poor humans being affected by such tragedies, real monster fans know that the star of a monster movie is, of course, the monster. So, who are these monsters menacing the world? What are their abilities? What are their origins? What are their star signs? I don't know their star signs, but I can give you some more info about the monsters themselves. In this game, you'll be able to play as 6 major monsters: Tomonaji, Conk, Zorb, Stragoika, Chupacoloso, and Nessie are your main playable monsters. And there are 10 minion monsters. Let's start with the big lizard himself. Tomonaji was the last of his kind, a Tomonajisaurus, a Triassic dinosaur large enough to dine on several Tyrannosaurus rex each day. Ew. Originally, he was awoken by a giant tsunami off the coast of Japan, and was one of the first monsters to assert his dominance in the years that followed. Attempts to nuke him with cruise missiles in the 2005 rampage resulted in him spawning an offspring. Baby Tomonaji. He's so cute. If Tomonaji seems familiar to you eagle-eyed old-school gamers out there, that's because he's one of the 3 playable monsters making a return from the 2005 game Monsters Menace America, and he's reprising his role as a total menace. Tomonaji is partially aquatic, so upon retreating, he's able to heal and take a parting shot if he's fleeing to the ocean. He may be slow and bulky, so he starts with fewer attacks, but in exchange, each hit does more damage. His mutations tie into these 2 attributes: Atomic Breath, which gives him an additional attack, while Fins and Gills give him additional movement in the ocean. Let's just say, you wouldn't want to try out swimming him. Up next, we have another familiar face, Conk, who's much more agile than Tomonaji, and also from Monsters Menace America, is the offspring of giant prehistoric apes found on a small craggy island near Cuba. He was captured by the owners of a Florida theme park, but escaped into the wild soon afterwards. He spent much of the 2005 rampage kidnapping friends and stealing barges for fun. He also enjoys playing with rockets. Being more agile, his unique ability allows him to swat down attacking fighters or incoming rockets with ease. In terms of his personality, he's less overtly hostile to humans, probably from all his time at the theme park. Furthermore, Conk can get a mutation that allows him to move through spaces occupied by the military without causing a battle. But his other mutations mean that he can go into a combat rage as well. He gains extra attacks with Berserk and extra battles with Rampage. But is that really what you want? Our final returning monster is none other than Zorb. A being of mysterious origin, Zorb was once thought to be an alien from the planet Opticus Omega. It grew to an immense size after being the subject of radiation experiments at Area 51. During the 2005 rampage, it was discovered that it is at least partially robotic. As a robotic alien, Zorb is precise. It has lower damage, but its unique special ability lets it re-roll attacks, so attacks hit far more frequently. Its horrific alien physiology gives it mutation enhancements like whip tentacles, allowing for extra attacks, and winged horror, which causes human military to retreat before it. And along with our returning monsters, we have 3 brand new beasts for you. They weren't in either previous entry of the series, and we are so excited to introduce them. So first off, Nessie! Once thought to be nothing more than a Scottish legend, Nessie hid within the depths of Loch Ness for millions of years after her species became extinct at the end of the Mesozoic era. A unique blend of radiation exuded from the vents beneath the loch extended Nessie's lifespan and allowed her to grow to her titanic size. She finally emerged because she was tired of all the pesky humans taking grainy photographs of her, which, fair enough, the pics do not do her justice. Nessie is, as you can infer, based off of the Loch Ness Monster. And while she comes from fresh water, she's totally capable of benefiting from ocean spaces. Nessie's special ability lets her attack from an ocean space during the move phase, while her Thing from Below mutation lets her get back into the ocean after encountering a space to set up her next turn. She also has the Fins and Gills mutation to enhance her ocean attacks even more. The next of the new entries is Stregoica. The Amazon is home to many mysteries and undiscovered species. Even after decades of study, one such long-overlooked species was Stregoica, a giant vampire bat. He's been worshipped by cults in the heart of the Amazon for centuries. This arrangement suited Stregoica just fine, as it has provided him with easy access to food and adoration, which, like, me too. Me too. Now, however, he has ventured beyond his jungle realm to satiate himself on his fellow monsters. Stregoica's special ability was one of the first ones designed by Birchers, and largely remained unchanged through the entire design process and testing. He has the lowest starting health and can be pretty fragile early on, but don't count him out. Stregoica's special ability lets him gain health whenever he defeats a military unit. Similarly, his vampiric recovery mutation lets him return to his starting health value on each of his turns if he becomes the focus of attacks. To represent his monstrous nature, military retreat before his winged horror mutation, and potentially die of fright once he gets the seething terror mutation. With all these scary monsters everywhere, one has to wonder, will the hunters ever be hunted? Let's talk about Chupacoloso. With the reappearance of many colossal monsters, it was only a matter of time before one of them became an apex predator. A hunter of the hunters. The Chupacoloso seems to be related to the legendary Chupacabra, or perhaps those legends are based on fleeting sightings of the feline Chupacoloso. Either way, he has very little use for humans. His thirst is for monster flesh. Occupying a unique niche of playable monsters, Chupacoloso is very focused on seeking out other monsters to combat and defeat. His special ability actually makes it harder for him to hit military units, incentivizing him to focus his attacks on other monsters and their minions. He has the most starting attacks, and gets even more when only attacking monsters. His mutations similarly make him a more deadly predator. High-octane blood increases his movement and defense against other monsters, while War Spikes increase his ability to deal damage, both to monsters and the military if he does hit them. Now, those are our main playable monsters. But I did mention minions, didn't I? And I did give everybody a little sneak peek of the adorable baby Tomonagi. So, let's talk about the minions. Sadly, no, they are not all babies. But the first one is... Let's explain how minions work, though. Every player starts the game with one minion. According to Marcus, this was originally just for testing, but they were such a core part of the game that it stuck. When a monster makes it to a mutation site and mutates, you roll for the mutation on your board, and there's a chance that you could get a new minion instead of a mutation. And you can have up to 2 at once. Minions move and can fight just like the main monsters can. Sometimes they get used as direct support, fighting alongside the monster, or they can go off on their own to slow down and disrupt other players. I personally love the image of just like a little monster guy picking on your friends and bothering them military. It's really funny. There are 10 unique minions included in Monsters Menace the World. Let's start by going into more detail on the bizarre origins of baby Tomonagi. During the 2005 rampage, there were unsuccessful attempts to take out Tomonagi with a barrage of cruise missiles. They did, however, cause him to spawn a tiny copy of himself that has been dubbed Baby Tomonagi. He's like his colossal progenitor, but smaller, and a lot cuter. I just love him so much, he's so cute, look at him! As he's just a baby, Baby Tomonagi is very weak in combat, like most babies. And with the lowest stats of any monster or minion, he can't attack military units, only monsters and other minions. However, his parent monster, Tomonagi, gets a bonus for sticking close to its baby, and a revenge strike if baby Tomonagi falls. Don't mess with a monster baby! Baby Tomonagi is also designed to work well with its parent by tying into the extra attacks theme. It becomes kind of a giant bring your kid to work day, but work is menacing the world. Huh. Well, while it would be cool to have baby versions of every monster, the other minions bring a little more variety to the table, and one of the most interesting personalities in the game is Pollen Dust. Unlike most of the Titanic monsters, Pollen Dust is a gentle soul. She does not seek battle and is slow to anger. She would prefer a peaceful coexistence with the people of the world and her fellow monsters. Due to the devastation caused by the other monsters, however, humans have attacked Pollen Dust as well, and she is more than willing to defend herself. Since she can hold her own in combat, Pollen Dust has stats close to a playable monster. Most minions do not do 3 damage with their attacks. Thematically though, she isn't a fighter first. She is helpful. She can help you advance your objective during the game, and unlike most minions, she can use the mutation sites and bring that mutation back to your monster. But not all minions are designed to work alongside monsters. Meet Captain Colossal. In an attempt to counter the monsters in 2005, a Marine willingly allowed himself to be subjected to experiments to increase his size, physique, and combat prowess. The years since the 2005 rampage have not been kind to Colossal, as he's led a lonely life in the remote highlands of the Cascade Mountains. Never one to run from a fight, however, when the monsters re-emerged, he reported for duty once more. Captain Colossal is the ultimate battlefield commander. His size and experience allow him to coordinate with his players' military units. Any of the players' military in or near his space receive a buff. And he's not entirely a monster like the other minions, so he can pass through spaces with any player's military unit, and is never hostile to his own military. In sharp, scary contrast to Captain Colossal, we have Tri-Ma, who craves only one thing: violence. No one knows the origin of this mysterious 3-headed creature. It looks nothing like any animal from Earth's present or past. It merely appeared one day, causing mayhem and destruction. Witnesses to its arrival could only remember the 3 monstrous heads striking in every direction, and that image continues to haunt the survivors. Whatever his origins, Tri-Ma is an extremely violent monster, even more extreme than his contemporaries, and he seems to relish in the fight, seeking out other monsters to dominate. Tri-Ma was meant to be a force of pure offense, so his ability allows him to gain more attacks. It's an exploding dice mechanic because if the additional attacker attacks roll a 5 or a 6, they also trigger the ability. With luck, he can dish out a lot of punishment. Originally, he was supposed to have a 3s theme: 3 move, 3 attack, 3 defense, 3 damage, and 9 health, 3 times 3. But 3 attacks proved way too powerful in testing. He is just a minion after all. The next minion is known as the Swamp Lasher. No one really knows where the Swamp Lasher came from, or even what it is. It rose out of the Louisiana swamp one day, a writhing mass of goo and tentacles, coiling around anyone attempting to approach it and dragging them into the morass. The Swamp Lasher was conceptualized as an undulating mass with many tentacles rising up from the body, or the water. Swamp Lasher is able to hold and immobilize military units. As it is focusing its tentacles on holding its prey, it becomes less effective in battle, having a reduced number of attacks. Paired with your monster or another minion, though, locking down military units can be very useful. Now, you've met Captain Colossal, but obviously during the 2005 rampage, there were more than just one attempt at stopping the monsters. Meet Mecha Monster. During the 2005 rampage, the United States military developed several attempted countermeasures to the rampaging monsters. One avenue in this effort was robotics. Built at great taxpayer expense, Mecha Monster was a robot large enough to go toe-to-toe with Tomonagi. Concerned that it might not be able to defeat monsters in battle directly, the designers built it with a self-destruct mechanism to hopefully take any monsters that defeated it out in one final explosion. After the rampage, Mecha Monster was quietly mothballed. When it was reactivated, instead of following orders, it went rogue and became a new threat on its own. As a human-built robot, Mecha Monster's stats are impactful, high damage, but not very resilient, low defense and average health. It is a capable foil to the monsters, but one that will eventually be destroyed by them. Its unique ability represents its final defense mechanism, an explosion that will damage every other unit in its space when it goes down. Our next minion is Ixiptla. Dragons and serpents are in the myths of many cultures around the world, having existed since the dawn of recorded history, or even before. The source of many of those myths is likely the feathered serpent Ixiptla. She calls the jungles of southern Mexico home and has hidden there for millennia. Her seclusion and solitude was interrupted by Strigoi on his terrorizing path north from the Amazon. Her ability is based around being a flying serpent. She's got somewhat weaker stats, except for defense. She's very hard to hit because she's so agile and thin. But she is able to fly over military units, which are normally hostile to minions, and in doing so, she can move some of them with her to her destination, against their will. Everybody's heard of the abominable snowman. The next minion on our list is Frosty. Throughout the decades, Frosty was often glimpsed and credited as the abominable snowman. With the coming of the other monsters, he has emerged from the Himalayas to bring his chill to the world. It was thought he resided in the cold, frigid highlands of the Himalayas because he prefers the cold. In reality, he is the cold, chilling everyone and everything around him. Frosty's mechanical concept was very simple. He has an aura of cold around him. He slows reactions, he makes it harder to defend. All the monsters and minions, other than Frosty, in his space have a reduced defense value. Notably, it affects his player's monster as well, if they're present. So some care is required so that it doesn't backfire. For being minions, some of these sure are big. Meet Gargantus. On January 27, 1951, the first atmospheric nuclear test on the Nevada test site took place. Miraculously, one tiny praying mantis survived the blast. This lonely survivor rapidly grew to impossible size and was one of the primary instigators of the 2005 rampage. Despite his unparalleled speed, he was driven back in 2005 and went into hiding for 20 years. In the previous game in this series, there was a mutation card called High Octane Blood, which allowed a monster to attack first, and Gargantus was pictured in the art. That card was the inspiration for his ability here. His concept was that he had incredible speed despite his size, so his ability lets him attack even before monsters. The final minion we're going to talk about today is the Terror of the Skies. For millions of years, this Quetzalcoatlus hibernated near Krakatoa as the mountain built up, erupted, and rebuilt over and over again. After countless millennia of slumbering growth, it erupted from Anak Krakatoa in a conflagration that dwarfed the deadly volcano's 1883 eruption. He became a scourge over Asia and Australia, earning him the moniker Terror of the Skies. While hibernating underneath Krakatoa, Terror got several mutations. He has an armored carapace that makes him more resilient against other monsters, and he takes reduced damage from them. He also has a special affinity for the lava environment that kept him alive for so long and birthed him into the world. Lava has a regenerative phoenix-like effect on him, so he's able to come back to life once per game. That's all the minions. Which one was your favorite? Which of the main monsters are you excited to play as? Drop a comment on the video, let us know, make sure you like this, and, know that you're going into this game with a little more knowledge than your opponents. If your opponents don't also watch this video. Monsters Menace the World is available now in the Renegade web store, which is linked down below, or you can check with your friendly local game store. The game is for 2 to 4 players, ages 14 and older, to enjoy in approximately 90 minutes. Do you have what it takes to become the most infamous monster in the world? Order a copy of Monsters Menace the World and find out. I hope that looked cool, because I have no idea.
everybody. My name is Rena Amaranthine, and I would love to welcome you to this Renegade Con's World of Darkness Storyteller Roundtable. Obviously, I have been possessed by the spirit of Count Orlok, aka Nosferatu, and of course, I could not do a roundtable on my own, so I'm going to have each of my storytellers introduce themselves, and then we're going to talk a little bit about World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade, all of those, all of these spooky, scary things that you can do in these supernatural games. So Fabian, would you like to go first?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Fabian Lille. I am a producer for Bedhouse RPG. We run a lot of like World of Darkness content. Mainly we have an in-universe kind of title called Darkness Eternal. So, you know, we have stuff ranging from things in the United States all the way to Itaewon in South Korea. We have some games set in Manila, and soon enough we'll have a game set in Macau. So yeah.
Chris?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Colon. I am the GM, performer, producer, all the hats over on Taino Tales, which is my channel where I produce a bunch of stuff from various games for urban fantasy and horror and whatnot. In terms of World of Darkness, I was one of the few individuals when Werewolf the Apocalypse 5e came out. I did it over with the lovely folks over at Bat House, and we ran an all-Latin werewolf game about a bunch of motorcycle werewolves. It was awesome. So that's me.
And last but not least, Hector.
Hello, I am Hector Manuel Reyes, aka Okami, all over the internet. I am a almost like 20+ year World of Darkness storyteller and enthusiast. I have played, I cut my teeth on Vampire the Masquerade LARP scene back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and I have been running various World of Darkness properties my whole life. I've only been doing actual play for about 4 years now. I am currently the steward, as I call myself, over at the House of Dreams actual play channel, but I'm all over the internet.
Yay! And we're so excited to have you all here and to have you talking about World of Darkness and like your experiences with it and sort of helping usher in the future of storytellers, because you got a lot of people who want to play these World of Darkness games and less people who are confident in leading them. So I'm hoping that at least part of this roundtable can be, showing people that it's not that hard and it's not that scary and it's a lot of fun and you get to do very cool things when you're the storyteller. So my first question is, what drew you to World of Darkness over other sort of similar RPGs? Anything else that's like spooky supernatural?
So when I was, I think, 12, I read Interview with the Vampire. And then shortly thereafter, Tale of the Body Thief, which I should not have been reading when I was 12, but hey, it was the 90s. And then around age 14 or so, I was wanting something different than Dungeons and Dragons, even though I liked Dungeons and Dragons. And then I found out about Vampire the Masquerade, and I kind of flipped through the book, and the book reminded me a lot of Anne Rice's Vampires. And I have been playing it ever since, and that was back in 1994 during the second edition. So that's what really got me into Vampire was, I had read Bram Stoker's Dracula when I was 10. I just sort of consumed whatever vampire novels I wanted. So I got in it because of like the literature and the goth scene.
Of course, the goth scene is so important.
For me, I think I'm the outlier in all this because I've recently run World of Darkness, so kind of the latest within like a year was like my first time. My first AP was my first time running World of Darkness.
Wow.
System. Yeah, it was a whole thing. I didn't do it for a while because I wasn't too sure. But what really drew me to the system from a bunch of things is kind of the groundedness of it a bit. I do sometimes like to be weird with things, be bombastic when you have a system and letting people do things. But when I had the show in mind for Embers of Rage, which was again the werewolf apocalypse, it was more I needed a groundedness of it, but also still the supernatural side, which World of Darkness really complements. And one of the things I still love today about the system is the sort of how in depth you can get with PC creation. I just did one for a vampire game, and I was just still amazed about how many ways you can still make a character, and each time it will be different no matter what kind of story, from silly to serious. It's very wild. And also the harm system as well, because a lot of games you kind of get hit and you kind of like, they treat it more like, oh, I got hit, HP, whatever. But with World of Darkness, when you get hit, you get hit, and it really does stick with you, and it adds to the story. So all that was just icing on the cake when it came to it. And of course, the powers are awesome. The way things can get really weird, really fast is always awesome to watch play out.
And Fabian?
Yeah, when I got into World of Darkness as a kind of like Hector said, I was tired of Dungeons and Dragons and I was looking for something else. But prior to that, what got me into like all of like the urban fantasy whole thing is like I used to grow up in like the whole Tumblr era. So like, the people that you date, like they're really into like the first person that got me into like vampires was really into Twilight, but then I got introduced to like Mortal Instruments.
Yeah.
But like the whole integration of like supernatural folk into like our urban setting and like this present setting was so interesting to me. So when I got into vampire, kind of like seeing the possibilities and the stories that you can tell within the realms of like your real world was very interesting, especially the fact that like you can easily integrate and like inject a little bits of yourself and your own culture in it. So I was like, hell yeah, let's play this game.
I'm already straying off my script because I do want to ask Fabian and Hector, since you've been playing it for so long, what sort of like changes have you seen from like past editions to current editions that you really like?
I really like Hunger Dice. Like when I finally got a chance to play 5e, which was only in the the past couple of years, I like Hunger Dice a lot. It was a lot to track with the humanity system and the blood traits and like, and then I played a lot of LARP as well. And I don't know, I was reluctant to change, but I didn't think I was going to like the Hunger Dice until I got them in play. And the person that ran it for me had the custom dice, so it was very easy for us to kind of flow through into it, and I loved it. I really like it a lot. I think it's a little bit more representative of the slide into the beast. I think it gets you into like really interesting narrative situations. And there used to be a kind of an issue, or it was an issue for me, which was sort of like the ride down to humanity zero, where your players would just do more and more terrible things, to just sort of, and it really kind of, for lack of a better term, dehumanized the entire experience. So having the Hunger Dice and then having like messy criticals and bestial failures, it kind of took me back to the old LARP when the LARP first came out, where you used to collect bestial traits, which were these descriptions that used to kind of impact your character because everything was traits. So that's the rule that I really like. I really like the Hunger Dice and how they impact the game.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with like the Hunger Dice. It gives like a sense of urgency to the player where, like you don't just feed to like power your powers, you feed to keep yourself human. And I think that's the beauty of like the storytelling that current World of Darkness has compared to back then, where I feel like back in like second edition, it really established like you are monsters, and that everything else outside of that is not important. And telling stories about humanity and how the monster is creeping up behind your back is very much what draws a lot of like people to Vampire the Masquerade. And outside of that, I think the change that I really like the most was definitely thinking about what they wrote back then and retconning things that were a little bit harmful from like the perspective of people of like color. Especially Kindred of the East is probably like one of my least favorite books. But like seeing the work that World of Darkness is doing right now to make things more inclusive is probably one of my favorite things now. It feels that I can be myself in the game.
I do want to jump to the flashback thing because also you were talking about, Hector, like I wish I could bring you guys back to all of the LARPs that I have been to. I would love to. I wish I could, but
Just the good parts.
Just the good parts. The highlights reel. But we do have something, I mean, not quite like that in Memoriam. But Fabian, do you want to sort of talk about that? You were very excited. So
I mean, well, the thing is, like I need to reread a lot of it. So, hey, in Memoriam, you should get it once it's out. It's a really good book. And this is not me because like we got a copy or whatever. I really enjoy once you got the base book of Vampire the Masquerade, then we got the player's guide. There is a different like it is very telling that they want you to play a neonate, a fledgling, somebody who's new to this world. But when with In Memoriam, it expands your experience playing a character that has been alive for 100, 150, 200 years. And the beauty of, well, more of the tragedy of living for so long and going through so many eras. One of my favorite things is you get to, depending on what age you are, you get to start with bonuses based on how many eras you live in. So there is going to be a list of kind of bonuses, attributes, skills, and stuff like that, like specialties that you get from it. And it expands the experience of the game. Going back to flashback, you know how when you're watching a scene, a movie, and they flash back to a moment in time of the character's life where they're a kid, or you know when they're old, they're like a teen, and things happen exactly the same, or at least similar situations bore the same kind of message or like lesson.
Yeah.
Flashback play allows you to do that with some tools and examples that they give you with certain characters that you might be able to know in terms of like, these are kindred from that era. Maybe are they still alive? Maybe they're not. But it facilitates you to explore how much you've changed from maybe 50 years ago or 100 years ago, and what kindred unlife has done to you to now.
That's fascinating because in the old days, we used to call those, specifically in Vampire, we used to call those Forever Night moments or Highlander moments. So Highlander, the TV show, had a lot of flashbacks, a lot of period flashbacks, a lot of journeys through history. Forever Night was another like procedural that was very similar to Highlander, but he was a vampire. And so that also had flashbacks in the same structure as Highlander did. And at the table, whenever we would do flashbacks, you know, or people were playing elder games or stuff like that, we would call those Forever Night moments. And I am so glad those are coming back because they talked about that in Fabian, did you read Elysium? The old Elysium book?
No, not the old Elysium book.
Oh, okay. Because it sounds like they've taken Elysium and upgraded it and like fleshed it out and made it more interesting. Because Elysium was like this thin.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't very long. It had a couple of really good essays on like how to play somebody who'd lived a long time. It gave you some essays on how to like do flashback mechanics if you had never done them before. And here are all the cool extra powers you get because you're playing an elder vampire. But this sounds much cooler and much more robust than the old Elysium book.
and it gives like, storytelling is not the easiest thing to do in terms of like running games. It definitely gives you an idea if you're not really savvy in like writing like scenes that are flashback. It gives you a solid foundation to be able to run these scenes, and it gives you examples of other kindred or other characters that you can use, like, kind of like pick and choose to kind of make the scene more robust, more believable, more grounded. And yeah, In Memoriam does a lot of service for you to be able to like live in those moments and kind of look back and then drag them back to the present time and help you deal with your problems within like what's in front of you.
I love sitting here and I love listening to the pieces, like, because that's what role-playing games are. They're taking pieces of yourself and they're gently laying them like on the table and saying, hey, welcome to my space, welcome to my world. This is what I want to show you. This is what I want to share with you. Speaking of sharing, I'm getting a little emotional. I did want to ask, since we're getting towards the end of our time, what advice do you guys have for people who like want to become storytellers, people who are intrigued by maybe World of Darkness in general and haven't touched it at all before?
I immediately had something leap to my mind, and this is what has always helped me. I read it in multiple World of Darkness books in the storytelling chapter. But know your city. Know your city, know your town, whether it's your hometown, whether it's the place that you plan on running. Learn the history, learn about the people, learn the customs, learn the food, get a map, and I'm not talking about like World of Darkness lore. I'm talking about real world, and then play. Know the city like the back of your hand. And once you have that, everything else will be so much easier and will fall into the place creatively, because you're going to have a strong foundation of what to paint the picture of your story inside of. That is my piece of advice. Know your city.
Can't do snaps in these gloves, but snaps. Thank you, Chris.
Snap, snap, snap.
Yeah, I think man, that's just a good answer. I think two separate answers. If you're doing stuff for actual play, and I think if you're a person of color, I think World of Darkness is a great kind of like playground to, again, like we were saying, to use your culture as a stepping stone for your storytelling. Forget about lore. Your lore, along with knowing your city, that's more than enough. Lore is what you want to make it. But if you're just like somebody who is playing with a group of people and you're like, hey, let's try Vampire the Masquerade, I think one of the biggest the storytelling advice that I can give you is be vulnerable. Just because you're vampires, just because you're old, doesn't mean you have to be perfect. So be as human as you can be, and that will help you tell the stories that will plague your group for years to come.
Do you have anything you want to add, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, they touched on some great points. I think I would add on to, besides just knowing your city or setting, city or setting, is that also I would suggest understand what kind of story you want to tell. Just because World of Darkness, I understand when you come at it, it's like, you have to be serious. This is a serious setting. But you don't have to. There are shows like, What We Do in the Darkness, which is kind of like, you could run World of Darkness using that. So I think it's important to understand what kind of story you want to tell, because that will lead into not only the way you will tell it, but also the way you present it to people as well. And then you add on to the fact when you know your setting, it all kind of comes very nice together. So really understand what kind of story you want to play, and also being upfront with your table of like, hey, I would like to play this kind of story, whether it be AP or whatever, or just, you know, off the cuff. Because, you know, when everybody understands what we're here for, it becomes an easier time to play, whether it's for professional or unprofessional purposes.
Thank you all so much for joining me today for this panel. Thank you so much, our Renegade Con viewers, for being spectacular and super supportive. We were so happy to have all three of you on. Where can people find you guys? Fabian, you go first.
Everybody can find my personal stuff. I'm a freelance designer, illustrator. I work with stuff like Kids on Bikes and stuff like that. You can check out my art stuff at Rockets and Pens. And if you want to see the stories that we were talking about earlier, you can check out Bad House RPG, both on Twitch, on YouTube. We have most of our VODs on YouTube. So if you want to check out Darkness Eternal, which is our series of World of Darkness shows, then you have a lot to choose from mage, vampire, hunter, and werewolf. We had it all.
Chris?
Hi, everyone. As I said again, my name was Chris Cologne. You can find me on the great wide interwebs. I'm mostly on Blue Sky, not really Twitter anymore. So you get VO Cologne, that's VOCOLON. There we go. I remember how to spell my name. You can follow me there, and Taino Tales, which you can follow over on Blue Sky as well. Right now, we are running and should still be running, if depending on when this comes out, our latest show, the Wildfire Club, which is a kind of Life is Strange game using kids on bikes, but a hack where the PCs are powered PCs rather than just random random individuals. I'm working on the hack for that, so hopefully that will be out and it will be free for everybody to use for whatever you want to use it for. And also the Mythic Initiative, we're uploading, finally archiving and uploading those videos and editing it so it's not as for the VODs on Twitch. So we're uploading that. We just did the entirety of season 1, and season 2 is on its way onto YouTube as well. So you can catch it on YouTube with the rest of our other shows we've done on there.
I took off my
yes. I'm Hector Reyes. You can find me at keichiokami.itch.io. On Blue Sky, that is my Blue Sky, I promise you. You can also find me over at House of Dreams AP over on Blue Sky. Those are where I post most of my projects. Please, right now we are running a Season's Oath, which is not World of Darkness. We just finished Dead at Heart, which is our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle that I was doing promo for, and it just wrapped up, but you can find all of the VODs on our House of Dreams AP YouTube channel, and then we're currently running a Wanderhome charity series right now called The Season's Oath, and it should still be running even as this comes out in June. So please check out my stuff.
Yeah. And I, of course, have been Rena Amaranthine, aka Count Orlok of Nosferatu, and I am your community specialist. So thank you all so much for coming by, and we'll see you for the rest of Renegade Con. Goodbye.
Hi, friends. My name's Ruel.
And I'm Michelle.
And today we are playing Nishi. This is a card game from Renegade Game Studios, and we are so excited because we're going to be developing our territories. I'm playing up here on the top part. Michelle will be playing here on the bottom part. And this is a game of card drafting and set collection. And you're taking one action per turn, so it's really cool. And I'm going to be taking the first time. I've been randomly chosen to go first. We're going to explain the game as we go. Now, we each have 5 cards. Now, Michelle's not really supposed to show this, but, oh, thanks, Michelle, for not looking at the cards.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah. We each have 5 cards. Now, the Shogun is really strict in this game. We cannot exchange or we cannot change the order of our cards. We may be able to exchange them, as you'll see, but the order stays as it is. We have 2 elements in our territory. It is our line, which is face up, and our hand, which is face down right now. However, at the end, when we've gone through the game, they're going to be revealed. Okay, so we'll have 2 lines, a 5x2 grid, and we're going to score it that way. So, on your turn, you can do 1 of 4 actions. You can either develop a territory, which we're going to be doing by drafting cards from the river. Okay, we're going to do that for the most part of the game. The other actions we may do is impose a decree. So we're going to go to this Imperial Court board and do this action here. Now, the third action is to recall your emissaries, these tokens here, which are going to go on the action there, or Imperial Court. And finally, the 4th action is declare the game over. And you do that if one of the river spots is empty and you feel like you have the most points, you can declare the game over and your opponent has 1 more turn, and then you'll go scoring. Otherwise, the game is going to end when 2 of the river spots are done or drawn out, and then we go to final scoring. Now, I should explain that when you take the develop action, which I'm going to do right now, I'm going to develop my hand by discarding my number 2 card. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This goes in the discard pile off screen. And then I'm going to take the corresponding card from the river. So this is the 2nd spot. It's going to go in the 2nd spot of my hand. Okay, and this one says, this is the red Tory. This says that if you have 1 card that's red, you're going to lose 5 points. If you have 2, 0. But if you have 3 or more, you're going to get 30 points. Okay, so that's the end of my turn. Now, with the develop action, you get a chance to do a bonus action. You could do this before or after your develop action. Okay, so after you develop, you may do an additional action here for free. And you're going to take one of your emissaries and either go here or here, and what you're going to do is either you can exchange a card. Okay, so you can swap out, like, say, this one for this one, or in likewise, you can also take 2 cards from any 2 river piles and discard them and get new ones. Okay, so you do that before or after you develop, but I just did the develop, and that's the end of my turn, and I flip this one over. Okay, and Michelle will not be able to look at my cards now. She's going to go to hers, and we'll continue. To get cards in your hand, you're going to develop. So you will discard either from your line or from your hand, and then you'll take the corresponding card depending on what order it's in.
And
okay, and that's the 3rd one over.
3rd one, yeah. So I take this one that's in the 3rd spot in the river.
Correct. Okay, then we do this. Since you took the develop action, would you like to do an additional action, your freebie here, by placing one of your emissaries in this spot or this spot? So this one is switch the position of 2 cards. So you can switch the positions of the river, or you can switch 2 positions in your line, which they're all the same right now, so you don't want to do that. Or you can swap positions in your hand, so you might want to get some cards closer to the others. Or you can swap a line card with something in your hand. So, for instance, if you have your number 1 card, you can swap it out for the number 1 card there.
What would be the benefit of doing that?
Some of the cards in your hand, if you want to swap the positions in your hand, then they'll be closer to each other. So some of them say you want to be close to another card in order to score it. And again, it's early in the game, so these you want to get rid of the mountains because these only give you 1 or 5 points for 1, but then you're going to lose 5 points for 2 or more. Yeah.
Okay.
And again, this is optional. You don't have to do it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait on that.
Okay. And
but I do have some questions about like what these mean.
yeah, let's take a look at those real quick.
So, what is this?
Okay.
So you have an arrow, and then you have an arrow with an X over it.
Yeah. So this character is the Sentinel. So this sentinel says that if the sentinel is in your territory and is not adjacent to another sentinel, it's worth 3 points. So as long as you don't put sentinels together, they are worth 3 points. And then, optionally, if the sentinel is next to a fortress, you get an additional 4 points. Okay. Let's take a look at another one right here. Here's the fortress. The fortress, again, if it's next to a sentinel, you get a sentinel, you get an extra 4 points. However, fortresses by themselves, they only score on the corners. So again, this is your 5x2 grid at the end of the game. If they're in the corners, you're going to get 6 points. If you have all 4 corners, 24 points.
Like bingo.
It is like bingo. All right. And so that's your turn. And I'm going to go next. So again, no one knows that I have these in my hand. They're secrets. So what I'm going to do, I am going to go, again, I'm going to develop. So as part of my development, I can swap cards. I'm going to do that here. I'm going to swap these 2 cards. Okay. Now I take my develop action, which is I discard a card and discard from my line. And then I'm going to take the corresponding card there. And if you saw that, folks, I did that because I wanted the fortress on the corner. I'll be scoring 6 points. And then I go there.
Okay. Okay, so this one just means that this horse symbol needs to be on the bottom, right?
Correct. Let's take a closer look at that. The horse is going to be in your hand, 3 points. And then if it's in your hand and you have a banner on the line right in front of it, you get an additional 10 points.
Okay.
I don't think there are any banners out there just yet.
And then that one.
The purple advisor. Each advisor is worth a certain number of points depending on where they are in your hand or your line. So for them, the first spot, it'll be worth 2. Second spot, 4. 3, 4, and 2. Yeah, it just depends where the
And then on the bottom right,
Uh-huh.
it's got this +4.
Ooh,
and a flower.
yeah. So if it's adjacent to a Nishi, and which none have shown up, so the flower symbol, let's take a closer look again. If it is next to a Nishi, hopefully it'll show up, then you get an additional 4 points.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are none right now.
Okay. Discard this.
Okay. Bye-bye. Line.
And that means I can put this one in its place.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And once again, anytime you take that action, that development action, you may do the freebie action, which is like what I did, swapped a card, or you can take 2 and reseed them. Yeah.
Nothing at this point.
Yeah.
So.
That discard action's best. Like if you can do it before you take development action, that way you have more choices.
Oh, like if you can't use any of this stuff. Okay, got it.
Okay. My turn. I'm going to develop. I'm not going to do an additional action, but what I'm going to do is discard this out of my hand. That's the number 1 spot. So that means I'm going to take this in my hand. So I'm going to show my hand as we go. I now have 2 Tories, so I'm going to get 0. So I need that 3rd Tory to get 30 points. So hopefully it's out there. Oh, there it is. But here's the thing, folks. And I'm showing my hand. Here's the thing. I want that 3rd Tory to get the 30, but where can I could discard this to get it. Oh, man. Well, we're going to see. It can't go into my hand because I already have these spots filled. Okay, pretend you didn't see that, babe.
Yeah, I saw nothing. So many choices.
Yeah, that's what's really cool. It's a simple game. You're just drafting cards into your hand or line, but there's a lot of different scoring options to think about.
Yeah, and then you've got like the stuff in your hand.
Yeah. Like, don't you wish you could just like move your cards wherever you
want?
That's what makes this game so interesting.
Because that's how I organize my cards when we
Same.
play games.
Yeah. Total, like, we're poker players, folks, and that's what you do as a poker player.
And I cannot.
Now, that's where this comes in handy, though, right? So even before you take it, as long as you're taking a development action, you can say, hey, I'm going to go here and swap cards around.
At this point, I don't know what's going to benefit me. So
okay.
This one.
Okay. That's gone. And hey, the advisor.
The advisor going to tell me something?
The advisor going to say, you're going to get 2 points because he is in the 5th position. Okay, back to me. Let's see what I want to do. I definitely want this Tory, but it can't go. I mean, I don't want to lose this. So what I'm going to do is I'm taking the development action, so I'm going to take my other emissary, put it right there so I can swap cards. I'm going to swap these two. Okay, now I take my development action. I'm going to discard this from my line and place this Tory here. And again, I'm going to spoil this a little bit, folks, just so you can see how we're playing. This is my line. Michelle doesn't know in my hand. Okay, again, she's pretending not to know. At the end of the game, we're going to put 2 lines here. And look, I've got 1, 2, 3 Tories. That's 30 points. Okay, so I don't want to mess up the order of my hand just yet. 3, 4, 5. You'll notice I have my 2 emissaries here too. I can't take those additional actions now when I develop. However, I can take an action where I call back my emissaries, but that's what all I'll do in my turn. Okay, now it is Michelle's turn. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. Let's take a look at what cards she has here to choose from. Oops, go right here. So this is my hand. It's going to be up here. Then Michelle has choices here. The Sentinel, which is 3 points by itself, as long as it's not next to another Sentinel. Additional 4 points if it's next to a fortress. This is the Monk. The Monk is worth 5 points in your hand, and you get an additional 2 points if it's next to a Tory. The Fortress we talked about, it's got to be on the corners for 6 points. We talked about the Horse, which is 3 points in your hand, and if it's a banner in your line right in front of it, additional 10. And speaking of banners, this is the one you want the banner here, and then you want you want the banner here, and then you want a horse right here in your hand. Okay.
Wow, there's a lot of moving parts here, actually.
Yeah, right. That's what's so interesting about this game.
It's so simple. Well, it looks very simple, but there's a lot of strategy.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. It's a terrific 2-player game. Did I mention this, folks? It is a 2-player only game.
This card.
Okay. And that was your number 5 or number 4?
4.
4. Okay.
So I can take this number 4.
Ah, nice. Hey.
Right.
Very nice. I'm going to get my hands again, or my hand again. And next up in the river, ooh, another advisor.
Oh, just a question. So if I want to move my emissary, so I do that before my develop territory turn?
Before or after, your choice.
Before or after?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's technically still your turn. Would you like to use a development to move characters? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to switch. So that's this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to switch these 2.
All right. Okay. My turn. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, wait, no. This is, I am this way. Okay, let me set my cards. Okay, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So what I want to do.
I got a few like goals here.
Yeah.
Make sure I've met them.
Okay, what I'm going to do, one of the 4 actions you can do. I'm just going to recall my emissaries. So that way, because I can't do anything right now, I'm going to take these back, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
And now it's back to Michelle. My card's up there.
Okay. So I am going to discard this one.
Okay.
This will be the replacement.
Nice. Uh-oh, someone's got the banner.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Very nice. Okay,
let me just make sure
Yep.
that there's nothing else I can benefit from here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I can switch or I can discard.
Yeah, and the discard is you take 2 piles, discard the top, and then just reveal the next.
I think I'm good.
Okay, cool. Let me get my cards again. I want to get rid of this one here. So I'm going to get rid of this. That's number 3. I take the number 3 fortress. And what I'm going to do, I am going to do my bonus action where I swap cards. And now I've got 2 fortresses, one here, one here. Right. And it's back to Michelle. Cards up there.
I feel like I could take notes just to make sure I'm meeting my goals here. Okay, I'm gonna put my emissary here where I discard some stuff.
Oh, okay. So any 2 piles, discard the top, and then immediately refill. So
Let's see if this helps me. Get rid of one.
Okay. All right. So
Okay,
the ones that
wasn't
showed up are the Nishi. Nishi, or is it Naishi? I'll let y'all let us know in the comments if it's Naishi or Nishi. This one says if it's in your line face up, it's 12 points. If it's in your hand, it's 8 points. And then this pairs nicely with where was this? This was here. It pairs well, yeah, with the advisor. The advisor is worth the points wherever it is on your hand or line, but then you get an additional 4 points if it's adjacent to a Nishi. Okay.
Okay, so I am actually going to discard this.
Okay, and what number was that? Was that your?
That was my number 1.
Oh, nice.
I will take the Nishi or Naishi in my hand.
Okay. Ooh, there's another one just showed up. Since you're still taking a development in action, you could swap cards if. Oh wait, no, both your tokens are there. You cannot do an additional action. But on a future turn, you can remove both of these, and that'll be your turn. Okay, so back to me. Let's see. I really want to get rid of some of these things. That one wants to go. Oh, okay. I'm going to go here to swap the monk with the fortress. Okay. And then now for my development, I'm going to take the third card out of my hand, discard it, and take the third card here. So the monk, it's going to be worth 5 points in my hand. And that is the end of my turn. Ooh, another banner.
Okay, so I think my turn. I'm going to discard this one for the banner.
Yeah. Man, oh man. We have a special card, the Ninja. So the Ninja, when you take the Ninja into your hand, it is going to be a copy of any other character. Okay, not provinces, okay, the hexagons, but characters that are indicated by the rectangles. You're going to select one in your territory at the end of the game and score it exactly like it. So, for example, if Michelle took the ninja into her hand at the end of the game, if there's a ninja here, let's say she selects the advisor gets 3 points in the middle, and that's where the ninja is. So that's how the ninja works, like a wild. But yeah, so let's continue to Michelle's turn.
Okay, I need my emissaries back.
Okay,
So,
that's your turn, and you read my mind. I'm going to take my emissaries as well, and that's my turn. And now we go back to Michelle.
I want to use my emissary.
Nice. To develop.
I'm going to switch these two.
Ooh, okay.
And now for my turn, I am going to discard this one.
Bye-bye mountain. Hello,
And
Naishi.
Nishi there.
All right, nice. Okay, oh, now we have... Oh, let's get this. Oh, what do I have? Okay, I want to get rid of some of these mountains here. You know what? I do have... Yeah, I do have a couple of... Oh, wait, no. I can't. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to discard... I'm going to develop, and I'm going to discard this mountain and take the ninja. So now we have one pile that's gone. On my next turn, if I want to, if I feel like I have the most points, I can declare the game over. Michelle would take one last turn, and then that'll be it. Otherwise, we continue until 2 piles are gone. Okay, so now it is Michelle's turn.
Michelle is going to declare game end.
Oh, what? Oh my goodness. I am a little worried now, folks. So now I get one final turn. Oh man, I'm super nervous now, babe. Oh, okay. So what can I do?
I don't know if that was a good thing, but
we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to develop, and we're gonna switch these here, and then taking a chance. Yeah, I'm gonna discard my sentinel out of my hand in order to get this fortress. Okay. So that's the end of the game. Now we are going to reveal our hands and place them in the exact order that they were played. Okay, so this is my territory up here. This is Ruel land.
Not familiar with that.
Yeah. Okay. And just to make it easier, I'm going to turn the river on the side because we don't want to score those. Okay. Now, time for scoring, friends. We've got our handy dandy score sheet here. Let's see. Ruel's this one. Michelle's this one. We're going to score each one. So we're going to start with the mountains. Do we have any mountains left?
Mountain?
Yeah. I have one. So I get exactly 5 points. Do you have any mountains?
No, I
Okay.
got rid of all my mountains.
Nice job. 0. Okay, next, Naishis. I have none, so 0.
I have 2. One is
Ooh.
in this row, so that scores 12.
Nice.
And then this is in my hand, which was 8.
Wow, 20 for Michelle. Nice. Okay, next, the advisors, the purple guys, which I have none.
I have 2 purple guys, the
Okay.
advisors. Okay, so in my top row, it's in this position, so I have 2.
Okay.
Okay, and then this is in the second position, so 4.
Nice. 6 total. All right.
Okay, however,
Oh,
no, I don't have 4 of them, right?
No.
That's what-
This says as long as it's adjacent to a Naishi, you get 4 additional points.
Oh, sweet.
Nice. And
Oh,
it's each one. Oh my gosh. Nice.
unexpected.
I love that. So yeah, Michelle scores 4 points for this Naishi and this one as well. So that's 8 additional points. Wow. So nice. You go from 6 to 8, 14. Oh my goodness. Nice. All right. Next up is the fortress. So I did manage to mess around here, or not mess around, but manipulate my row here. So I've got 1, 2, 3 on the corners, and 3 on the corners is worth 18.
Ooh.
And then do you have any fortresses?
I do not.
Okay. Let's move on to the Sentinel. So that is the... Oh, do I have any Sentinel? I thought I had a Sentinel. I don't. No. Do you have any Sentinels?
I do not.
Okay, so why did I think I had one? Oh, it was over here. We had discarded that.
Because you wanted one.
I wanted one. So we each get 0 for Sentinels. Now, Tories, the red ones. I got 3 of the 4. Now, I didn't explain this earlier. I guess I should have. On the bottom of each card is the number of cards that are in the set. So there are 4 of these. So I got 3 of the 4. Okay. So I did get 3. Michelle didn't get any because I had 3 of the 4. But I did get 3 of them. That's worth 30 points.
Woo!
Big one. But I got a ways to go here. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the monks. I've got this one here. This is, if it's in my hand, it's 5 points. Now, my hand, it looks a little different just because we're playing, up and down here. But it is in my hand for 5. Michelle, do you have any monks?
No.
Okay, so I get 5 points for my monk. 0 there. Now we go to rice fields. The rice fields, if you have 2 that are adjacent, 10 points. 3 that are adjacent, 20, 4, 30.
Oh, I didn't read that right.
Oh no, you had 3 of them there. Oh no. So you had 3 of them. They're not adjacent. 0.
Oh.
I had 1 not adjacent. Obviously 0. Oh.
I got excited because I saw
Yeah.
20 points for 3, and I didn't pay attention to the fact that it had to be adjacent.
Hey, that's a good thing to remember, though. That's how you learn, right?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I won't let that happen again.
And I drafted one without really thinking. I didn't have anything there. Let me do these here. I've scored these. Now we go to the banners. Michelle, banners in your line.
Okay, so in my line, I have 2 banners.
So 8 points. I have no banners. And then the horse.
Okay, so I have my horse under my banner. So that's 10 points.
10 points. Oh my God.
Well, that's making up for my rights field.
That is. That's very nice. Okay. So this is actually 3 points for your horse, or they're actually called horsemen, but your horse is 3 and then a 10 points additional for that.
Oh,
so 13
okay.
altogether. I have 0. And then we also have the Ronin. None of the Ronins showed up. We're not going to score Ronins. However, I do have a ninja. Let me see. I didn't score this. So you scored these here.
Yeah, all of mine have been scored.
Okay.
My
I do have a
stat in the rice
ninja.
field.
Here's the sad thing, Michelle. My ninja, I went heavy on provinces. I can only score the monk, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. My ninja is in the line. monks have to score in the hand. I'm going to get 0 for my ninja.
Oh man, there's so many little things to pay attention
Isn't that great?
to.
Yeah. Okay. So let's tally up this final score here. I've got 23, 53, 58 total.
I'm pretty sure I don't have close to that.
I don't know. Michelle got 20 plus 14, 34. Plus 8 is 42.
Oh.
Plus 13 is 55. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I did better than I
So
thought.
close. Let me make sure. 21, yeah, 35, 55, 58 to 55.
That's pretty close.
So close. GG. GG. Friends, that is Nishi. Thank you so much for watching. And until next time, we'll see you later. Bye, everybody.
Bye.